My son trashed our Bahamas vacation, destroyed $35,000 worth of items, and got me arrested. So I left him behind and filed for divorce. Ethan, 28, lives at home, doesn't drive, and doesn't cook and receives $2,000 monthly. My wife defeated all my restrictions, creating this monster. At 15, he bullied poor pupils. He was grounded. Wife ungrounds him. He wanted designer stuff, I refused. Wife concurred. I refused to increase his weekly pay from $1,200 to $2,000 at 22. The wife gave it to him. Family vacationed in Bahamas for my birthday. Ethan immediately complained that his fine jackets were too hot and had to dress like brokies. His wife rushed to get him tropical luxury gear. He moaned, had tantrums at restaurants, slept until 3 p.m., was unhappy we did activities without him, and was nasty to hotel staff for 3 days. He declined to dine with us on my birthday after calling a seafood restaurant horrible. We paid room service. Ethan had mushrooms and alcohol when the hotel phoned mid-dinner. We were banned our belongings at the front desk. Never taking drugs, he became crazy. He hit every bed in our suite, destroyed mirrors, punched holes in walls, and ran through the lobby in his underwear, cursing at visitors, before vomiting and fainting out. Medical help was requested. The hotel said we were lucky no charges were filed. Packed and checked into a cheap motel. Ethan pretended nothing happened the next morning. Got a little carried away, said. The only complaints were losing a fake nail and poor accommodations. He asked when we'd return to a motel, and I broke down. Called him unappreciative and disappointed. I snapped at my wife for shielding him. She was told her manchild couldn't live realistically. I pulled his suitcase from under the bed and fled. Ethan asked about my activity. Hotel by the lake. He shouted as I approached since he understood my goal. The luggage was thrown far. MacBooks, beautiful clothes, makeup, skincare, everything he valued gone. After a tantrum, Ethan jumped in but couldn't swim and left. Obviously my wife backed him. I flew home alone and left them. I was stopped by TSA during airport security. My unpackaged carry-on had narcotics. Ethan ate the same mushrooms. Chilled blood. Plants in my bag. When I explained, security held me. But who believes, those aren't mine? They let me call once. I panicked and contacted my wife. 1 minute silence. Ethan didn't get such drugs in Bahamas. Originally from home. From home office? What? I don't have your back pain pills. Oxycodone. Ethan stole and smashed them for months. He took it in the motel. Your luggage has that. You knew he stole my meds. I thought he was testing. He concealed drugs in my airport bag. He planted nothing. I put. Cold words hit. You drugged me and threw his $1,000 belongings in a lake. Did you anticipate no consequences? I put some in your bag this morning. Just enough to delay. Instruct you. I may be imprisoned. Will release. First offense, minor. Credit cards ruined what we're replacing. I checked my phone. 17. Purchases verified. Charges surpassed $35,000. This is absurd. I'm calling our lawyer. Using what cash? This morning I depleted our joint funds. Transferred everything to my account. Theft. It's married property. Protecting them from unstable people. Losing luggage in lakes. Getting arrested for drugs. Phone buzzed. Any judge would back me. Legal correspondence from her divorce attorney. Papers filed. You divorced me for Ethan. The home is mine, remember? My inheritance bought it. She was right. Her family's money bought everything. She possessed it all after I worked my whole life for her. Check work email. Transferred HR email. Arrest for drug use, fired. Zero tolerance policy existed. 18 years at company, gone. They did how? I phoned. A frightened wife reported her husband's drug usage. I shook my phone in detention. You wrecked my life for Ethan. Not about Ethan, sweetheart. Never before had her voice been so cold. Check our bedroom cam. The phone app. Last Tuesday. 2 a.m. I shakily opened the app. I sleepwalked into our room. I did it harmlessly for years. The video shows me trying something unusual. Speaking plainly. They should have been sacked. Accident should have worked. No survivors next time. Blood froze. What accident? This is? Ethan and I left the road 6 years ago. Though the brakes failed, you worked on the car that morning? I was in airport custody while the TSA agent waited outside. I kept my phone to my ear when Nicole hung up. Bright fluorescent lighting and industrial beige government building walls made everything seem strange. Her words kept skipping in my memory as I tried to recall them. My baggage contained drugs, she divorced me, squandered our cash, fired me, and said I tried to murder them 6 years ago. After clearing his throat, the agent gestured to the passageway. I followed him through a maze of halls past guests being questioned and security monitors showing individuals removing shoes and devices. He left me in a smaller room with a metal table and 2 seats without saying anything. For what felt like hours, I checked my phone every few minutes. Purchase notifications persisted. Elegant eyewear, skincare, and Ethan's new MacBook Pro. Each notice drew hundreds or thousands from inaccessible accounts. Third hour call to Jason. We were college roommates and stayed close when he moved 2 states for work. He responded on the second ring, and I tried to explain but was confused and panicked. He stated he'd call and determine bail without questioning. At hour 4, another agent brought me paper cup cold coffee. I had 15% phone battery at hour 5. The bail bondsman posted $15,000 when Jason returned at hour 6. Paperwork took 40 additional minutes. Jason was waiting in the pickup zone in his old car with warning lights when they released me. I sat in the passenger seat and looked out at the airport building through the windshield. Jason drove into traffic and I broken up the misery by chatting. Birthday. Ethan's hotel trashing. Throwing the bag in the lake. Planted drugs. Tomorrow's call. Divorce papers. Job termination. Bank accounts. Sleepwalking video. Without interrupting, he maintained his hands on the wheel and nodded when I ran out of words, suggesting I could stay with him forever. The drive takes 3 hours. I fell asleep around mile 40 and woke up in his apartment complex. His home was excellent. Both third-floor bedrooms overlook the parking lot. The additional bedroom has a sofa, bookshelf and half-open window. Jason left after giving me a pillow and blanket. Bedridden, I accessed my banking app. Personal checking showed $1,125.45. The end. Everything else was gone. I had no job, no house, and probable airport drugs possession charges in 24 hours after my wife ruined me. Reread the divorce paperwork. Nicole now called me unstable and dangerous, citing the baggage incident as assault. She demanded full ownership of all marital assets, which she already possessed from her inheritance. I spent my whole paycheck on repairs, upkeep and property taxes for 18 years, yet her name was on the deeds and titles. She owns a house, cars and investments. I reread my employment email dismissal notification, effective immediately due to drug arrest. Zero tolerance policy, 18 years of service, outstanding performance reviews. Nothing stopped airport drug arrests. HR disabled my email and business systems. I need my work laptop back in 5 business days. I lay on the futon and stared at the ceiling, trying to remember the morning I supposedly smashed the car 6 years before. Nicole and Ethan prepared for their weekend mountain getaway. I always examined the car in the driveway before long trips. Oil, tire pressure, and windshield washer fluid were checked. I never touched the brake lines or caused them to fail. The accident happened 6 hours into their journey on a steep mountain slope. Nicole, frightened, called me from the hospital to say the brakes had failed and they'd gone off the road. Car flipped twice. Wounded Ethan has a broken collarbone. Concussion and rib injuries plagued Nicole, lucky to survive. Mechanical failure, age-related brake line damage and road salt exposure were revealed in the insurance inquiry. I accepted that explanation because it made logical. The car was 8 years old, our winter roads were salted. Brake lines corroded. Nicole said I interfered with them, tried to kill them, and confessed while sleepwalking last Tuesday. Go to 2 a.m. on the security camera app, last Tuesday. After the video loaded, I approached our bedroom in my pajamas, eyes half closed and blank as when I sleepwalked. Since my doctor thought my sleep issue was safe, I did it since my 20s. I would chat around the home and forget everything the next morning. Nicole had been used to it for years and would guide me back to bed if I wandered. So I didn't just walk for this video. Standing by our bed, I gazed down at Nicole sleeping and spoke in a flat, repetitive voice. Security camera microphones captured clear words. They should have been sacked. Accident should have worked. No survivors next time. The video ended as I left the room asleep. My hands shook more after seeing that 3 times. That was my voice and body. I had no memory of it, therefore the statements made no sense. Why murder them? Nicole gave Ethan entitlement and spoiledness. I didn't intend or attempt murder. That was never me. Jason rang the door at 8 a.m. I slept about midnight, served me coffee and suggested a criminal defense attorney. I showered in his bathroom, wore yesterday's clothes because I had none, and tried to show respect. Jason led me to the downtown attorney's office, a little third-floor practice in an older building. Benjamin Clark, mid-40s, greeted us in the entryway with gray hair and a firm handshake. His little office included case files on the desk and legal books on the walls. He instructed me to sit and restart. I explained all. Ethan's drug-fueled hotel trashing, luggage in lake, airport arrest, Bahamas trip. Nicole's phone confession about drug planting, divorce, job loss, bank account emptying, and credit card charges. Benjamin made notes on a legal pad, his face deepening as I recounted the orderly events. He sat back and tapped his pen on the pad when I finished. He said the phone confession would have been useful if I'd recorded it, but without it, it was my word against hers. Physical evidence existed. Airport security found drugs in my bag. My prescription gave me access. A prosecution might argue I brought them for personal use or dissemination. Nicole may deny placing them, but physical evidence would prevail. Benjamin relaxed and watched me. He asked whether I recalled adjusting the brakes 6 years ago that morning. Question gut-punched me. He questioned whether I tried to kill my wife and children. I sat there confused. No, absolutely not. Not sure I changed those brake lines. We have problems. But I adore my family. Nicole enabled Ethan's privilege, but I never wanted them dead. That thought made me queasy. Benjamin nodded and drew on his legal pad. If this went to court, prosecutors would raise the same question. His explanation eased my anxiety. The criminal court won't accept sleepwalking confessions since they don't represent conscious thought or reliable memory. Everyone talks a lot when sleeping. Random thoughts, worries, TV. None of it matters. He then delivered the terrible news. This video may help Nicole recount her divorce. Even if legal, make me look unstable and dangerous. Being 28 and not a minor didn't affect custody. Benjamin preferred the drug charge because it may place me in prison. Everything else was tranquil and debatable. He sought permission to call my pharmacy for drug details. He phoned from work after I gave him the facts. The pharmacist found that I'd used 60 oxycodone tablets each month for 3 years for work-related back pain. Benjamin put the phone on speaker and said I refilled on time every month, never early, with no system faults. I followed my medication like a regular patient. Benjamin proposed an idea I did not consider. Nicole says Ethan steals pills often, so my supply should have run out. I should have obtained refills early or alerted my doctor about running out. That means Ethan stole fewer than Nicole indicated or I didn't take my complete amount. Telling the truth heated my cheeks. I missed days or took half doses when the pain was manageable. I avoided painkillers to avoid addiction. Some months I took 20 of 60 pills. Ethan may have stolen 30 to 40 pills each month for 8 months without my seeing the bottles deplete faster. Benjamin wrote that it helped my case. It proved I wasn't abusing my prescription. Drug abusers finish their tablets and need refills early. But it also revealed Ethan had long-term access to plenty. Benjamin recommended tracking Ethan's medicine consumption and tying it to my luggage's pills. He proposed hiring drug acquisition and use private investigator Maxwell Roberts. Maxwell knew traffickers and users, interviewed Ethan's pals, and mapped his drug use. Benjamin estimated that would cost $3,000 to $5,000, depending on inquiry time. I wanted to puke thinking about my $1,200 bank account. Benjamin saw my surprise, and said Jason promised to pay investigation fees before I came and insisted on helping. I wanted to reward Jason's efforts. I grabbed my phone out of my pocket when it buzzed. Nicole missed 17 calls. Ethan missed 12 calls. Unknown numbers phoned 3 times. Benjamin said not to react or contact Nicole or Ethan. After hiring a divorce lawyer, everything went through attorneys fast. He gave me Megan Hayes' number and said she was the best divorce attorney for my finances. Benjamin forbade me from hearing voicemails. Nicole wanted me to say something bad to record and use against me. Ethan may be trying to convince me to drop charges or forgive him. Anonymous numbers may be reporters or attorney investigators if Nicole disclosed the news. Benjamin suggested erasing without listening. While seeing notifications dissipate, I did that. Jason drove me from Benjamin's office to another bank across town. Nicole had no history at the institution where we opened an account. Transferring my last $1,125.45 took 10 minutes and felt pathetic. This was all I had after 18 years of marriage and a solid job. Jason drove me to 3 credit card companies to block joint accounts and report Nicole's illegal spending. Both original representatives agreed. Nicole informed them that morning that the cards were joint marital accounts with equal charging authority. Marital property laws allowed Ethan's $35,000 pricey item purchases since we were married and on the accounts. The third business said I could object, but it would certainly be denied for the same reasons. After inquiring about locking the cards to prevent additional charges, they said Nicole had done that, giving her control. Benjamin's call at the third credit card office was answered on speaker. He said credit card firms were right after checking marital property rules. The money was gone unless I could establish Nicole claimed to hurt me rather than for legal marriage fees, which was improbable. His recommendation was to record everything since it may show her divorce retribution. That night, I looked at Jason's spare bedroom ceiling, attempting to recall that morning 6 years before. I remembered workbench tire pressure gauges. We considered opening the hood and topping off the slightly low oil level. Touched brake lines? I pictured my hands approaching the brakes. Trying to remember tools or intentional harm. Nothing arrived. Only periodic maintenance came to mind. Once every 2 weeks. But the footage shows me saying I caused the crash. I had full voicemail. In the garage with Nicole's silver car, I envisioned myself. They should have been sacked. Accident should have worked. No survivors next time. My exact words in that flat sleepwalking voice. How could I write so vividly without truth? Maybe I thought about it while awake and my brain repeated it while sleeping. No, I never contemplated murdering them, no matter how mad I am with Nicole or Ethan. Turning over, I checked my phone. 2:30 a.m. Benjamin wanted to meet first thing to discuss future measures, so I set my alarm at 7. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep, but my thoughts wouldn't shut off. Benjamin called at 7:15 as I was resting in Jason's spare bed gazing at ceiling water streaks. My previous employer gave the prosecution their entire cooperation package, every element of my 18-year career, like crime scene evidence. They bolded its zero-tolerance drug policy and 3 documents, claimed to be victims of an employee who betrayed their trust and shamed the organization. Benjamin claimed they were justifying my firing, converting me from a committed employee into a burden they should fire. The prosecutors were thrilled because corporations collaborating this quickly normally had valid worries about employee conduct, not were protecting their own backs by implicating someone. Benjamin argued that this made my case worse as we now had to confront both the criminal claims and the idea that I was an unstable addict who'd been fooling everyone for years. He indicated he was contacting Maxwell Roberts, a drug pattern tracker, to verify Ethan was the underlying problem. After thanking him and hanging up, I looked at that ceiling for another hour before Jason knocked and said, "Breakfast was ready." 3 days later, Maxwell called with his early observations. He located 2 of Ethan's mates on social media and in casual discussions at their hangouts, a coffee shop near our house, and an expensive clothing store. Both guys agreed. Ethan was medicated for 8 months, perhaps longer. He stated his dad prescribed the medicines. Maxwell captured the discussions with their approval and forwarded me the audio. Hearing these youngsters describe my son a generous dealer made me uneasy. One stated Ethan would bring baggies of crushed pills to parties and brag about his unlimited allowance and home supply. One child said Ethan acted as a rich friend who provided money and drugs, and everyone liked having him around because he made them feel luxurious. Maxwell had 3 more witnesses to interrogate, but these 2 were reliable and could establish Ethan had a long history of stealing and swiping my medication. Ethan brought the drugs to the Bahamas, not me, according to the timetable. Benjamin phoned Nicole that afternoon to say we had enough evidence to show reasonable doubt about the airport possession charge, but Nicole was moving rapidly on the divorce. He gave me Megan Hayes' number, stating she was the best divorce attorney who would take my case despite my finances. My office appointment was in the morning. Megan's office was in an older downtown building, so I felt comfortable paying her. Perhaps 50, she had piercing eyes and a powerful grasp. I sat across from her desk and watched her flip through Nicole's divorce papers, her face deepening. After 18 years of marriage and maintenance, she looked up and said the property was acquired with Nicole's inheritance money, thus I had no legal title to it. Despite California's community property law, inherited assets were separate until they were mixed with marital funds, therefore Nicole maintained everything in her name. My chest clenched because that house represented 20 years of my life. I painted rooms, repaired the deck, and changed the water heater every weekend. No legal value. Megan handled credit card fees. Ethan's missing things were replaced for $35,000. Nicole may claim she was replacing marital property I destroyed in a frenzy since they were manufactured before the divorce paperwork was submitted to me, making them impossible to obtain. Timing too perfect. Everything was arranged for that tight legal deadline. The joint account problem was more difficult, she said, because Nicole had access marital funds and emptying it into her personal account may hide assets. I didn't have time or money to prove it in court, and Nicole's attorney would argue she was protecting funds from a drug court inmate who was unstable. Meg leaned back and delivered it to me straight. Nicole had substantial divorce advantages owing to family and income. The prestigious firm's lawyer shielded her wealthy clients' assets. People with $800 hourly rates and speed dial judges. Jason helped me pay legal fees with what I had in my very empty bank account. She offered to represent me, but I realized we were up against someone with unlimited money and a legal advantage. I walked back to Jason's car in the parking garage after leaving her office feeling like I'd been kicked in the stomach and sat there for 20 minutes trying to fathom how outmatched I was in every way. Jason brought his specialty spaghetti that night, and we ate quietly until he demanded $10,000 for legal fees. I objected, but he cut me off. Refused repayment terms or negotiations. 3 years ago, when his divorce was affecting him financially and emotionally, I let him stay in my guest room for 2 months, and loaned him money I never asked for. He said he was repaying the favor when I needed it most and would be ashamed if I declined. I nodded and thanked him, trying not to cry. Benjamin booked my consultation with sleep issue specialist Nora Savage, who'd testified in numerous criminal cases, for the following day. Her office was connected to an Eastside medical facility with qualifications, so I thought she might help. Nora had me fill out a detailed medical history form and then spent an hour asking about my sleep habits, when the sleepwalking began, how often, and what I did while asleep. I stated sleepwalking since my late 20s, primarily about the house, chatting occasionally but never coherently, always harmless. She asked for the security camera tape, so I shakily opened it up on my phone, and saw her face as she watched me sleepwalk into the bedroom and mumble horrible things about accidents and survival. After the video ended, she added, "Sleepwalkers may speak anything, including fears, anxieties and TV shows without memories or purposes. The sleeping brain creates stories from all kinds of sources unrelated to what the person thinks or does awake." She testified in 3 trials when sleeping people confessed to crimes they didn't do, and brain activity testing demonstrated that sleep talking was a different neurological mechanism from waking speaking. When she watched the video again, she moved closer to my phone screen and said something that made my pulse accelerate. My sleepwalking was structured, utilizing words that should have worked but didn't suit sleep speaking patterns. Sleepwalking was unorganized and pointless, she remarked. My phrases were complete and logical. She believed I replied to unrecorded audio. Someone playing thoughts or questions prompted my drowsy voice. Since most security cameras record both video and sound, she was surprised that this one just captured video. Her words brought back a 2-month-old memory. For security, Nicole desired a better bedroom camera. She set it up and checked angles throughout the afternoon. She became upset when I asked why we needed an expensive camera when the old one worked well. She wanted her money, jewels, and personal items safer. The new camera has audio. It was configured to record video when she left the box on the dresser, but I saw the specs. I thought she didn't want our conversation recorded while we slept. Time felt too perfect. I only see footage from last Tuesday after she upgraded the camera 2 months ago. A quiet tape to establish what was happening in that room while I spoke and sleepwalked. I mentioned this, and Nora's professional interest became sharper. My phone was requested, the camera app launched, and audio recording was banned despite hardware. She added most security camera clients want audio to chronicle occurrences. Not recording causes issues when that option is disabled. Benjamin phoned me that afternoon as I absorbed Nora's comments in Jason's living room. He found forensic video analyst Angie Carlson, who checked security footage for manipulation. Benjamin thought she could help determine if the sleepwalking tape was altered or distorted since she has worked on other high-profile video instances. Benjamin scheduled a meeting in Angie's downtown office for the following morning. I accepted fast, hoping Nicole had falsified this proof against me. She needs access to evaluate the camera system and 3 months of footage. Benjamin warned me that Nicole controlled the home and its systems, which may be problematic. Nicole altered the password, so my phone's camera app was locked when I entered. Benjamin said we'd need to file a motion to force access, which may take weeks if Nicole's counsel objects. Megan and Benjamin discussed tactics with me. Her emergency petition asked me to retrieve personal property and security camera footage for drug prosecution and divorce. The motion would argue that I needed my clothes, paperwork and other necessities, and that security footage may exonerate me for drug charges. Benjamin felt this was the best plan, and Megan promised to submit the documents by bedtime. Nicole replied 2 days later by attorney. They opposed the move, claiming my sleepwalking admissions and violent destruction to Ethan's belongings threatened the family. Her attorney said that admitting me into the house would allow me to destroy evidence, disrupt the camera system, or imperil Nicole and Ethan. They told me to have Nicole pack and transport personal items to a neutral location, and that I couldn't examine Nicole's surveillance footage. A judge who seemed exhausted and upset by a complex marital dispute presided over the case 3 days later. Megan said I had a right to my marital house property and that the surveillance tape was criminal evidence, not Nicole's. She highlighted the odd timing, calculated attacks on my employment and income, and a video clip without audio despite the camera's capabilities. Nicole's attorney described me as unstable, having been incarcerated for drugs, fired for cause, and violently trashing his son's belongings worth thousands of dollars. The judge saw Ethan's lakeside bag photos. More photographs exacerbated the agony. The court decided after hearing all sides and interrogating drug and sleepwalking footage, I can gather crucial personal items and download security camera video with a court-appointed monitor to prove nothing was damaged. I had a 4-hour window 3 days away and was warned that violating the rules might result in contempt charges and jail time. Maxwell investigated Ethan's drug past. He questioned Ethan's friends and acquaintances about his drug use. He found a 30-year-old drug dealer who sold to college students and teens in our area on his second day of investigation. Maxwell urged him to talk by saying this was about a father clearing his name, not prosecuting dealers. The dealer said Ethan bought pills, mushrooms and other drugs for a year. Because Ethan paid cash and discussed his weekly allowance, he remembered him. People knew he lived with his parents, but he considered himself a trust fund baby. Most importantly, the dealer confirmed that Ethan bought several mushrooms 2 days before our Bahamas vacation. Ethan asked enough for the week to party on vacation. Ethan laughed at the dealer's warning about overbuying, stating he knew better. So Nicole's assertion that Ethan bought the drugs in the Bahamas and experimented was false. Maxwell found Ethan collected and used narcotics for a year or more. An experienced dealer carried drugs on family vacations. He didn't eat mushrooms at a foreign hotel. Nicole had ignored or been blind to them as a habit. Her claim that he experimented fell apart. Maxwell's report included timestamps, witness testimony, and the dealer's remaining Ethan purchased text messages. Benjamin said the study would indicate Nicole lied about the drug's source and Ethan's drug history, which would help the prosecution case. On my supervised house visit day, I felt bad traveling with the court monitor in another car. Barbara, a 50-year-old monitor, explained the rules before we entered. I could gather clothes, toiletries, documents, and electronics. I could download security footage. I couldn't take Nicole or Ethan's items. May not damage or remove divorce-divided property. Barbara documented everything I took. Nicole and Ethan missed my visit. I saw them deleting me from the residence as we neared the front door. Through the glass, Nicole and Ethan's event and travel photos replaced the hallway wall's family photographs. Despite Nicole changing it constantly, my key worked in the lock. I couldn't describe how dreadful it was to show people my 15-year-old home. Everyone looked identical but different. The typical furniture were there, but with little changes that showed someone had been carefully removing me. A trendy living room table replaced my cherished chair. Coffee cups were gone from my kitchen shelf. Nicole put my clothes from the closet in trash bags in our bedroom corner because she couldn't have them next to hers. Barbara watched me sort through the bags and toss the remainder. After getting my laptop from the home office, I found my birth certificate, passport and childhood picture albums in the file cabinet. Barbara kept snapping photos and writing notes on her clipboard, treating me like a criminal requiring constant monitoring. My stomach dropped after accessing the workplace PC security camera system. The sleepwalking confession footage from Tuesday was all Nicole retained, lost 3 months of video. The system showed the deletion 2 days after the judge authorized me house access. She erased the archive because she knew I was coming, leaving just one piece of evidence that made me seem scary. When I called Barbara, she took a photo of the deletion records and last video file. To have an official copy during the monitored visit, I downloaded the one clip on a thumb drive from my phone. Barbara added all other tape was purposely erased, which the court may value. After putting my belongings into Jason's spare room and experiencing the peculiar feeling of being a stranger in my own house, Angie called later that evening. Barbara's papers and mass deleting camera photos were reviewed. She claimed I had good proof. Why would Nicole destroy all but one clip if she thought the surveillance tape revealed I was aggressive and tried to murder them 6 years ago? A really terrified person would keep all recordings to show investigators and courts the whole frightening sequence. Nicole had done the opposite, carefully picking the information to showcase only the most damaging moment and removing all background or other stories. Angie would testify if needed since she felt selective preservation demonstrated someone managing a tail rather than being afraid. Elimination proved manipulation. Angie got the thumb drive footage and Barbara's deletion log images, proving Nicole was building a case against me. She called 2 hours later with shocking news. She cut the movie from a longer clip, deleting pre- and post-sleepwalking footage. The metadata showed when footage was erased and the file was deleted, leaving this 30-second clip. Someone had taken a longer recording and edited off the part that made me look dangerous, eliminating everything that may explain what I was responding to or what happened before and after. Angie described file creation dates that didn't match recording dates, compression artifacts indicating multiple saves, and video sequence timing gaps. This person wasn't hiding horror. He purposefully developed a weapon against me. 2 days later, Benjamin presented Angie's technical analysis, Maxwell's evidence of Ethan's year-long drug use, pharmacy records of my legitimate prescription and responsible refill history, and witness interview transcripts proving Ethan stole and used my medication for months to my drug case prosecutor. Benjamin meticulously demonstrated how the tablets in my suitcase matched my prescription. Nicole admitted to placing them during our phone chat, even though I hadn't documented it, and the edited surveillance film indicated proof fabrication rather than genuine concern. The prosecutor spent about an hour on timeline and source verification. She went from confident prosecution to reluctant doubt after reviewing the records. She said the case was tainted by witness manipulation and manufactured evidence. The prosecutor waited 3 weeks to evaluate the material and decide how to proceed. I talked with Megan about the divorce in Jason's spare room and tried not to check my phone every 5 minutes. Waiting hurt more than arrest. This limbo where my future rested on decisions made in offices I couldn't visit by people I couldn't talk to. Benjamin finally called Tuesday morning with news. A pre-trial diversion deal was offered by the prosecutor to lower felony possession to simple possession. Drug treatment and 6 months of probation without violations would erase the charges from my record. Benjamin felt it was a decent finish, given how bad things had seemed. Benjamin outlined the ramifications of complete discharge in his office that afternoon. He said reasonable doubt was shown. However, juries were unpredictable, and prosecutors despised losing cases. If we lost at trial, I'd go to jail and have a permanent criminal record that would damage my career. It appeared unfair to admit mere possession for the pre-trial diversion. I could earn a clean record by meeting all the requirements. I hated every word of the papers but signed it to avoid losing everything. Nicole was outraged at having to acknowledge culpability after the criminal case because she planned it. Once the charges were dismissed, Megan concentrated on the divorce. As retaliation for ruined property, she sued Nicole for $35,000 in credit card charges. Even though marital asset regulations allowed it, she requested half of Nicole's joint account funds to her personal account, saying that emptying shared accounts without notice violated basic fairness. Megan thoroughly described Nicole's actions after the luggage incident to show they punished, rather than protected. She used Maxwell's studies on Ethan's long-term drug problem, which Nicole knew about and suppressed, to disprove Nicole's fear-based allegations. 2 weeks later, Nicole's attorney responded with horror. They used the sleepwalking video to insinuate I was unstable, had violently trashed Ethan's belongings, been arrested for drug usage, and may have tried to kill Nicole and Ethan 6 years earlier by destroying their car. Nicole was described as a worried wife who had found the strength to protect her property and safety, leave a violent husband. They said restoring Ethan's ruined stuff was fair compensation for items I forced into a lake and that relocating joint account cash protected someone from becoming unstable and dangerous. I felt sick seeing my life turn into a horror story with me as the villain. Megan presented Maxwell's entire investigative file revealing Ethan's drug purchases from several dealers over the last year, witness testimonies confirming his party drug usage, and proof that Nicole knew about the situation for months, but allowed it rather than seeking assistance. She stated Nicole's revenge was planned by someone who had dominated family connections for years and ignored challenges. Angie's technical analysis of the manipulated video, the mechanic's original car accident report showing natural brake failure rather than sabotage, and Nicole's systematic destruction of my employment, housing, and financial stability within hours of a single angry outburst were included in the filing. Megan portrayed someone who had punished a husband who had finally ceased tolerating his son's damaging behavior with law and facts. Rita asked me about my drug history in a little room with beige walls and motivational posters when I started court-ordered drug treatment the next week. I said I never took early refills or dose increases of prescription oxycodone for severe back pain and had no history of recreational drug use or addiction. Rita evaluated all my pharmacy and medicine information. After 3 sessions, she said I didn't have a drug problem but needed to finish all 12 and pass random drug testing for pretrial diversion. For sobriety, I attended weekly meetings, talked about addiction triggers and treatment methods that didn't apply to me, and peed in cups. Since I'd never done drugs, it seemed absurd. Since my perfect record hinged on complete this pointless charade, I did everything perfectly. 3 days later, Maxwell contacted the technician. Frank Dacqua was retired but resided in the town where the tragedy occurred 6 years ago. He remembered our case because the insurance company wanted a sabotage finding to deny the claim, but his inspection showed otherwise. Frank reviewed his initial papers with Maxwell. Angie and Maxwell traveled there to get the original inspection report for us. Frank retrieved a heavy file from his garage storage, pages yellowed but notes readable. He logged everything. Corroded brake line measurements, failure area photos, and comparable aged car samples. Rust indicated years of corrosion, not new damage. Frank said the model's brake lines corrode rapidly in humid areas, and ours failed after 9 years on the road. Timing was key. Frank told Maxwell that Nicole cutting or intentionally damaging the brake lines that morning would have caused the failure within minutes. Our brake fluid would have poured, pressure dropped, and pedal lowered before departing. Nicole and Ethan drove 6 hours until the mountain descent brakes failed. That delay proved the failure was caused by natural deterioration throughout their travel, not my morning tinkering. Frank's notes gave the timeline. Our guests left about 9 a.m. A tragedy struck approximately 3 p.m. They stopped for petrol and food twice and drove without brake issues. The progressive deterioration resembled age-related corrosion, which Frank had seen dozens of times. If needed, his testimony is accessible. Megan got Maxwell's report and Frank's documentation 2 weeks before divorce court. It took her days to put together a story that contradicted Nicole's counsel. Although the sleepwalking video showed me discussing sabotage, the actual proof did not. If I had spoken such things while unconscious, which I had no memory of or control over, the mechanical reality precluded me from admitting. Courtroom smelled like old wood and anxiety throughout divorce hearing. Nicole and her attorney sat across from Megan at a large table. The 60-year-old family law judge Morrow has 30 years of expertise. Megan's study found she prioritized facts above emotional manipulation. Nicole's counsel described my instability and risk. He aired the sleepwalking video to underline my accident and survivor statements. My drug arrest, Bahamas property damage, and employment termination were mentioned. He painted me as a violent, unstable man whose mask had fallen. Nicole was afraid and cried into a tissue. Megan then took down their story in her organized files. Maxwell discovered Ethan's year-long drug use. She produced witness evidence from months before the Bahamas trip showing Ethan using narcotics at parties. She displayed my pharmacy records indicating no early refills or prescription misuse. She presented Angie's examination of the fabricated surveillance tape, showing editing and erasing. And she showed Frank's mechanical inspection report. Megan painstakingly presented her case to the judge. 6 hours later, she explained the corrosion pattern, drive timing, and sabotage-free breakdown. Frank's photos, measurements, expert comments, and testimonies were shown. She said that even if the sleepwalking video showed me saying such things during a sleep issue I couldn't control, the physical evidence indicated I didn't cause the accident that morning. Judge Morrow asked further brake line analysis inquiries, clearly interested in mechanics. Nicole's attorney was asked whether he had expert testimony, contradicting Frank. He didn't. She asked whether they had proof I tampered with the car before the trip. They didn't. She asked why Nicole deleted all security footage save my sleep-talking video. His speech sounded suspicious as he claimed accidentality. Megan described Nicole's reaction. My airport bag had drugs, immediately emptying joint accounts. My $35,000 credit card debt. Call to my employer about drugs. Without warning, divorce papers were filed. She explained she planned this punishment for challenging her dominance over Ethan, not fear. After Megan presented the evidence, the court doubted. Nicole remained in her sights. Back to paperwork. Megan completed. Judge Morrow called a recess to evaluate everything. I stood in the corridor with Megan during break as Nicole and her attorney discussed in a corner. After 20 minutes, Nicole's lawyer changed. He offered settlement instead of prolonging the hearing. After Megan glanced, I nodded. He took us to a little conference room down the hall. Talks for resolution lasted 2 days. Nicole wanted to keep her inherited house. She wanted family assets secure. She wanted minimal spousal support after the divorce due to my volatility. After the judge observed the contradictions, her attorney's horror tale collapsed. I wanted $45,000, half the joint account, and phony credit card charges repaid. I wanted my name cleared in the car accident with a documented mechanical failure declaration. Maintenance of retirement funds was my goal after 18 years of employment. Megan argued all these points using the judge's suspicion. Nicole's attorney negotiated $30,000, then $35,000. Megan maintained $45,000, claiming their case was crumbling and the judge would give me more if we went back to court. Nicole's attorney said the accident statement was unnecessary. Megan stated it was vital to clear my identity and avoid accusations. We settled on mediation day 2. Nicole maintained her fortune and home. She offered $45,000 for half the joint account and credit card fees. She would swear that brake line rust caused the 6-year-old accident, not sabotage. I would keep my retirement account and avoid marital debt, but no spousal support. It wasn't fair given my 18 years of marriage, but it was better than leaving with nothing while she ruled. Nicole divorced 6 weeks after filing. Following the diversion program, I was cleared of drug charges and received formal proof that the accident claims were bogus. I lost my house, career, most of my money, and 18 years of marriage. Despite feeling like starting over at my age, the settlement gave me enough money to rebuild. I got a familiar call 2 days after my divorce. After 5 years, Elias Tran departed my department for a smaller software company across town. He sent me a compassionate email after my termination. We'd had lunch previously. He talked kindly when I replied. Elias's business was hiring for a position I qualified for. It was less corporate and smaller than my previous job, yet solid work with advancement potential. He informed the recruitment manager of my leaving and appreciated my character and talents. The manager would ask whether I wanted to start over. After my request, Elias booked an interview for the following week. The recruiting manager, Sarah Brennan, oversaw engineering for a mid-sized digital healthcare data management company. My one suitable suit, worn to court for 2 months, arrived 15 minutes early. Sarah grabbed my hand and led me to a small conference room with parking lot windows instead of my old office's downtown cityscape. She asked about my experience, technical skills, management style, and other normal questions. She reread her notes. She asked why I quit after 18 years, even though Elias had outlined my situation. Inhaling, I confessed. To revenge a family disagreement, my wife concealed prescription drugs in my airport bags. My arrest. My employer's zero-tolerance policy dismissed me without explanation. I spent 2 months fighting diversion, dropped criminal charges. Listened silently, expressionless. After I completed, she demanded dismissal and case resolution paperwork. I grabbed Megan's folder, court paperwork showing the charges were dismissed, Benjamin's letter explaining the circumstances, and the diversion program's declaration confirming I satisfied all terms. Sarah reviewed each paper and said she'd verify my references and account with former co-workers. She put 3 longtime co-workers on speaker so I could hear. Each stated I was a good worker, a good boss, and that everyone knew my wife set me up during a divorce. Gregory from the infrastructure team said my departure was corporate politics to protect their ass, not my character or abilities. Sarah hung up after thanking them. She looked at me across the table and said she respected my honesty, that most people in my position would have tried to hide or minimize what happened. She said senior engineer, not manager, compensation was $72,000, down from $120,000, and benefits were limited but reasonable. She promised to discuss it with her team and react in 3 days. Sarah called 2 days later to offer me the job. I agreed immediately. Sarah. Relief compelled me to sit. Wage cuts hurt. The decline in responsibility seemed like failure, yet it was work when I thought my career was ended. I started orientation the following Monday and obtained new equipment and system access. While working in a smaller office with outdated equipment and fewer ambitious objectives, everyone treated me normally. No drug or criminal history, just new hire adjustment. Elias followed me to lunch the first Friday to check on me. I thanked him for reaching out and saving me. He refused, arguing everyone deserved second opportunities, especially when someone else's malice stole the first. 3 weeks into my new job, a number I hadn't seen in months called. Ethan. 5 screen time rings later, I responded. His uncertain voice requested a meeting to discuss. I asked why he thought I'd want to see him after everything. He said he was in treatment to fix problems. He understood my rejection but tried. I agreed to meet at a coffee shop near Jason's flat, neutral territory where I could leave, against my better judgment. I told Ethan to come alone but brought Jason as backup. He agreed without argument. A meeting was arranged for Saturday afternoon, 2 days away. Jason insisted on coming that night from my announcement. Was afraid to confront Ethan alone after what he did. On Saturday, Jason and I went to the coffee shop with my stomach tight with unspoken fears. We arrived early and got a rear table with a fantastic view of the entryway. Ethan came 20 minutes later and I barely recognized him. His trendy clothes were baggy on his emaciated body after shedding 30 pounds. His skin was gray. His hands shook and his eyes had thick rings that cosmetics couldn't disguise when ordering coffee. Jason silently supported me across from him. Ethan said before I could answer. He had daily addiction counseling for 5 weeks in outpatient treatment. After he became sick and was taken to the ER 3 weeks after we returned from the Bahamas, Nicole acknowledged he was addicted to drugs. His apology was delayed and cautious for putting the medicines in my suitcase. Nicole claimed it was vengeance since I ruined his property, therefore he should bring me problems. I listened without responding while he fidgeted with his coffee cup to postpone my flight and educate me. Then I asked the question that concerned me for months. Did he assume I sabotaged the car to kill him and Nicole 6 years ago? Ethan sat calmly staring at his hands for minutes. He said he didn't remember much about the accident since he was traumatized at 17. He recalls the car rolling, the glass breaking, and waking up in the hospital with a concussion and broken arm. But Nicole's claim that I messed with the brakes. She told him why I was dangerous, why she had to protect them, why she controlled the money, and why she made all the decisions throughout the years. After hearing it so frequently, he assumed it was his memory, not hers. After weeks of treatment without her, he recognized she dominated us. Ethan realized that Nicole had spent years turning us against each other, encouraging his worst instincts and making me his adversary, so he'd always side with her since she gave him everything he needed. The rehab therapist helped him see how infinite money and no boundaries had hurt him, prevented him from becoming an adult, and made him dependent on her. He wanted neither forgiveness nor reconciliation. Despite Nicole's warning, he wanted to own his involvement in ruining my life and apologize. I saw my small, trembling child and felt something inexplicable. I prayed he received assistance instead of forgiveness or reconciliation, and realized he'd been damaged by the same person who tried to ruin me. We may discuss our family when we're both healed. However, I needed time to rebuild my life and find myself without constant coercion. Ethan nodded assent. He stood up slowly like his legs weren't solid and left the cafe puzzled and little after finishing his coffee. Jason and I sat silently after he went. Finally, Jason asked whether I was okay. Now I knew Nicole controlled Ethan. I lived in a little one-bedroom apartment in a decent neighborhood, 6 months after that awful Bahamas birthday vacation. Nothing spectacular, just clean. I completed the drug diversion program and received formal notice that the charges were withdrawn, erasing my record. Nicole's payout paid first and last month's rent, inexpensive store furniture, and enough for my lower wage. Sarah rated me well in the IT firm, and each job helped me build my professional credibility. My retirement account remained. After paying off my credit cards, I had $3,500 in savings, more than months. I lost my house, career, most of my money, and a marriage centered on power and hostility after 18 years. Some scars never healed. Any idea pained my scars. For the first time in decades, I was making my own decisions and supporting myself. There was substance. I wasn't rich, successful, or living my dream. I was free from those who tried to destroy me and building something new from their rubble. Must matter. My sister laughed when she took my office chair. Minutes later, her voice trembled on voicemail. I said calmly, "Did you enjoy Section 7? My father delivered his verdict, and the conference room became silent. The company's board members sat around the mahogany table. My sister Lauren looked smug next to my father, and I stood at the head of the room, presenting my quarterly report. Suspended, I repeated to ensure I had heard right. "Until you apologize to your sister for undermining her authority," Dad continued, his voice carrying the tone he employed when he thought a decision had been made. 10 days without pay should allow you to ponder on proper working behavior." Lauren adjusted the fancy blazer she purchased with her expense account and attempted to appear wounded. The endeavor could have been successful if I hadn't spent 28 years learning to read her expressions. Triumph shone through the artificial pain in her eyes. The incident that ignited the circus occurred 5 days prior. Lauren, our head of customer relations, had promised a major account that we could provide a customized software solution in 4 weeks. The actual timeline was at least 12 weeks, as she would have known if she had bothered to confer with me or anyone in the development department I had been running for 6 years. I'd emailed the client with the realistic schedule, copying my father as CEO and Lauren as a courtesy. Professional, simple, and required to avoid a lawsuit when we failed to keep her absurd promise. Lauren stormed into my office, calling it sabotage. Now here we were, with Dad taking her side because he always did. "All right," I said. Everyone appeared surprised by how simple my solution was. Dad was clearly prepared for an argument, having spent the morning mentally rehearsing his ideas about family loyalty and line of command. That's it. Lauren could not keep the astonishment out of her voice. You are not going to fight this? You want me suspended? I am suspended. You want an apology? You will get one. I gathered my presentation materials with steady hands. Is there anything else, or can I go clean up my desk for the next 10 days? Dad frowned, clearly perturbed by my cooperation. Well, expect you back on the 18th, ready to move forward professionally. I nodded and went out, ignoring Lauren's happy smile and the board members' uneasy shuffling. After witnessing this family drama develop during what should have been a typical business meeting. For the past 6 years, my office had served as my sanctuary. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking downtown Portland, and the walls displayed my Harvard degrees as well as awards earned by the development department under my direction. One shelf was packed with photos of my staff celebrating new product releases, another had prototypes of every project I had overseen from conception to completion. I had created something here. During my tenure, the development department tripled in size, and revenue for our division surged by 300%. I'd hired great talent, implemented systems that other organizations have since replicated, and fostered a workplace culture in which employees desired to come to work. My father launched Sterling Tech Solutions 35 years ago, growing it from a 2-person operation to a corporation with 250 employees and clients across North America. He'd worked 16-hour days, sacrificed relationships, and thrown everything into making it a success. Then he delegated growing amounts of control to Lauren, who contributed average ideas and exceptional manipulating abilities. Family dynamics have always been difficult. Lauren was the firstborn, 2 years older than me, and she competed for Dad's attention throughout our upbringing. Every accomplishment I earned was disregarded or reduced. The honor roll became expected rather than commended. Lauren's engagement announcement overshadowed my admittance to Harvard the following week. Mom used to attempt to strike a balance and make sure I understood how important my accomplishments were. She died of a sudden stroke 6 years ago, 3 months after I joined the company. Dad's preference for Lauren grew stronger in the absence of her calming presence. I began moving my personal belongings into boxes, working meticulously through drawers and shelves. My degrees came off the wall first, securely wrapped in bubble wrap. The accolades followed, each signifying late nights, problem-solving sessions, and breakthroughs they weren't. Daniel, my second in command in development, sent me a text message. What just happened? Lauren's telling everyone, you're suspended. I replied back, taking some private time. You're in charge. That appeared unattainable until. Trust your intuition. More texts arrived from team members, but I silenced my phone and kept packing. Each item I wrapped felt like I was shedding weight that I hadn't realized was so heavy. The difficulty of continually justifying my decisions. The weariness of showing my expertise to individuals who are determined to question it. The disappointment of seeing my father choose Lauren's ego over the company's welfare. All of this had compounded into a burden that I'd accepted. Emily from my team had sent me 3 messages wondering whether everything was okay. Ryan, one of my greatest developers, was curious if this was truly happening. Even individuals from different departments were contacting out, perplexed by Lauren's happy assertion that I had been dealt with properly. Grapevine had always been efficient, but seeing it operate in real time revealed something I hadn't really appreciated before. Everyone knew. They'd witnessed Lauren's incompetence, her taking credit for tasks she hadn't completed, and her tendency of making promises that my staff had to hustle to keep. They had sensed Dad's preference, even if they had never expressed it clearly. My phone rang with a call from Aunt Carol, Mom's sister. She was the only family member, aside from Mom, who had never observed the dynamics fully. Carol attempted to maintain a relationship with both Lauren and me after Mom's death, but the balance became increasingly difficult. I responded to this one. Hey Aunt Carol, your father just called me and asked if I could talk some sense into you, she continued without explanation. He seems to think you're having some kind of breakdown. I told him that suspending you for doing your job was probably the stupidest decision he's made in 35 years of business. I was still smiling. How did he take that? About as well as you'd expect. He hung up on me. She sighed. Are you okay, sweetheart? Honestly, I think I'm better than I've been in years. Is that weird? Not even a little bit. I watched you try to earn his approval your entire childhood. I watched him dismiss every achievement and excuse every one of Lauren's failures. Your mother and I talked about it constantly. How concerned she was about both of you, You for never being enough, and Lauren for never having to be. The validation hit me more than I had anticipated. Mom never told me anything about it. She didn't want you to feel forced to choose between admitting the problem and maintaining your relationship with your father. She hoped he would figure it out on his own. Carol's voice softened. She'd be proud of you for walking away. She always said you were stronger than you knew. We talked for another 20 minutes, Carol filling in details regarding talks she had with Mom that I had no idea about. My mother had apparently been documenting the favoritism for years, keeping a journal of how Dad treated Lauren and me differently. She meant to confront him about it later, but the stroke came first. Do you still have Mom's journals? I asked you. I do. She asked me to keep them safe. She told me. Someday you might need to know you weren't imagining things. Carol paused. Do you want them? Yeah, I think I do. After we hung up, I sat in my empty office, reflecting on all the years Mom had quietly watched the imbalance, seen my pain, and recognized the harm being done. To compensate by becoming my champion, applauding my she-attempted achievements when Dad refused, and listening to my complaints when I couldn't express them anywhere else. Losing her had removed the only barrier between me and the full extent of Dad's favoritism. The past 6 years without her had been increasingly difficult. Each episode became more distressing as there was no one left to validate my reality. The framed photo of my colleagues from last year's holiday party went into a box. The absurd, "World's Okay Boss" mug I'd received as a prank gift was wrapped in tissue paper. Beneath a stack of technical documents, I discovered a card handed to me by the team 2 years ago, when we met an impossible deadline. Inside, they'd all left personal messages thanking me for protecting them from unreasonable expectations and pushing for the resources they required. You never throw us under the bus, Ryan wrote. Even when it would be easier, Daniel had added. Best boss I've ever had. You actually listen. Reading through those letters now that the office had been stripped and my work here was coming to an end, I realized I'd created something more precious than Dad probably imagined. Loyalty is earned via respect, rather than demanded by hierarchy. A team that trusted me because I continually put their needs before my own. Professional relationships are built on skill and mutual support, rather than favoritism and politics. Lauren had the title, the corner office she'd been hoping for, and Dad's unshakable backing. What she had never been able to establish was credibility with the folks who did the actual work. By late afternoon, my office was barren. 5 years of my work experience fit into 4 cardboard boxes and a rolling cart. I expected to be sad or angry, but instead a weird peace had crept over me. Being undervalued your entire life means you ultimately stop trying to prove your worth to people who refuse to see it. I had waited 28 years for Dad to recognize my efforts, admit that I had inherited his work ethic and business intelligence, and perhaps even express his pride in me. Clearly, none of that was occurring. I took out my laptop and launched a new document. I had been composing versions of the resignation letter in my head for months, but it only took me 20 minutes to write. I kept it professional and brief, thanked the organization for the chance and gave 10 days notice for my contract, which became effective immediately. Then I opened my email and composed a new message. Every board member, all department heads, and a number of major clients were among the recipients. The subject line said, Development Department Documentation and Project Status. I was always cautious about paperwork. Every project included thorough files defining timetables, resource allocations, budget considerations, and technical specs. Every team meeting included notes. Every choice was supported by documentation that explained why it was made. I'd also documented every time Lauren made commitments without consulting development, every ridiculous timeline she requested, and every budget she squandered on frivolous things while insisting my team accomplish more with less. Professional paperwork, no personal information, just facts, dates, and email chains. The email took 2 hours to compile. I've attached spreadsheets comparing the revenue generated by development to other departments. Project timelines, comparing the predicted completion dates I supplied to the dates Lauren promised clients. Budget analysis show how resources were distributed among divisions. And I supplied the email chain from the incident that precipitated my suspension, as well as 5 additional similar situations from the previous year in which Lauren made commitments without contacting the teams responsible for carrying them out. One particularly damaging file depicted a project from 8 months ago in which Lauren promised a client a deliverable in 6 weeks. The development team had predicted 16 weeks. Dad had sided with Lauren, saying that we could make her deadline. We completed in 14 weeks, but only because my team worked 60-hour weeks and I personally funded the overtime expenditures that over budget, taking a salary cut to make the numbers work. The client had been satisfied. Lauren had taken credit for the successful delivery, but no one except my staff realized how much it had cost to make it happen. My finger was hovering above the send button. This would burn bridges, sever my connection with my father, and rule out any hope of reconciliation with Lauren. Everything I established here would be reduced to a cautionary story about family enterprises and ineffective management. I pressed send. The second email was sent to a recruitment business with whom I had previously communicated 3 months earlier, when I first considered quitting. They'd approached me about a post directing the technology division at a competitor, but I gently declined due to family loyalty. It's funny how quickly loyalty disappears when it just goes in one direction. Hello, Rachel. I am ready to talk about the potential we discussed in August. If the post is still open, I may begin immediately. The third email was addressed to a lawyer I spoke with last year about contract specifics. Paul, I need to go over the non-compete clause in my job agreement. Can we meet tomorrow morning? I knew what the clause said because I wrote it myself during the company's legal restructuring 4 years ago. It banned me from working for direct competitors for 16 months, but the definition of a direct competitor was limited enough to leave me with many possibilities. The contract also featured elements I insisted on that other employees lacked, such as complete vesting of my stock options regardless of job tenure and a severance payment that kicked in under certain conditions. Being suspended without cause qualifies. By 6 o'clock, my office was empty and my car was full. I took one final look at the space that had been mine. Then I went away without looking back. The house I bought 3 years ago was in a peaceful community about 20 minutes from the office. Small by executive standards, but mine, paid for with money I earned rather than inherited. The payment was affordable, the garden was tranquil, and the neighbors were pleasant without being bothersome. I carried the boxes inside, drank a large glass of wine, and sat on the couch with my laptop. The responses to my documentation email have begun to arrive. The first came from Michael Brooks, the company's lead attorney. Call me immediately, said board member Thomas Reed. We need to discuss this information. Can you come in tomorrow? 3 clients copied my email to their account managers, asking about project timelines. 2 of them expressly expressed worries about commitments Lauren had made. Daniel from development. Holy, is this real? Everyone's freaking out. I didn't answer to any of them. Instead, I opened a bottle of better wine and ordered some Thai food, feeling lighter than I have in years. The phone rang 47 times that evening. Dad called 12 times. Lauren dialed number 8. Michael Brooks called every 30 minutes, like clockwork. I let them all go to voicemail. The texts became increasingly frenzied. Dad's first voicemail was irate, asking that I call him back soon and accusing me of being unprofessional. His second question was perplexing, asking what I felt I was accomplishing. The third was almost imploring, stating that we needed to discuss this sensibly. Lauren's messages resulted in threats. She accused me of attempting to damage the company, being envious, and betraying the family. Her final voicemail was filled with sobs, stating that I was ruining all Dad had created. The irony was almost humorous. I'd spent 6 years helping Dad build something, but Lauren had spent the same time relying on his reputation and making mistakes for others to clean up. Michael Brooks' words were more measured but more urgent. The legal consequences of the documents I'd supplied appeared to have become clear, and he wanted to talk about my objectives. That night, I got the best sleep I'd had in months. The morning came with prolonged silence from me and continued chaos from everyone else. The calls had expanded into text messages, emails, and even a visit from my father's secretary, who asked me to contact the office. I replied with one group text to Dad, Lauren, and Michael. Rachel from the recruitment business called at 7:30. I'll be in at 9 to collect my final belongings and submit formal paperwork. No discussion is required. The position is still open, and after seeing your portfolio, they want to fast-track the interview process. Can you meet with the CEO this afternoon? Absolutely. Paul, my lawyer, made the second call. Your non-compete is narrower than I remembered. You have options. Come by at 11 and we'll discuss strategy. No problem. I dressed carefully for the office, wearing a navy suit that exuded confidence without violence. Professional, composed, and eager to close this chapter neatly. The parking lot was fuller than normal at 8:30 a.m. Apparently, word had spread, and people wanted to see what happened next. I strolled through the foyer, head held high, carrying a leather portfolio with my resignation letter and numerous other documents Paul had produced after I texted him about the situation last night. The executive floor was chaotic, assistants crowded in corners, murmuring. Department heads stood at doorways, appearing anxious. Everyone seemed to be expecting an explosion. My former office. Door was open, and I could see Lauren seated at my desk, going through the drawers I'd already emptied. When I approached, she looked up, her expression changing from frustration to rage. "You had no right to send that email," she added, getting up so rapidly that my former chair tumbled backward. "You've made me look incompetent in front of everyone." "The documentation speaks for itself," I said quietly, without entering the office. "I merely gave information on project schedules and resource allocation. If that makes you appear incompetent, maybe the problem isn't with my email." Her face flushed scarlet. "Dad's going to fire you for this. You've destroyed any chance of coming back." "I'm not coming back," I said, holding up my portfolio. "I'm here to make it official." Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Dad appeared, with Michael Brooks close behind him. My father appeared to have aged 5 years overnight, with his face drawn and his suit rumpled in ways I had never seen before. "My office now," he said. He turned without waiting for a reply. "Actually, the conference room would be more appropriate," Michael Brooks explained gently. "This has moved beyond family matters." The identical conference room where I was suspended yesterday suddenly had a completely different vibe. The board members were not present, but Michael had brought along a paralegal who set up a laptop to record the events. "Before we begin," Michael cautiously stated, "I need to clarify that this meeting is being documented for company policy regarding employment matters." Dad appeared to want to fight, but Michael's gaze stopped him. "My father might run the company, but smart executives listen to their lawyers during potential legal situations," I replied, sliding the letter across the table to my father. "I'm resigning effective immediately. Per Section 7 of my employment contract, suspension without documented cause triggers the severance provision. I'm also exercising my stock options per Section 12, which allows immediate vesting upon voluntary departure following disciplinary action deemed inappropriate by outside counsel." He had clearly read my contract and was aware of the specific sections I was addressing. "You wrote those provisions yourself during the restructuring," Dad explained slowly, a realization dawning on his face. "I did. At the time you called me paranoid for including them. Turns out I was just prepared." Lauren had followed us to the conference room and is now standing in the doorway. "This is blackmail. You're trying to extort the company." "Exercising contractual rights is extortion?" Michael inquired gently. "These are provisions she negotiated in good faith 4 years ago, and the company agreed to them." "How much?" Dad's voice had become flat, the tone he used to calculate company losses. "The severance package is 5 months' salary. The stock options are currently valued at approximately $400,000 based on yesterday's evaluation." I kept my voice level and professional. "I'll also need my complete personnel file, documentation of all projects I led, and references from the 3 board members who served on the development of her site committee. And if we refuse..." Lauren's fists were tightly clasped. "Then I refer you to Section 19, which outlines the dispute resolution process. It involves arbitration, which would be expensive, time-consuming, and public." I saw my dad's gaze. "I'd prefer to handle this cleanly. I've already secured another position. I'm not interested in dragging this out or causing additional damage to the company." "Additional damage?" Dad asked, his voice rising. "You sent confidential information to clients and board members. You've undermined your sister's credibility. You violated about a dozen policies regarding information disclosure." "Actually," Michael abruptly responded, "the information she shared was project internal communications. Nothing confidential, nothing documentation and proprietary, nothing that violates her contract or company policy. I've reviewed everything she sent. It's all factual reporting of project statuses and business decisions." The paralegal was silently typing, recording every word of the talk. "Why?" Dad eventually asked, and for the first time, his tone was fatigued rather than furious. "Why would you blow up everything like this? You suspended me for doing my job. You sided with Lauren when she made promises she couldn't keep, and you blamed me for being honest about realistic timelines." I kept my voice calm, refusing to allow emotion enter. "Yesterday wasn't the first time, Dad. It was just the final time." "So you sabotaged the company?" "I documented reality, If reality is damaging, maybe the problem isn't with my documentation. Lauren sounded disgusted. You're just mad because Dad gave me a leadership position. You've always been jealous that I'm older, that I got to work with him first, that he trusts me more. I couldn't hold back my laughter. Trust. He trusts you to make promises you can't keep. He trusts you to take credit for other people's work. He trusts you to prioritize your ego over the company's success. That's enough, Dad exclaimed forcefully. You're right, it's enough. I stood, gathered my portfolio. Michael, I'll expect the paperwork for the severance and stock options by the end of business today. You have my lawyer's contact information. Wait. Dad's hand rose, a gesture that had always indicated stop. Listen, obey. We can work this out. Take a few weeks to cool down and we'll discuss how to move forward. There is no moving forward, not here. I approached the entrance and hesitated. You built something incredible, Dad. Sterling Tech was everything you dreamed it could be. You should probably figure out how to keep it that way instead of letting it crumble because you can't admit your favorite child isn't qualified for the role you gave her. Lauren's cheeks turned pale. How dare you? The Hamilton project launches in 5 weeks, I remarked, turning back to face them. It's the biggest contract the company's ever landed. Development has been working on it for 8 months. Daniel Kim is leading the team, and he's brilliant, but he needs support from management who understands technical realities. I glanced straight at my father. Lauren told the client that they may have additional features beyond the scope of the initial project. These enhancements would necessitate another 5 months of development and double the present budget. The client believes they would receive them in 6 weeks because that is what she told them. Michael Brooks' face became much pallid than Lauren's. The data is all on the shared drive, including Hamilton project scope specifications, timeline analyses, resource requirements, and an email exchange in which Lauren made promises without consulting development. I altered my portfolio. You can fire Daniel for telling you the same truth I did, or you can fix the situation before it turns into a lawsuit. It's your choice. I walked out while they were still processing that. The elevator journey down seemed strange. I'd been working in this building for 6 years, traversed these hallways hundreds of times, created relationships and projects, and had a career I was proud of. Everything ended because I revealed the truth and refused to apologize. My desk had already been emptied, but I paused at development on my way out. The team was gathered around Daniel's office, evidently having witnessed enough drama to put together what was going on. You're really leaving? Emily, one of my senior developers, seemed stunned. I am, but you're in very good hands. I caught Daniel's glance. Trust yourself. You know what you're doing. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. The Hamilton project, he began, is thoroughly documented. Stand firm on the timeline, and don't let them push you into making promises you can't keep. I addressed the entire crew. You're the best developers I've ever worked with. You built something incredible here. Don't let anyone diminish or take credit for your efforts. There were tears, hugs, and promises to remain in touch. I meant every assurance I gave them, but I also realized that going out that door meant cutting most of these ties. People would feel torn between allegiance to me and loyalty to the organization. Most people would prefer the firm because that's where their paychecks came from. The lobby seemed like a challenge. Employees I'd worked with for years watched me go, some with sorrow, others with curiosity, and a few with hardly veiled pleasure at witnessing executive drama. I got to my car before the shaking began. Adrenaline had gotten me through the confrontation, but now the reality of what I had done hit me. I resigned my work, severed ties with my family, ruined my connection with my father, and promised never to talk to my sister again. Rachel from the recruitment business texted me, and my smartphone chimed. The CEO wants to meet with you at 2. Send me your portfolio. I sent her the paperwork file I supplied yesterday, sans the internal email chains, project summaries, development achievements, revenue growth, and team leadership examples. My career was reduced to a PDF that strangers could analyze to determine whether I was worth their time. Paul, the lawyer, called as I was driving out of the parking lot. Michael Brooks just contacted me. They want to negotiate. Nothing to negotiate. The contract is clear. They're worried about the Hamilton project. Apparently your assessment about the scope creep was accurate, and they're facing a potential lawsuit if they can't deliver what was promised. Not my problem anymore. They want you to consult through the project completion. Premium rate, flexible schedule, no direct reporting to family members. I was about to giggle. So they want me to fix Lauren's mess while she takes credit for it. They want you to prevent a 7-figure lawsuit. The offer is compelling. The answer is no. Paul was silent for a moment. You're sure? This could be a bridge back if you change your mind later. I don't want a bridge back, I want out. Then I'll handle the severance negotiation. They'll probably try to reduce the stock option valuation, but we have documentation showing the accurate assessment. The day went by quickly. Meet with Rachel and her customer. Discussing the new role. Negotiating a salary and benefits package that exceeded my previous earnings at Sterling Tech. Tour their facilities. Introduction to the team that I would be directing. Conversation about the vision and growth strategy. By 5 o'clock, I had received an official offer letter with a 2-week start date. The severance paperwork had arrived at Paul's office by 6 o'clock. Michael had added a confidentiality agreement that prohibited me from mentioning the reasons for my leaving. Paul returned a new version that would prevent the company from denigrating me to potential employers or clients. They reached an agreement by 8 o'clock. The stock options were transferred before the end of business the next day. $400,000 was placed into my account. 6 years of accumulating equity was suddenly liquidated. With the severance package, I had enough financial buffer to take my time adjusting to the new role without stress. Dad called once more that week. I let it go to voicemail. His message was brief. I don't understand why you're throwing everything away. Call me when you're ready to be reasonable. I removed it without replying. The Hamilton project collapsed just as I predicted. 3 weeks after I left, the client learned that the things Lauren had promised were not attainable within the initial timetable. They threatened legal action. Sterling Tech had to negotiate a settlement that included a partial refund and a 6-month extension of the deadline. Daniel called me amid the crisis and asked for advice. I talked him through the technical solutions, assisted him in preparing a presentation for the client, and guided him through unpleasant meetings with management. He handled it well, but the harm to Sterling Tech's reputation had already occurred. 2 board members have resigned. 3 clients transferred their business to competitors. The company's valuation decreased by 18%. Lauren was relegated from customer relations to special projects, a meaningless term that kept her on the payroll without granting her ability to make promises. Dad engaged an outside consultant to help revamp the management team. The consultant's report appears to include critical appraisals of nepotistic hiring practices and insufficient accountability mechanisms. I learned about this through professional networks and former colleagues who reached out despite the obvious awkwardness. The shot and Freya should have been rewarding, but instead I felt sad. Sterling Tech had been something exceptional, and seeing it falter felt like losing a love that should have succeeded, but never did. My new position exceeded my expectations. The team was talented. The corporate leadership really listened to technical assessments, and nobody expected me to clean up the damage left by incompetent family members. 6 months in, we had launched 2 key products and signed contracts with 4 Fortune 500 businesses. I purchased a larger home, adopted a puppy, and began dating someone who worked in a completely different profession and had no link to technology or family turmoil. Life progressed in ways that seemed healthy and sustainable. Dad paid an unexpected visit to my house a year after I graduated from Sterling Tech. He seemed older, smaller, and degraded in ways unrelated to physical size. "Can I come in?" he inquired. When I opened the door, I contemplated saying no, but curiosity won. "Sure." We sat in my living room, awkward stillness between us. My dog, Cooper, a rescue mongrel, looked at Dad suspiciously before lying at my feet. "The company's struggling," Dad finally remarked. "We lost 2 more major clients last month. Revenue is down 30% from when you left." "I'm sorry to hear that." "Are you?" He stared squarely at me for the first time. "You destroyed everything I built." "No, Dad. I documented what was already happening. You destroyed it by refusing to see reality." "Lauren made mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. She made mistakes repeatedly, and you enabled her every time. You chose protecting her ego over protecting your company." He was silent for a long time. "She's my daughter. So am I." The words hung in the air between us, conveying weight that neither of us had recognized previously. "I know." His voice cracked slightly. "Your mother used to tell me I was too hard on you, too easy on Lauren. I thought she was imagining things, seeing favoritism that wasn't there. It was there. I know that now." He wiped his face tiredly. The consultant's report was illuminating. Apparently I've been displaying systematic bias favoring the elder daughter while holding the younger to unrealistic standards. Her exact words sound accurate. I came here to ask if you'd consider coming back, not to your old position. As COO, full authority over operations, seat on the board, equity stake that would make you a major shareholder. The offer hovered between us, intriguing in ways I hadn't anticipated. My father's company, the legacy he left behind, the chance to right the wrongs. No. Dad's face fell. Just like that. You won't even consider it. I don't need to consider it. I have a position I love. Working with people who respect my expertise, building something new. Why would I go back to constantly proving my worth to people who've already decided I don't have any? Because it's family. Family should be the place where you don't have to prove anything, Dad. Family should be the people who see your value even when you mess up. You gave that unconditional acceptance to Lauren, but you never gave it to me. He remained quiet, staring at his hands. I failed you. Yes, you did. Is there any way to fix that? I gave it some serious thought, hoping to find a genuine solution. I don't know, maybe eventually, but not by offering me a job to save your company. If you want a relationship with me, it can't be transactional. What would it look like if it wasn't transactional? It would look like you acknowledging what happened without trying to justify it. It would look like you respecting my decisions even when they disappoint you. It would look like building something new instead of trying to resurrect something that's already dead. Dad nodded slowly. That sounds hard. Most worthwhile things are. He stood to leave, stopping at the door. For what it's worth, I'm proud of what you've accomplished in your new position. I've heard good things about the work you're doing. Thank you. The words felt insufficient yet real. Can I call you sometime? Not about business. Just to talk. Maybe, we'll see. He walked away and I closed the door behind him, leaning against it while Cooper leaned into my knees for silent comfort. The conversation should have ended, but it felt more like a beginning. Not necessarily reconciliation, but the prospect of something new based on honesty rather than obligation. Lauren never reached out. I learned through various routes that she had left Sterling Tech and went to California. Supposedly she worked in real estate, where her capacity to make optimistic promises could be beneficial. Sterling Tech continued to struggle, but eventually stabilized as a smaller, more focused corporation. Dad hired expert management and delegated responsibility for day-to-day operations. The corporation would never achieve the heights it once did, but it would survive. My career grew in ways I had never believed possible. 3 years after leaving Sterling Tech, I was hired to oversee innovation strategy for a major technology company with a global presence. 5 years later, I started my own consulting firm, focusing on assisting family businesses with succession planning and management changes. The irony was not lost on me that I became an expert in the very factors that had wrecked my connection with my own family business. Dad and I communicated periodically, painstakingly constructing something resembling a connection. We had dinner every few months, and our chats were safe from work, focusing on books, current affairs, and his reluctant attempts at retirement pastimes. He never apologized verbally, but his actions demonstrated progress. He came to my wedding 3 years after our living room talk, escorting me down the aisle and giving a toast that acknowledged his mistakes as a father without making the day about him. He sent birthday cards with handwritten comments rather than generic signatures. He inquired about my life with real curiosity, rather than seeking opportunities to provide counsel. It wasn't the relationship I desired as a youngster, but it was genuine and based on acceptance, rather than expectations. Looking back, my suspension was the finest thing that could have happened to me. It prompted a confrontation that I had been dreading for years. It pushed me out of a devalued situation and onto prospects for growth. The expense was substantial. Family relationships have shattered. A job that I had invested in but had abandoned was undoubtedly sacrificed for risk. But on the other side of that upheaval was independence, achievement, and the tremendous satisfaction that comes from not having to apologize for taking up space. Sometimes the most spectacular retaliation is just refusing to play the game anymore. Walking away does not mean giving up. It's acknowledging that your involvement in someone else's tale isn't necessary for you to have your own captivating story. My father wanted me to apologize in order to maintain peace and appearances. Instead, I chose honesty and accountability, even if it meant losing everything I had achieved with his company. The vacant desk and resignation letter symbolized more than just quitting a job. They symbolized choosing myself, respecting my expertise, and demanding respect rather than begging for scraps of praise. The lawyer's pallid expression and Dad's dying smile were not about company drama or familial treachery. They were about people finally seeing reality after years of denying to do so. I did not ruin Sterling Tech. I just ceased shielding it from the effects of its own malfunction. The company's difficulties after my departure were neither my obligation to avert nor my failure to accept. They were the natural result of poor management, cronyism, and a failure to put expertise over comfort. My sister smirked that morning because she believed she had won. She'd suspended me, showed her power over Dad, and put me in my place despite years of competence and accomplishments she couldn't equal. Victory, however, is not determined by who is suspended or favored. It's about who lives a life they're proud of, who surrounds themselves with others who recognize their worth, and who achieves success without undermining others. I got it now. A career I enjoy. Relationships built on mutual respect. A life in which my accomplishments speak for themselves rather than being continually compared to someone else's comfort. That is the real conclusion to this narrative. Not the dramatic departure, the company's troubles, or even the shaky reconciliation with my father. The ending shows me 5 years later, sitting in my own office with my own team, doing something significant without continually looking over my shoulder for approval that would never come. Sometimes you do not receive the apologies you deserve. People who should appreciate your worth may never do so. Sometimes family represents sorrow rather than support. But you always get to decide what happens next. You can continue to struggle for recognition from people who refuse to give it to you, or you can channel that energy into creating something new with people who already see your potential. I selected the latter and have never regretted it. My sister mocked my kids, calling them mediocre. I smiled, said, "You never see us again," and left. Then I cut off her kids' college fund. The champagne tasted like acid in my throat, but I continued smiling as my sister Charlotte's comments resonated around our parents' living room. My children, Olivia, 14, and Ethan, 10, were motionless alongside me, their expressions disintegrating in real time. These are my sister's children. No awards, no skill, exactly like their mother. Charlotte's manicured finger glided toward her own daughter, 18-year-old Madeline, who stood there with a smile that precisely matched her mother's. This is what success looks like. The room exploded with laughter. My parents, aunts, uncles and family friends who had seen me grow up. Every single person thought this was funny. Olivia's hand slid into mine, shaking. Ethan snuggled into my side, attempting to vanish. My heart broke for them. But something else took hold at that moment. Something cold and calculating that I had never experienced before. I raised my glass higher, my grin unwavering. Cheers. This is the final time you'll see us. The laugh ceased immediately. My mother's face wrinkled with uncertainty. Charlotte's sneer wavered. My father dismissed Rebecca, saying, "Don't be so dramatic. It's only a joke, is it?" I laid my glass down with meticulous care. "Olivia, Ethan, get your jackets." They dashed toward the hallway. Charlotte rolled her eyes and returned her gaze to her audience, knowing that I would crawl back in the same way I had before. I would not. We drove home silently. Olivia glanced out the window, tears running down her face. Ethan curled his arms over himself, making himself as tiny as possible. My hands clenched the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles became white. "Mom." Olivia's voice crackled. "Are we truly not going back?" "Never," I promised her. My phone buzzed about an hour after we arrived home. Charlotte's name illuminated the screen. "You're still funding my daughter's college expenses, correct?" I gazed at the message for a long time. 3 years ago, when Charlotte's marriage fell apart and she found herself unexpectedly unmarried with a teenage daughter, I promised her something I would pay for Madeline's whole 4-year college education. It felt like the appropriate decision at the moment. I had money. Charlotte did not. My fingers lingered over the keyboard. Then I opened my laptop instead. I'd been working in estate planning and financial advising for 15 years, developing a quiet, prosperous career that no one in my family appeared to notice or care about. They saw a divorced mother with ordinary children, not the person in charge of multiple large trusts and financial portfolios, one of which supported Madeline's college savings. Account. The account had been manually created and funded with more than $250,000. I placed 3 phone calls. The first was addressed to Michael Grant, my attorney. The second was to Sarah Lee, my financial advisor. The final stop was the admissions office at Harvard University, where Madeline had recently been admitted. Early decision. I eventually texted Charlotte back. No. My phone burst. Calls, messages, and voicemails. Charlotte, my mother, and father, as well as relatives, were people I rarely communicated with. I blocked each one of them. The next morning, I took Olivia and Ethan out to breakfast at their favorite diner. We got chocolate chip pancakes and discussed everything except the night before. Can I tell you something, guys? I remarked this while watching them drizzle syrup over their plates. They gazed up at me with caution. I am proud of both of you every day. Olivia's lip wobbled. But we have no medals. Olivia plays the piano brilliantly, I remarked firmly. She taught herself how to write music. Ethan made a robot out of old electronics he bought at garage sales that moves and lights up. You're both compassionate, imaginative, and bright children. That is not nothing. That is everything. Ethan wipes his eyes with his sleeve. Charlotte was quite cruel. She was. And we don't have to associate with mean people, even if they're relatives. Olivia nodded slowly. I didn't enjoy visiting there anyhow. Grandma often compares me to Madeline. My chest clenched. I've been blind to so much normalizing their casual brutality since it had always been present, like background noise, throughout my existence. Over the next few days, I worked with my financial advisor and solicitor to reorganize Madeline's college savings. I opened a custodial investment account for Madeline's college 4 years ago, putting money on a daily basis until it grew to more than $250,000. Because I controlled the account, I had the legal authority to amend its terms. I could reconfigure it under new conditions. The redesigned account would only distribute payments for educational purposes at an estate public university. There are no private or Ivy League schools. The money was still large, enough for 4 years at a good state school with careful planning, but it wasn't the blank check Charlotte had hoped for. Harvard's tuition alone cost almost $65,000 per year. Madeline's admittance was subject on providing confirmation of financial capabilities by late February. It was January 2nd. The reorganization process required meticulous preparation. I spent hours with my financial consultant, Sarah, going over every detail. She'd known me for 14 years and had seen my family dynamics firsthand over a few disastrous dinner encounters. Are you sure about this? Sarah inquired, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. Completely certain. I want everything documented, every interaction, recorded, and every decision based on legal precedent. Charlotte is about to lose her sanity. Charlotte will realize that her deeds have repercussions. I signed another form steadily and deliberately. Sarah sat back in her chair and looked at me with something like, to adoration. I have never seen you like this. You're generally quite accommodating with them. I was a doormat. I made a correction. Being accommodating is not the same as being a doormat. I let them walk all over me because I hoped they would finally notice me. Really see me. And now I know they never will. They do not want to see me. They want a supporting character in Charlotte's tale. Someone who makes her appear superior in contrast. The reorganization paperwork were completed on January 5th. Charlotte got an official notification on January 8th. My phone rang 19 times that day. I responded to none of them. By January 9th, Charlotte had arrived at my office. Melissa contacted me in a panicked voice. She's causing a scene in the lobby. Should I contact security? I stepped out to see Charlotte yelling at Melissa, her face blotchy and angry. Other guests in the waiting room were uneasy, with some shooting on their phones. You cannot do this. Charlotte screamed when she saw me. That money is Madeline's, you promised. Lower your voice, I replied softly. You are bothering my clients. I don't care about your customers. You are wrecking my daughter's life. I am not destroying anything. There is still money available for her education, just not at Harvard. Harvard is her ideal school. Then she should have sought for scholarships, just like everyone else. Perhaps you should have saved for her school instead of expecting me to cover the full cost. Charlotte's jaw dropped open. You are my sister. Family helps family. Families do not ridicule each other's children. When children are humiliated, their families do not laugh at them. I kept my voice professional. You had the opportunity to be family. You chose cruelty instead. You can now live with your decision. Mom and Dad are upset with you. I'm certain they are. They can share your disappointment. Madeline works really hard for that acceptance. And she can work hard in a public university. Charlotte, public schools have produced a large number of successful graduates. Isn't that prestigious enough for you? Her eyes narrowed with hate. You're jealous, You've always been envious that Madeline is better than your substandard children. Something chilly sank into my chest. Get out of my office. If you come back, I will arrest you for trespassing. You can't? Yes, I can. Melissa, please contact security. 2 security guards came within minutes. Charlotte screamed threats over her shoulder, warning that I would regret it, that she would sue me for all I owned, and that I would die alone and lonely. I returned to my office, locked the door, and sat at my desk for a long time. My hands shook, but not for terror. From relief, from the profound joy of finally standing up for myself and my children. Michael called that afternoon. I heard about the incident at your office. There is security footage. Good. Keep it. Charlotte's attorney called me. They've threatened to sue for violation of oral contract. Allow them to try. I have 3 years of emails and text messages from Charlotte calling my children dumb, lazy, and useless. I have proof for every unpleasant statement, comparison, every time she used Madeline to disparage Olivia and Ethan. I also saved an Instagram video from New Year's Eve before my cousin erased it. If they want to go to court, I'm prepared. Michael chuckled grimly. I had hoped you'd say that. I will prepare our answer. Olivia caught me in the kitchen that night, gazing at my laptop. Mom, are you okay? I closed the computer and hugged her. I'm doing better than okay. I'm done with people mistreating us. Aunt Charlotte came into your office. Word spread quickly. Ethan must have heard me on the phone. She did. She was angry about Madeline's college fund. You modified it. I glanced at my 14-year-old daughter, a smart and clever girl who had spent far too much of her life feeling inferior. Yes, I modified it because I am not going to reward those who have mistreated you. One time, Grandma called me mediocre. Olivia spoke quietly. Last year after my piano performance, she told me I was mediocre and should stop playing since I'd never be as talented as the other kids. My heart broke open. You've never told me that. I did not want to make you sad. You usually appeared anxious when we visited them. I was stressed since being with them was taxing. Always walking on eggshells, always trying to keep them from saying anything hurtful. I held her face in my hands. You are not mediocre, Olivia. You are extraordinary. Your granny is incorrect on every important point. She gripped me tightly, and I could feel her shoulders shudder with muffled sobbing. How much anguish had my children been enduring while protecting me from the truth about my own family? Ethan arrived at the doorway, with his robot tucked under his arm. Are we truly not going back? Never, I pledged again. We are done with folks who make us feel tiny. My phone continued ringing with unfamiliar numbers. I disregarded them all. Instead, I concentrated on my kids. We spent the week between Christmas and New Year's doing anything kids wanted. Ethan had begged to go to museums, movies, and the trampoline park. Olivia and I spent the entire afternoon in a music store, where she tried out several keyboards until she discovered one that made her face light up. I purchased it without hesitation, along with the composition software she had been seeking for months. Really? She took a breath and stared at the boxes. Really? I'd want to hear what you've created. On January 6th, my mother arrived at my office. Melissa, my receptionist, buzzed me with hardly hidden concern in her voice. There's a woman here who claims to be your mother. Tell her I am not available. She says she will wait. Then she will have to wait a long time. Through my office window, I saw my mother pace the lobby for 20 minutes before ultimately leaving, her face flushed with rage. The next morning, she returned. This time, I'm accompanied by my Aunt Barbara and cousin Lily. They formed a small group in my lobby and spoke loudly about ungrateful daughters and family duties. I phoned building security. 3 ladies are harassing my workers and upsetting the other tenants. Please delete them. My mother's face turned scarlet when the security guard approached. I heard her voice raise in outrage. I am her mother. She cannot have me thrown away. Ma'am, you should leave. The guard said sternly. This is absurd, Rebecca. Come out here and confront me like an adult. I remained in my office. Eventually they departed. Melissa came at my door, looking agitated. I am sorry you had to deal with this. Do not apologize. You handled it perfectly. I paused and then made a choice. If any of them come up again, you have my permission to contact the police. I am going to submit an official no trespass order against all 3 of them. Her eyebrows raised. Wow. Are you serious about this? Deadly serious. They've showed up twice, disturbing my company. I will not tolerate it. That evening, a certified letter came at my home. I opened it to discover a demand letter from Charlotte's attorney, saying that I had verbally agreed to pay for Madeline's schooling and was now in breach of that agreement. The letter was packed with legal jargon, evidently intended to scare someone without legal assistance. It sought that Harvard's full financing be restored immediately, as well as compensation for mental pain and lost future earning potential. I genuinely laughed out loud when reading that. I sent it to Michael with a short letter. "Handle it." He responded with joy within an hour. What followed was 2 weeks of legal maneuvering, which I saw from a safe distance. Michael was a former prosecutor with a keen mind and no tolerance for bogus litigation. He'd been looking for a case like this. He wrote Charlotte's attorney a letter that he described as professionally devastating. It detailed every documented case of Charlotte's cruelty and neglect of Olivia and Ethan. Every hurtful comment stored in text messages, every comparison caught in emails, and every family event where Charlotte used her kid as a weapon to bring me down. He also shared an Instagram video from New Year's Eve that my cousin had publicly uploaded. I saved the copy within hours of the celebration, knowing it may disappear. My cousin removed it the next day, but the proof was still saved. The video displayed everything. Charlotte stood up, waving at my children with theatrical scorn, her voice tripping with disgust, everyone laughing, Olivia's face collapsing and Ethan attempting to withdraw into my side, then my quiet statement and our stately leave, with Charlotte smirking behind us. Michael appended a counterclaim for intentional infliction of mental distress against minors, naming Olivia and Ethan as plaintiffs and me as their representative. He sought damages, a public apology, and a restraining order. Charlotte's attorney withdrew the complaint 4 days later. My mother took a different approach. She began showing up to Olivia's school, waiting in the pickup line. Olivia contacted me the first time from the school office in tears. "Grandma is here. She claims she only wants to speak but the principal refuses to allow her take me without your consent." "Good. Tell the principal that I'll be there in 12 minutes. I arrived to find my mother in the main office, fighting with the principal and the school security officer. Her expression brightened up when she spotted me, as if we were ready to share an emotional reunion. "Rebecca, finally tell them it's acceptable for me to speak with Olivia. She's my grandchild." "No," I said plainly. My mother blinked. "What?" I responded. "No. You're not allowed to contact my children. Not at school, not anywhere." I turned to face the principal. "I need to provide legal documentation stating that my mother is not authorized to pick up or interact with any of my children. If she appears again, contact the police. You cannot do this." My mother's voice swelled to a screech. "They are my grandchildren." You giggled as Charlotte tore them apart. You sat there sipping champagne as your grandkids tried not to weep. My voice remained flat and chilly. "You've made your choice. Live with it." I did not laugh. "Yes, you did. It is on video. Do you want me to show you?" Her mouth opened and closed. The principal seems genuinely uncomfortable. The security officer adjusted his weight, preparing to act if needed. "Olivia and Ethan are my babies." My mother attempted, switching tactics to the injured grandma. "I adore them. Love does not degrade. Love does not stand by as someone separates children for amusement. Whatever you believe you're feeling is not love, but rather possession." I signed out the paperwork right there, prohibiting my mother, Charlotte, and numerous other family members from contacting my children. The principal told me that the school would rigorously follow it. My mother departed weeping, but all I felt was a bitter pleasure that I had saved my children from another attack. Late February has come. Harvard's financial paperwork deadline has passed. According to my sources, Melissa's daughter attended Harvard and knew Madeline since high school. Madeline's admittance was revoked when the requisite financial proof failed to materialize. Charlotte wrote a lengthy, nasty diatribe on Facebook about ungrateful sisters and unfulfilled promises. I didn't see it personally, but 3 former pals emailed me images, evidently expecting me to feel bad. I felt nothing but relief when I finally disconnected the cord. Olivia returned home after her piano lesson sparkling. Mrs. Rodriguez adds, "I'm ready to perform in the spring recital. She wants me to play one of my original compositions." I hugged her tightly. "That's incredible, sweetheart." She added, "I have real talent." Olivia's voice was questioning, as if she'd never considered that option before. "I know you do," Ethan said, bursting into the kitchen with his robot in hand. "Mom, take a look." I adjusted the arm mechanism. It can now pick up items. I saw his face light up with pride and enthusiasm. This boy, who had been told he lacked talent, taught himself fundamental engineering using YouTube tutorials and sheer drive. I told him, "You're amazing. I want to join the robotics club at school," he stated sheepishly. "Is this okay?" "More than satisfactory. Let us sign you up tomorrow." In February, I received another letter from Charlotte's attorney. This time, they're threatening to sue for mental pain and alienation. Michael's answer was quick and violent. A stop and desist letter describing every recorded incidence of emotional abuse Charlotte had perpetrated over the years, including the New Year's Eve assault caught on tape. The threat vanished, but the pestering continued. It just changed forms. Michael termed them flying monkeys. My family dispatched somebody to perform the dirty labor. Distant relatives I scarcely knew suddenly contacted me with concerns about family reconciliation and forgiveness. Old family friends contacted to tell me I was being very harsh. Charlotte's statements had not meant anything, and I was ripping the family apart. "You are ruining your parents." Aunt Barbara informed me that during one especially nasty phone call, I had accidentally answered "Your mother tears every day. Your father's blood pressure is quite high. All because you cannot take a joke." I repeated the joke bluntly. "Charlotte has a strong sense of humor, she always has. You are just overly sensitive." In front of a large group of people, she referred to my children as talentless. She compared them negatively to her daughter and pushed everyone to mock them. "That is not funny, Barbara. That's harsh. Oh, for goodness sakes. Kids require thicker skin. The world is hard. The world is hard enough. Home should be protected. The family should be protected. If you don't comprehend it, we don't have anything further to say." I hung up and blocked her number. However, more kept arriving. My father's business partner, my mother's book club acquaintance, and even my old college roommate, whom I hadn't spoken to in 10 years, all messaged me unexpectedly, asking if I was okay and suggesting that I was overreacting. "How much did my mother pay you for contacting me?" I asked. There was a long pause before the response came. "She's just worried about you." I blocked her as well. The constant barrage was exhausting. Every day brought new attempts to wear me down, to make me feel guilty, to convince me I was the problem. Some messages were subtle, dressed up as concern, while others were direct attacks, calling me petty, vindictive, and cruel. I began keeping a log of every contact attempt, message, and phone call, as Michael suggested it might be necessary if we needed to pursue legal action for harassment. "They won't stop," he warned me, "and they'll escalate until you give them what they want, or get a restraining order." "What do you recommend?" "Document everything. Don't reply to anything. And let them dig their own graves." Ethan's robotics club became his haven, and the other kids there had no idea about our family problems. All they saw was a brilliant, creative youngster who made wonderful robots. Jenna, his 14-year-old team captain, treated him like a valuable team member, asking for his opinion and incorporating his ideas. Jenna said, "My gear system was genius." Ethan told me one afternoon, practically bouncing with excitement, she said, "I think outside the box." "That's because you do," I said, ruffling his hair. "Coach James wants me to lead the design for the competition robot's arm." He added, "I have the best spatial reasoning on the team." Seeing my kid light up with pride and purpose made every painful moment worthwhile. This was what he deserved: praise, support, and confidence in his ability. Olivia's piano lessons with her new teacher at the conservatory, Professor Michael Miller, opened up a whole new world for her. He treated her like a real musician, not a youngster with a hobby. He assigned her tasks that challenged her, exposed her to composers she had never heard of, and encouraged her to delve deeper into her emotional relationship to music. Olivia informed me that he made her weep today after her third class. My heart leaped. What happened? Not an awful cry. He played me a tune by the composer Caroline Shaw. And it was really lovely. I've just begun weeping. Then he told me, "That's what genuine music does. It makes you feel things you didn't know you could feel." He continued, "I have that ability too. My compositions make people feel." She showed me the music she'd been working on, a sophisticated arrangement that blended several themes into something disturbing and beautiful. Professor Miller had made notes in the margins. "Beautiful phrase here. Trust your intuition. This is the work of an actual composer." "He called you a true composer," I remarked, my voice full of emotion. He added, "Talent is common, but the ability to transmit emotion through music is uncommon." He said, "I have both." Olivia stared at me with astonishment in her eyes. Nobody had ever told me I was excellent at something before. You are wonderful at so many things, love. I know that now. Previously, all I heard about was how Madeline got straight A's and won debate competitions and got into Harvard, and I thought that was what success looked like. But now I know that success looks different for everyone. Madeline's path isn't mine, but that doesn't make mine any less valuable. Through mutual acquaintances, I learned that Madeline had enrolled at a community college, planning to transfer after 2 years, and Charlotte had moved in with our parents because she couldn't afford her apartment. My mother told anyone who listened that I destroyed my niece's future out of spite, and I wondered if any of them remembered what they'd laughed at that night, or if they'd ever considered how those words felt to 2 children who had done nothing wrong but exist. Probably not. Spring arrived, and so did Olivia's recital. She wore a deep blue dress and performed her original composition, a melancholy piece she titled, Invisible, with such raw emotion that I saw people in the audience wiping their eyes. When she took her bow, the applause was thunderous, and she found me in the crowd afterwards, beaming. Did you hear them? They loved it. Ethan's robotics team made it to the regional competition in April. They didn't win, but his robot performed flawlessly, and the judges especially praised his innovative design. He came home with a third-place medal and a certificate, which he proudly displays in his room. No medals, huh? He said, staring at his trophy with satisfaction. I laughed. Not a single one. In May I received an invitation to my cousin Lily's wedding. She'd been one of the people laughing that night. I RSVP'd no without explanation and she called me confused and hurt. Rebecca, what's going on? You're my family. Family doesn't humiliate each other's children for entertainment, I said calmly. That was months ago. Charlotte was just playing around. You're being so sensitive. You laughed as my kids stood there trying not to weep. That's not sensitivity, that's consequences. Are you really going to throw away our entire relationship over this? I'm not throwing anything away. I'm just done pretending casual cruelty is acceptable because we shared DNA. She hung up on me, and I deleted her contact information and moved on. But Lily's wedding became a turning point in ways I hadn't expected. Without me there, the family apparently spent the entire reception talking about me, about how I'd changed, how cold I'd become, and how I'd abandoned everyone for nothing. Kelly, an old friend who had been invited to the wedding and had witnessed the entire spectacle, called me the next day, furious on my behalf. Rebecca, they spent hours trashing you. Your mother gave this whole speech about ungrateful children and broken families. Charlotte cried at the rehearsal dinner about how you destroyed Madeline's dreams. It was a nightmare. But here's the thing. Not everyone agreed with them. Rachel's husband's family was there and they were clearly uncomfortable. A few people pushed back, asking why you'd cut contact, and when your mom explained about the New Year's Eve thing, several people looked horrified. Really? Yeah. One of the groom's aunts actually said, wait, she insulted your grandchildren to their faces, and you're mad that your daughter protected them? Your mother attempted to backtrack, saying it wasn't so horrible, but everybody had phones, someone had rescued. They resurfaced the Instagram video from New Year's before your cousin erased it. I sat down heavily, they watched the video. They saw it. And Rebecca, this is horrible. Like, very terrible. I'm watching as an outsider. Without the familial setting, it appears like an adult lady tormenting children while everyone laughs. The groom's family was outraged. I overheard his mother telling him later that your family had significant dysfunction issues. That is definitely the understatement of the year. I wanted you to realize that not everyone believes you're incorrect. Some of us witnessed precisely what occurred. And for what it's worth, I regret not speaking out that night. I should have said something. Kelly's call was more important than she probably thought. I'd been carrying the weight of being the villain in everyone's narrative, wondering if I'd overreacted or was being too harsh, but I was not. I'd shielded my children from those who had shown they couldn't be trusted with their emotions. Olivia's year-end recital with Professor Harrison took place in June. The conservatory presented it in their lovely music hall, which has superb acoustics and velvet chairs. Olivia played 3 pieces, 2 classical choices and one of her own creations. Her original sculpture, called Emergence, was magnificent. It began gentle and timid, gradually developing into something forceful and victorious. The crowd sat in total stillness as she performed, and when she was done, the ovation was quick and deafening. Professor Harrison stepped up and cheered with everyone. Smiling with delight, Olivia took her bow, her face gleaming, and spotted me in the audience. I mouthed, "I love you," and her smile spread even wider. Afterward, numerous individuals approached us, other parents, music professors, and even some elite conservatory students. They all wanted to congratulate Olivia and express how affected they were by her performance. "Your daughter has exceptional talent," one woman told me. She identified herself as Dr. Miranda Chen, a music professor at the State University. "Has she considered applying to our Young Composers program? We take high school students for summer intensive training." Olivia's eyes widened afterward. "Really? Really? I'd be happy to send you the information." We exchanged contact information, and Dr. Chen spoke with Olivia for another 12 minutes on composition theory and modern classical music. Olivia listened intently, asking clever questions and soaking up every word. Olivia was virtually humming with joy as we drove home. "Mother, did you hear what she said? A university professor feels I'm qualified for their program." "You're good enough. You're more than qualified." "And Charlotte claimed I lacked skill," Olivia replied gently. "For years, every time we visited them, she'd say something about how I was wasting my time with music and should focus on academics like Madeline." I began to believe her. "I should have sheltered you from it sooner. You safeguarded us when it was most important." Olivia leaned over to squeeze my hand. "Thank you for selecting us." Ethan's robotics team finished third at the regional tournament in April. The judges praised his concept for the robotic arm as both original and well executed. He arrived home with a trophy, medal and diploma, which he proudly displayed in his room. "Coach James says I should apply for the state STEM program next year," Ethan said to me as he meticulously organized his trophies on his shelf. "It's competitive, but he thinks I have a good shot." "Of course you do. Grandpa used to tell me I was bad at math," Ethan explained, tracing his finger over the edge of his medal. "Remember? He'd help me with my homework and become irritated, telling me I wasn't working hard enough and was lazy." I remembered. My father was not patient with anything that didn't come easy, and he had made Ethan feel dumb more times than I could recall. "Your grandfather was mistaken," I stated forcefully. "You aren't awful at math, you just learnt something different than he expected. This is his failure, not yours." Summer provided fresh chances. Olivia attended a music composition camp at a nearby university, where she thrived with other young composers. Ethan enrolled in a summer robotics class and returned home every day, chatting about servos and programming languages that I hardly understood. They'd both grown taller and more confident. The troubled expressions they'd worn that night had disappeared, replaced with the bright-eyed joy of youngsters who realized they were cherished. In August, I received an SMS from an unknown number. It took me a while to recognize Madeline. "I apologize for what my mother said at New Year's. I wanted to inform you sooner, but she refused to allow me contact you. I currently attend community college. It's actually rather good. I am learning a lot. I simply wanted you to know that I do not blame you for anything." I gazed at the message for a long time. Madeline had always been caught in the center of Charlotte's dysfunction, influenced by her mother's ideals and priorities in ways that were not completely her fault. I replied, "Thank you for reaching out. I am delighted school is going well. You are always welcome to come by if you wish to discuss without your mother." She never accepted my offer, but the fact that she had sought out made me feel like something had changed. Even marginally. September brought a new school year. Olivia began 7th grade and quickly joined the school's music program. Ethan entered 4th grade and enrolled in the advanced science class. On September 30th, I was formally invited to my parents' 40th anniversary party. It was in 4 weeks, a massive party that had been planned for months. I discarded the invitation. My father phoned the following day. "Rebecca, we need to discuss." "No, we do not." "Are you really not going to our anniversary party?" "Your mother is sad. She should have considered it before laughing at her grandkids." "For goodness sake, it was 12 months ago. How long will you carry on to this grudge?" "It is not a grudge, Dad. It is a border. You all demonstrated your own personalities and values. I am choosing to believe you. Charlotte is your sister. Madeline is your niece. We are your family. Family does not do what you did. Family protects children rather than tearing them down for a laugh. You are being unreasonable, then I assume I am unreasonable. Goodbye, Dad." I hung up and blocked his number. The anniversary celebration happened without us. I took Olivia and Ethan to an amusement park instead, where we spent the entire day riding roller coasters, eating pricey food, and laughing until our sides hurt. "This is the best Saturday ever," Ethan said, his face covered in cotton candy. Olivia nodded, smiling. "Much better than a dull party." "Much better," I agreed. October brought colder temperatures and a sense of tranquility that I hadn't felt in years. I quit waiting for my family to apologize or change. I had given up hope that they would suddenly view my children as entire, worthy and valued persons, as I did. I had just gone along without them. Olivia's music instructor called me in for a conference. My heart sunk, anticipating trouble. However, Mrs. Rodriguez smiled. "Olivia has great talent," she stated. "I've been teaching for 23 years and have seldom seen pupils with her instinctive command of composition. Have you considered getting private lessons from a more specialized teacher?" I hadn't considered it. Every year, a professor at the conservatory takes on a few young students. I'd like to propose Olivia, if you are interested. "Olivia, what are your thoughts?" I asked. Her eyes shone. "Really? What about the conservatory?" We met with the professor the next week. He listened to Olivia perform 3 of her works while inquiring about her approach and influences. When she was finished, he sat back and watched her carefully. "You have something special," he informed her. "Something that cannot be taught, but rather fostered. I'd be thrilled to work with you." Professor Michael Harrison was a pivotal role in Olivia's musical education. Olivia seems to glide away from delight. On the way home she turned to me, tears in her eyes. Charlotte claimed I didn't have skill. Your aunt was incorrect on a number of issues. I am happy we left." "Me too, dear." Ethan's robotics team began preparing for the state tournament. He spent hours in our garage, which I turned into a workshop for him, tuning and correcting his most recent masterpiece. His professors informed me he excelled in math and physics, indicating a great talent for engineering. Charlotte sent me a Facebook friend request back in November. I refused it. She sent another the next day, but it was denied again. On the 3rd day, she made a new account and contacted me personally. "Could we please talk? I acknowledge that I made a mistake. I miss you." I read the message then erased it without responding. December arrived, marking the 1-year anniversary of that terrible New Year's Eve. Olivia and Ethan were different children today, confident, comfortable and thriving in ways they had never experienced before. "Are we doing anything for New Year's this year?" Olivia inquired. "What would you like to do? Can we remain at home and watch movies? Is it just us?" "That sounds wonderful." On New Year's Eve, the 3 of us baked homemade pizza, played board games, and watched the ball drop on television from our couch. At midnight, we toasted with sparkling cider. I said fresh beginnings, and Olivia added that we are enough just the way we are. "To the family that chose us," Ethan stated gravely. We clinked our glasses, and I felt a deep sensation of light wash over me. This was family. This was home. This was sufficient. My phone vibrated with a text from an unknown number. "Happy New Year, sis. I hope you are pleased of yourself for wrecking this family." I read it once and blocked the number. Charlotte's remarks were no longer effective in this situation. "Who was that?" Olivia asked. "Nobody significant," I muttered, putting my phone away. "So, who wants more pizza?" The last year had taught me something important. You cannot compel others to appreciate you, but you can definitely refuse to accept their devaluation. You can walk away. You can make anything better. Sometimes the greatest act of love is knowing when to go. My children now understand this. They'd seen me stand up for them, defend them, and prioritize them over responsibility and guilt, as well as a frantic want to be accepted by people who'd never seen me before. They had learnt that their worth was not defined by the judgments of others, including family. Especially not family who used them as props in someone else's superiority complex. Olivia's music continues to thrive. Ethan's robots become increasingly advanced. They established friends who valued them, teachers who supported them, and gradually constructed lives that were unrelated to a family that had abandoned them. I discovered something surprising. Freedom. The flexibility to define family in my own way. The ability to demand respect rather than beg for morsels of praise. The ability to walk away from harmful situations without feeling guilty. Charlotte never received her apologies or reconciliation. My parents never had their docile daughter back. Madeline's Ivy League education was never supported by her aunt, whom she had learnt to despise. But Olivia received her music. Ethan received his robots, and I gained my children's trust, happiness, and the assurance that I would fight for them no matter what. That was more valuable than all the champagne toasts and family reunions in the world. Olivia played at a famous young music showcase on a cold spring evening in late April, exactly 1 year and nearly 4 months after everything happened. Her composition moved the crowd to their feet. Strangers came us afterward to compliment her talent, inquire about her training, and tell her she had a promising future. Ethan stood next to me, smiling with joy for his sister. I looked at my children, my seemingly ordinary, talentless youngsters, and felt my heart fill with a strong love that required no confirmation from others who had proved themselves unworthy of witnessing it. No medals, no talent, I mumbled to myself, recalling Charlotte's sneer. Olivia noticed my words and smiled up at me. Just like their mother, correct? I agreed, drawing them both closer, and we're doing nicely. My parents missed my MIT graduation for my sister's ballet recital. I blocked them. At my cousin's wedding, they finally saw my success and regret. I stood on the lawn of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, wearing my cap and gown, scanning the throng for faces I knew would not be there. May 2020. The sun pounded down on my shoulders, as hundreds of families celebrated all around me. Their cameras flashed and their voices rang over campus in waves of pride and delight. My phone felt heavy in my pocket. My mother's last message remains vivid in my recollection. Sweetie, we're so sorry, but Olivia's recital got moved to today. We'll make it up to you. Congratulations. 24 years old, summa cum laude in computer engineering, and I was completely alone. The ceremony closed with the following. I received my graduation with a grin on my face as the dean shook my hand. Professor Anderson, my thesis supervisor, approached me aside later, his anxiety engraved in the creases around his eyes. Your family couldn't make it? He inquired. I shrugged, attempting to look nonchalant. They had a conflict. He looked at me for a long time. You're one of the brightest students I've ever taught, Emily. I hope you know that. I thanked him and returned to my apartment through the Cambridge streets, still dressed in my regalia. Tourists took photographs. A homeless man praised me, but my phone remained quiet. That evening I finally received the call. My mother's voice was filled with excitement. Olivia was absolutely breathtaking. You should have seen her in that white tutu. Everyone said she was the star of the show. How was your little ceremony? What about mine? 4 years of restless nights and many hours in the lab yielded a breakthrough in semiconductor design with patent potential. But that was my small ceremony, whereas Olivia's community theater ballet presentation was the highlight of the year. It was fine, I said frankly. Oh, good. Your father recorded the entire recital. Would you like me to send you the video? Something inside me shattered. No, Mom. I don't. Don't be like that, Emily. You know how important dance is to Olivia. You've always been so independent, so self-sufficient. You understand, right? I really understood. I'd understood since I was 7 years old and had to skip my own birthday party due to Olivia's emergency costume fitting. I understood when they skipped my high school honors ceremony because Olivia needed them for a dancing competition in Ohio. I understood why they declined to help with my college application money because Olivia's private lessons were pricey. However, when Olivia reached 18, they managed to save enough money to buy a new automobile, while I used the bus. I have to go, I said. Wait, we'll visit soon. Maybe next month? Sure, Mom. Maybe next month. I hang up. Then I blocked both of their numbers. The next morning I blocked them across all social media platforms. I changed my email address. When they tried to contact me through my old college roommate Rachel, I urged her to inform them that I needed space. What I didn't tell them was that the gap would be permanent. My uncle James, my father's brother, was the only family member whose contact information I saved. He'd always stood out from the crowd, calmer and more attentive. He had given me a graduation card with a check inside and a letter that said, "I'm proud of you, kiddo." I always have been. Uncle James told me about the events surrounding my absence at home. Apparently my parents had no idea I was angry for the first 6 weeks. They assumed I was preoccupied with job hunting. When they saw I wasn't responding at all, they tried to dismiss it as me being theatrical. She'll come around, my father reportedly stated. Emily's always been moody, but I didn't agree. I accepted a position at a technology business in Seattle, 2,500 miles from my hometown of Richmond, Virginia. The pay was insane, more than my parents combined. I pushed myself into work, creating a life in which my accomplishments meant something to someone other than myself. Years have passed. I was promoted, and then promoted again. By 2025, at the age of 29, I was a senior engineer with 4 patents and an established reputation in the field. I purchased a nice apartment overlooking Puget Sound. I dated a software architect called Jake for 3 years before our amicable divorce. I developed friends who attended my birthday meals and appreciated my accomplishments without jealousy or disdain. I created a life that was wholly mine. Uncle James kept me vaguely informed about family happenings, but I never inquired. Olivia had evidently quit ballet after high school, which struck me as darkly ironic. She had married a young man called Ryan, worked as a receptionist at a dental clinic, and appeared to be pleased, according to James. My parents still resided in the same home, still following the same routines. They occasionally inquired about me, he added, but with a peculiar detachment. As if I were a distant aunt, they scarcely remembered rather than their oldest daughter. Then, in January 2025, Uncle James called with news. My son Luke is getting married in June, he told me. Big wedding, the whole family invited. I know you've been keeping your distance, Emily, but I'd really like you there. Luke expressly requested me to contact him. He always looked up to you. I remember Luke as a gangly boy who loved video games. How old is he today? 26. He is marrying his college girlfriend Sophie. She's gorgeous. I paused. 6 years is a long time. A part of me had healed during that time. I created enough distance to maybe handle a single day in the same environment as my folks. Will they be there? I inquired, although I already knew the answer. Your parents? Yes, Olivia and Ryan as well, James said, his voice softening. But it's a big wedding, Emily. Over 250 guests. You could probably avoid them pretty easily if you wanted to. I'll think about it. But I had already decided to attend. Over the course of 6 years, something had changed within me. I wasn't furious any longer. Anger suggested that they still held control over me. Instead, I felt inquisitive. I wanted to view them through these new eyes. These eyes belonged to someone who achieved achievement without their permission or support. I sent an RSVP. Yes. In the months running up to the wedding, I mentally prepared myself. I purchased a dress that cost more than my parents' monthly mortgage payment, a sleek navy blue piece that made me appear like the accomplished IT professional I would become. I reserved a stay in Richmond's top hotel. I booked a rental car, a Tesla, because why not? June brought sultry Virginia heat. I flew into Richmond International the day before the wedding, checked into my hotel, and spent the evening convincing myself that I was doing this for Luke, not to cause a dramatic confrontation. The wedding was held in a historic home outside the city, complete with manicured gardens and white columns. I arrived on time and blended into the swarm of visitors. The ceremony was set to begin at 4 p.m., followed by a reception. I noticed my parents, almost instantly. They'd aged more than I'd anticipated. My father's hair had turned mostly gray, and my mother had gained weight. They stood at the garden entrance with Olivia and her husband, a stocky man with a beard who was constantly checking his phone. Olivia seemed exhausted, older than her 26 years, with her hair pulled back in an untidy bun. They had not seen me yet. I made my way to the opposite side of the yard and took a seat near the rear for the ceremony. Luke and Sophie exchanged vows under a rose-covered arch, and I was really thrilled for them. Uncle James delivered a moving speech on love and partnership that brought some attendees to tears. The reception started. I congratulated Luke and Sophie on the receiving line. Emily, you made it. Luke hugged me. Dad said you might come, but I wasn't sure. God, it's been forever. You're all grown up, I remarked, smiling. Sophie, a small woman with gentle eyes, gripped my hand and said, Congratulations to both of you. Luke talks about you all the time. He says, you're like a genius or something. Hardly, but I do all right. I went past the queue and into the reception area, taking a glass of champagne from a passing server. The room was amazing. Chandeliers, round tables with white linens, and a live band set up in the corner. I took my designated seat at a table with some of Luke's college mates, away from where my immediate family was seated. For the first hour, I successfully avoided all interactions. I spoke with my college buddies, heard about their lives, and offered edited highlights from my own. We had supper with filet mignon and roasted vegetables. The band began performing. People took to the dance floor. Then my mother came at my elbow. Emily? Her voice broke slightly. Is that really you? I asked, turning slowly with a bland look. Hi, Mom. She looked like she was about to weep. We didn't know you'd be here. Why didn't you tell us you were coming? I RSVP'd to Luke and Sophie. This is their day. My father appeared alongside her. His expression was a mix of surprise and what appeared to be remorse. You look different. Older. It's been 6 years. People age. Olivia stood back and watched with wide eyes. She was always skilled at judging the temperature of a room and knowing when to be silent. 6 years. my mother said. Emily, we've tried to reach you. We've called, sent emails. I know. Then why didn't you respond? Do you have any idea how much you've hurt us? The absurdity of the line almost made me giggle. How much I've hurt you. We're your parents. You can't just disappear from our lives because of some silly grudge. That's what it was. The sheer lack of comprehension, even after 6 years of silence, should have spoken loudly. A silly grudge? I repeated. Is that what you think this is about? My dad shifted uneasily. Look, we know you were upset about graduation, but Olivia's recital was a community theater performance that you could have seen any night that week. They did 5 shows. I kept my speech calm and conversational. Several folks at surrounding tables began to gaze over. My MIT graduation happened once. You've always been so independent, my mother continued, slipping back into her customary defense. Olivia needed us more. She's sensitive and you're so strong. I was your daughter too. I am your daughter, and you have spent my entire life treating me like an afterthought. The comments came out calmly, almost clinically. Every birthday, every achievement, every moment that should have been about me got overshadowed by whatever Olivia needed that day. Olivia's eyes widened. Emily, I never asked them to. I know you didn't. This isn't about you, Olivia. It's about them. When I glanced at my parents, I only felt a faraway grief. You skipped my 7th birthday party for your costume fitting. You missed my high school graduation where I was valedictorian because you had a dance competition in Columbus. You refused to help with my college applications, but bought Olivia a car when she turned 18. And then, when I achieved something genuinely incredible, you couldn't even show up for 4 hours. We sent you money, my father remarked hesitantly. I didn't need money. I had scholarships and student jobs. All I needed was my parents. The stillness between us extended. Around the reception, people laughed, danced and celebrated. We were a little island of dysfunction in a sea of happiness. What do you want from us? My mother eventually said. An apology? Fine. I'm sorry. We're sorry. Can we move past this now? I don't want anything from you. The truth washed over me like a warm blanket. I stopped wanting anything from you 6 years ago. I came here for Luke because he asked me to. Because he matters to me. You don't get to corner me at a wedding and demand emotional resolution because it's convenient for you now. That's not fair. My mother whispered. Neither is spending 24 years making your child feel invisible. I walked away, leaving them standing at the bar. My hands didn't shake. My voice had not wavered. I felt almost oddly calm as I returned to my seat, sipped my champagne, and invited one of Luke's friends to dance. Uncle James discovered me during a slow song. I saw that. He whispered softly as we rocked to the music. You handled it better than I expected. I've had 6 years to process everything. They've had 6 years to realize what they lost and apparently learned nothing. For what it's worth, your father asked me about you. Last Christmas. Wanted to know if you were okay, if you were happy. Uncle James had a sad face. I told him you were thriving. He seemed astonished. Of course he was surprised. He never thought I'd actually survive without their approval. The song was over. Uncle James grabbed my shoulder. I'm proud of you, Emily, not just for your career, but also for knowing your worth. The remainder of the reception was a haze. I danced with Luke, congratulated Sophie's parents, and had a slice of wedding cake. My parents kept their distance, but I noticed my mother glancing at me numerous times from across the room. Olivia approached me once when I was freshening up in the ladies' restroom. I'm sorry, she said to my mirror. For all of it. I was a kid for most of it, but I should have noticed. I should have said something. I shifted my gaze toward her. You were the golden child. That wasn't your fault. But you're an adult now, and you've watched them erase me from family photos, talk about me like I'm some cautionary tale. Have you ever defended me? Ever told them they were wrong? She gazed at the floor. I didn't want to cause drama. That's what I thought. I left her there and returned to the reception area. An hour later, I said my goodbyes to Luke and Sophie, embraced Uncle James and drove back to my hotel in a Tesla that cost more than my parents made in 8 months. The next morning, I ate Eggs Benedict and drank fresh coffee at the hotel cafe while going through business emails. My flight back to Seattle left at 2. I was checking out of the hotel when my phone called with an unknown local number. Against my better judgment, I responded. But first, let me describe what those 6 years without them were like. The years I spent shaping myself into someone they wouldn't recognize. After graduation, Seattle greeted me with both rain and opportunity. My first place was a studio on Capitol Hill, which was tiny yet personal. I'd outfitted it slowly and methodically, selecting each piece because I liked it, not because it suited a family style or met someone else's approval. A old leather chair from a thrift shop. A workstation facing the window from which I could watch the city wake up while coding. Plants that I miraculously avoided killing. Their green leaves were indication that I had successfully nurtured something. Work absorbed me for the first 3 years, but in the greatest conceivable way. I wasn't fleeing from anything anymore. I was racing toward something. The semiconductor project I'd started at MIT piqued the interest of my department head, Sophia Martinez, a lady in her 50s who had faced her own challenges in technology. Sophia took me under her wing and showed me how to negotiate corporate politics and take credit for my ideas in meetings where guys twice my age tried to talk over me. "You're brilliant," Sophia told me one evening when we were both working late. "But brilliance isn't enough in this industry. You have to be strategic, you have to make yourself impossible to ignore." By my second year, I was heading projects. By the third, I was submitting patents. The task was demanding in a way that seemed constructive rather than detrimental. Problems that could be solved if you were smart and persistent enough. My own life is filled with folks who showed up. There was Rachel, my neighbor, who became my best friend through shared takeout and bad reality TV. We'd sit on her balcony, drinking wine, and she'd tell me about her wild Italian family, who drove her crazy yet adored her. I'd listen and feel that familiar agony, not envy, but silent regret for something I'd never experienced. "Your family really doesn't call at all?" Rachel once inquired. "They can't." I blocked them. "Damn. What did they do?" I told her the short version: missed graduation, a lifetime of being second place. She had become silent, then held me tightly. "Their loss," she remarked. "Seriously, you're like annoyingly accomplished. If you were my sister, I'd brag about you constantly." Those comments mattered more than she probably realized. There were other pals too. Jordan from my kickboxing class showed me that physical strength can serve as a metaphor for mental resilience. Priya from work welcomed me to her family's Diwali celebrations and made me feel comfortable in their pleasant atmosphere. These folks selected me, and I chose them back, creating a family based on intention rather than duty. The dating was difficult. Jake and I met at a tech event and connected over our shared interest in esoteric programming languages and Korean cuisine. He was polite and stable. Everything should have worked. But 3 years later, during a talk about future plans, he mentioned wanting children someday and how important family traditions were to him. "What about your family traditions?" he had inquired. "Would you want to incorporate those?" I was frozen. "I don't have family traditions. Everyone has something. Holiday rituals, birthday celebrations. Jake, I don't talk to my family at all. And I don't plan to change that." He attempted to figure out why. Really tried. But gradually, the absence of in-laws, of that entire dimension of existence, became an issue he couldn't completely resolve. We'd separated peacefully, both admitting that we desired different futures. Following Jake, I dated casually. Ben, a lawyer who was overly focused with his job. Alex, a teacher, was overly anxious to mend me as if I were broken rather than purposely recreated. Luke, a business founder, ghosted me after 3 dates, which felt fitting given Seattle's dating culture. I plunged myself further into my job. Patents started stacking up. Innovations in chip design and processing efficiency. Each had my name on it. Emily Carter, not Emily Carter. James and Claire's daughter, not Olivia's sister, Emily Carter. Just Emily Carter, an engineer. My paycheck increased. The studio flat was converted to a 1-bedroom. The 1-bedroom became a 2-bedroom with a sea outlook. I purchased original artwork from local galleries rather than Target prints. I flew alone to Tokyo, Berlin, and Barcelona, sending postcards and photographs to Uncle James and Rachel. My passport was full with stamps, proof that I was totally immersed in the life I had created for myself. But there were also rough nights. Nights when I'd witness a father-daughter scene in a movie and felt that old empty aching. I recall being 7 years old and watching through a window while my family celebrated without me because I wasn't important enough to wait for. I were nights where I wondered if there was anything really wrong with me, whether I was unlovable in some manner. Therapy helped. Every Tuesday evening Dr. Sandra Chen's office served as a refuge. She never pushed me toward reconciliation or implied that forgiveness was required for recovery. Instead, she helped me see that my parents' decisions represented their limits, not my merit. "You were a child who deserved unconditional love," Dr. Chen explained during one session. The fact that you didn't receive it is a failure of their capacity, not your value. Those words became a mantra during the difficult times. By year 4, something had changed. The grief eased, the rage subsided into something akin to apathy. I discovered days might go by without thinking about my parents at all. My life had grown so full with real friendships, important employment, and personal progress that their absence no longer seemed like a pain, but rather like the natural state of things. I remembered having a talk with Sophia about that time. We were toasting my 4th patent approval with champagne in her office. "You know what I admire about you?" Sophia had asked. "You turned pain into fuel. A lot of people with your background would have imploded. You built an empire instead." "I don't know about empire, Emily. Look at what you've accomplished in 6 years. You're 29 years old with 4 patents, leading a team of engineers twice your age, making more money than most people see in a lifetime. That's an empire." She was raising her flute. "And you did it without anyone's help. That's even more impressive." The approval from someone I admired greatly meant everything. Sophia noticed me in ways my parents never did. So, by the time Luke's wedding invitation arrived, I was no longer the hurt 24-year-old who had walked across the graduation stage alone. I was a completely different person, stronger and more complete. That's who turned up in Richmond that June day. Not the daughter anxious for acceptance, but the lady who realized she didn't need it. Despite my better judgment, I answered the phone. "Emily," my father said, "please don't hang up." "How did you get this number?" "James gave it to me. Just listen for 1 minute." I remained silent, waiting. "I saw you yesterday at the wedding and I barely recognized you. You look so polished, so successful. James told me about your patents, your position at the company. He showed me an article about you in some tech magazine." His tone got more authoritative. I realized I didn't know any of that. "I don't know anything about your life." "No, you don't. Your mother and I talked last night after the wedding. Really talked. And we started looking back at everything. All the times we chose Olivia over you. We always thought we were doing the right thing, giving more attention to the child who needed it more. But we forgot that you needed us too. I'm not having this conversation. You turned out so well, better than we ever imagined, and we had nothing to do with it." The statement hung in the air between us. I could hear him breathing, waiting for me to exonerate him, say everything was okay, and offer forgiveness. "You're right," I said finally. "You had nothing to do with it. I did this alone and I'll continue doing it alone. Emily, I don't hate you. I don't even feel angry anymore. But I also don't feel anything else. You're strangers who share my DNA and that's all you'll ever be." I stopped to ensure my statements were clear. "Seeing you yesterday confirmed what I've known for 6 years. I made the right choice when I walked away. I'm happier without you in my life. There has to be something we can do, some way to fix this. You can't fix 24 years of neglect with one conversation. You can't erase the fact that my MIT graduation, the proudest moment of my life, is forever tainted by your absence. You made your choices. Now I've made mine. Will we ever hear from you again?" I seriously considered it. "Maybe at funerals. Maybe at other weddings if Uncle James asks me. But no, you won't hear from me. I won't send Christmas cards or birthday wishes. I won't call on Mother's Day or Father's Day. You wanted to prioritize Olivia's needs over mine for 2 decades. Well, now you get to live with the consequences of that choice. Your mother is devastated. She'll survive. She's strong and independent, remember? That's what she always said about me, but I didn't need her. It turns out she was right." I hung up and blocked the number. On the journey back to Seattle, I remembered the young kid I used to be. The one who worked so hard to get her parents' attention, believing that if she simply did enough, excelled enough, and accomplished enough, they'd finally notice her. I was heartbroken for the young child. She deserved better. But the lady I had become was doing wonderfully. Monday morning I stepped into my office, which had a view of the Space Needle and a sound system, got my first coffee of the day, and launched into a new project that would eventually become my most successful patent yet. Jennifer, my coworker, dropped by my desk about midday. "How was the wedding?" she inquired. "Interesting. Saw some family I hadn't seen in years." "Good interesting or bad interesting?" "Necessary interesting." She chuckled and asked me to a happy hour on Friday. I agreed and am really looking forward to it. To the simple friendships I formed, to the life I established without my parents' aid or permission. That evening, Uncle James texted me. "Your father called me, said you spoke this morning. He sounded lost. Your mother is apparently going through old photo albums and crying. Just thought you should know. I responded. Thanks for letting me know, but it doesn't change anything. I didn't think it would. Still proud of you, kiddo. Over the following weeks, James informed me that my parents had reached what he referred to as the mourning phase. They appeared to have pulled Olivia from her pedestal, resulting in their own family conflict. Olivia felt assaulted. Ryan felt stuck in the midst. My parents were often angry with me because I was unreasonable. Anger at themselves for their decisions and a deep despair, which James described as painful to behold. But I felt none of it. I was sheltered by 2,500 miles and 6 years of hard-earned emotional distance. In August, my firm sent me to a technology conference in Boston. I had a free day, so I traveled to Cambridge and walked around the MIT campus. Students ran past with bags, their faces beaming with ambition and tiredness. I stood alone on the grass where I had earned my diploma and photographed the view. That night, I put it on Instagram, the first photo I'd shared in months. Caption: 6 years ago, I graduated from here and began crafting the life I truly want. Best decision I've ever made. The post received over 300 likes from co-workers, friends and past classmates. People I had attended MIT with expressed their congrats and pride. A old lab mate wrote, "You've always been an inspiration. Remember that time you debugged that impossible code at 3 a.m.? You were unstoppable then and you're unstoppable now." I grinned at my phone screen, truly satisfied. Uncle James called a couple of days later. "Your mother saw your Instagram post. She's not following you, but Olivia showed it to her. She cried for an hour." James, I appreciate you keeping me updated, but you don't have to tell me these things anymore. Their feelings aren't my responsibility. Fair enough. Just wanted to make sure you knew they're finally understanding what they lost. They didn't lose me. They never really had me. The reality of that remark rang long after the call was over. My parents were physically there throughout my upbringing, but emotionally absent for everything that counted. They gave food, housing, and basic requirements while denying a child the most important thing, a sense of being noticed, cherished, and prioritized. I'd spent 6 years learning to recognize, cherish, and prioritize myself. Their abrupt recognition that they had failed me did not reverse the healing work I had already done. Luke and Sophie announced their pregnancy in October. Uncle James had a family celebration and called to invite me. I graciously declined. "My parents will be there," I explained. "They will. But Emily, Luke really wants you in his life. Amanda does too. Are you going to let your parents dictate which family events you can attend?" He had a point. "Let me think about it." I pondered about it for 3 days before calling Luke personally. Uncle James replied, "You want me at the celebration?" "I do. You're basically my cool older cousin who inspired me to aim high. I want my kid to know you." His honesty punched me hard in the chest. "Okay, I will come, but I need you to realize something. I am not there to reconcile with my parents. I am there for you and Amanda. If they approach me, I will be polite. But that is all." My parents remained on the other side of the yard, and I arrived late on purpose, after the majority of the guests had already arrived. I found Luke and Amanda in the backyard, congratulated them, and spent the rest of the afternoon talking with James's wife, Margaret, who had always been kind to me. Olivia approached me once, asking how I was doing, and I gave her the polite, detached replies you'd give an acquaintance. She didn't press for more. As the sun began to set and I was about to leave, my mother stopped me near the front door. "I'm glad you came," she said. "It means a lot to Luke. Luke is the reason I'm here. Can we talk? Really talk? Not at a wedding or celebration, but in a quiet setting." "To what end, Mom?" "To try? To see whether there is a route forward?" I scrutinized her expression, looking for manipulation or selfishness, but instead found true desperation, which wasn't enough. "I don't believe there is a path ahead. You seek absolution. You want me to tell you that everything is okay, that we can start again, that the past doesn't matter, but I can't." I adjusted my purse on my shoulder. "What you can do is learn from this. Luke's kid will arrive in 6 months. You now have another opportunity to be better grandparents than you were parents. Take it." Her eyes welled up with tears. "So that's it. We'll never have a relationship again." We never really had one to begin with. I drove back to my hotel, leaving her waiting in the doorway. The next morning, before my flight, I had breakfast with Uncle James for the last time. "You're taking this with great grace," he observed over pancakes. "I'm not feeling graceful. I am tired." "I'm tired of what?" "I'm tired of being asked to mend what they've broken. I'm tired of being pushed to feel bad for preserving my serenity. Tired of people assuming that my genetics forces me to forgive the unforgivable. James nodded slowly. You do not owe anyone forgiveness, Emily. Not even your folks. Especially not your parents. Those words nestled into my bones like a blessing. Back in Seattle, life went on. I dated a marine biologist called David for a few months before learning we had different interests. I got a cat named Tesla, who slept on my computer during video conversations. I got promoted again, this time to director of engineering with a salary that would have made 24-year-old me weep with disbelief. Years passed. Luke's baby, a girl named Sophie, arrived healthy and perfect. James sent photos. I'd given him permission for that much. Olivia divorced, moved back in with my parents for a while, and eventually found her footing with a job at a real estate office. In 2025, when I was 29 years old, I gave a keynote speech at a Women in Technology conference in San Francisco. James mentioned my father's diabetes diagnosis and my mother's knee surgery, and I felt a flicker of concern, but nothing more. They were elderly strangers with medical problems, just like someone you read about in the news. I spoke to over 1,200 people about resilience, building success without a support system, and the importance of knowing your worth, even when the people who should value you most don't. The standing ovation lasted nearly 6 minutes, and afterward, a young woman approached me with tears streaming down her face. She couldn't have been more than 25 years old. Thank you, she whispered. My family doesn't support my tech career. They believe I should become a teacher or a nurse, anything more conventional. Hearing you talk made me feel less alone. I hugged her, this stranger who understood. You are not alone. And their unwillingness to recognize your potential tells everything about them, but nothing about you. She nodded, wiping her eyes. How did you do it? How did you let go of the desire for their approval? I understood that waiting for their approval meant putting my life on hold, so I stopped waiting and started living. I offered her advice that I'd been following for 6 years, and it had served me well. That night in my hotel room, I scrolled through my Instagram and saw that Olivia had recently posted a photo of our parents with Sophie with the caption, 3 generations of love. I wasn't in the photo, and obviously I wasn't part of their narrative anymore. The old me, the 7-year-old who missed her birthday party, would have been crushed by the exclusion, but the current me simply scrolled past without reacting. I posted my own photo from the conference. Caption. Today I spoke to 12,000 bright women on perseverance and self-worth. I'm honored to share my story and theirs. The photo received over 500 likes, and colleagues, acquaintances, and old classmates expressed their delight and support. One remark stood out to me. It was from Rachel, my old MIT roommate. Remember when we graduated and you were so alone? Look at yourself today, surrounded by people who genuinely admire you. Emily, you've established an empire. I am in amazement. I liked her remark and responded with a heart emoji. I closed Instagram, ordered room service, and ate pricey hotel spaghetti while watching a documentary about deep-sea animals. Around 10 o'clock my phone rang, and it was Uncle James, who was a little late for a call. I asked, "Is everything okay? Your father suffered a heart attack this afternoon. He is presently in stable condition at Richmond Hospital. Your mother asked me to inform you." I sat up straighter. Will he be okay? The doctors think so. But Emily, he's asking for you. The request lingered in the air like a challenge. 6 years had passed since I broke touch. 6 years of making a life without them. 6 years of recovering from wounds caused by thoughtless negligence. And now, at the first indication of death, they wanted me back. I can't, I said gently. I'm not asking you to. Just relaying the message. What are they expecting? I'll hurry to his bedside and we'll have a dying reconciliation? Maybe that's exactly what they expect. Well, they're going to be disappointed again. I lay back against the motel headboard. He'll heal, right? That's what the doctors say. Then he'll be okay without me around. He has been okay without me for 6 years. James groaned. I'll let them know. After we called up, I sat in the dark hotel room and carefully analyzed my feelings. Guilt. Number. Sadness. Maybe a bit, but more for what could have been than what was. Relief. Mostly that. I didn't travel to Richmond. I delivered flowers to the hospital with a letter that read, "Simply wishing you a speedy recovery." Professional, distant, appropriate for someone I barely knew. My mother phoned James, outraged that I'd sent flowers instead of seeing up in person. Apparently, my father sobbed when he saw them, not out of appreciation, but out of despair. In a Facebook post that she later deleted, Olivia referred to me as a heartless monster, but their reactions confirmed that I'd made the right decision. It wasn't about punishing them, it was about protecting myself. It was about refusing to spend the rest of my life auditioning for their love, hoping that this time, this achievement, this moment would finally be enough to earn their attention. I'd stopped auditioning 6 years ago. I'd just begun living, and the life I created was extraordinary precisely because they weren't in it, constantly reminding me that I wasn't Olivia, wasn't worth their time, wasn't quite good enough to matter. My father recovered, and life went on. I stayed in Seattle, thrived in my career, dated a photographer named Daniel who made me laugh, and respected my boundaries. On the 6-year anniversary of my MIT graduation, I posted a lengthy caption on Instagram about everything that day had meant to me. Standing alone in my cap and gown, the small ceremony that my parents couldn't be bothered to attend, and how that day had become the beginning of my actual life rather than the end of my college career. The post went viral. Over 12,000 likes, hundreds of shares and thousands of comments from people sharing their own stories of family rejection and survival. News outlets picked it up. I did several interviews about family estrangement and the pressure to forgive people who have hurt you simply because they are related to you. My parents witnessed it all. According to James, they were appalled by the public aspect of my talk. Ashamed that others knew what they'd done. Olivia referred to it as exposing dirty laundry. My father supposedly told James that I was making them look like monsters. James questioned me during one of our now monthly calls. No, they're just individuals who continuously made bad decisions and refused to accept the consequences. Monsters would be easy. I might dislike monsters, but I can't hate them. I can only defend myself against them. My emotional clarity had taken years to attain, but it was complete. Today, in 2025, 6 years after that lonely graduation day, I live in a lovely apartment with Daniel and our cat. My parents are still alive, but they are not a part of my story. I mentor young women in engineering, especially those from unsupportive families, because I am well versed in their struggles. I also have patents and a reputation for advocating for undervalued talent in the tech industry. People sometimes ask me if I regret not including my parents in my life. They want me to admit that I've lost something valuable, that family is irreplaceable, and that blood is the most important thing. But I haven't lost anything. Rather, I've gained everything. They lost a daughter who would have moved mountains to earn their pride, patents with their last name attached, grandchildren they might have had if I ever felt secure enough to start a family, and a relationship with someone who turned out to be quite extraordinary despite their complete lack of support. I remember everything about my MIT graduation, from the weight of the diploma in my hand to the empty seats in the family section, and the moment I decided I was done begging for crumbs of their attention. They didn't realize it until much later, and by then, it was far too late. Sister excluded my son and me from dinner. You'd have called ahead, her husband mocked. Minutes later, we're enjoying a VIP meal while they were jealous. If I were to summarize my relationship with my sister in one word, I would say this. She's the type of person who will smile sweetly at you before pulling the chair out from under you, causing you to fall and convincing everyone that it was your fault for not sitting properly. My name is Daniel. I'm 40, and I've never been the confrontational kind. I'm the quintessential let-it-go person. The one who picks his battles so carefully that people forget I have any fighting ability at all. But I remember every jab, every backhanded comment, and every time I was admonished not to overreact when I knew I wasn't. My sister Megan is 43 years old, a picture-perfect suburban mom with a white grin, matching Christmas pajamas, and a well-maintained social media presence that looks like a Pottery Barn commercial. But behind it all she's bright, strategic, and, to be honest, a bit of a jerk when no one is looking. However, family gatherings often bring out her darkest side. Perhaps it simply brings out her true personality. She was the best-behaved child growing up. Straight A student, head cheerleader and prom queen. You get the idea. I was the quiet younger brother who enjoyed art, didn't care much about athletics, and preferred reading over arguing about who got the front seat. Our parents never mentioned it aloud, but partiality was built into everything. Megan was worried up about school when she got into a small vehicle accident. When I scratched someone's bumper in college, I was reckless and irresponsible. Her faults were forgivable. Mine were character faults. I didn't know how deep those habits were until after father died. He was the glue, rough around the edges but always kept the peace. Once he was gone, it was as if the thin layer concealing the rot had been peeled off. Suddenly, every supper became a power struggle. Every invitation has restrictions. And just when I thought we were getting along, she'd do something little and petty to remind me where I stood. But I handled it. I've always coped with it. Especially for my son Ethan. Ethan is now 13, and he is everything to me. Smart, humorous, and caring. His mother and I split amicably 6 years ago, and I've had full custody since she moved abroad for business. I never imagined being a single father would come naturally, but it does. Perhaps it's just that he makes it simple to attempt. He's the type of child who will open the door for strangers, say please without prompting, and write thank you notes after birthday celebrations without being nagged. I'm not sure how I got lucky, but I did. Anyway, a few months ago Megan invited us to a great downtown restaurant to celebrate her twin's birthday. Her words: "Nothing too fancy," she texted. "But dress appropriately. They have a dress code." That should have been my first warning. Megan doesn't do anything too extravagant. I knew she chose that place to impress her friends, maybe even to brag a little, but it was for the twins, and Ethan enjoyed hanging out with his cousins, so I agreed. I even went out and purchased him a new button-down and a good dress shirt for myself since I didn't want to show up and be quietly evaluated. Traffic was really heavy on the day of the meal. We arrived barely 6 minutes late, but I apologized as we stepped in. The hostess smiled politely and ushered me to the private dining area. It was completely glass-walled and softly illuminated, with magnificent hanging lamps, servers, and real tuxedo vests. Ethan's eyes widened. "This place is awesome," he muttered, pulling on my sleeve. "Can I order steak?" "Whatever you want, bud." I smiled. We followed the hostess down the hall, and I saw the group immediately away. Megan and her husband John were already sitting at a big table, with their twins and another couple I didn't recognize. For children and adults, there were a total of 9 chairs, although only 4 were occupied. The rest had carefully folded napkins, menus, and little place cards with names. I slowed slightly, puzzled. My name was not on any of the cards. Megan looked up and grinned with that faux surprised expression she'd perfected over the years before I could say anything. "Oh, Daniel," she said, as if she hadn't noticed me walk in. "I thought I told you we only reserved for 9. I hadn't noticed. I didn't know I needed to RSVP. "You said to come." "I did say that," she confirmed, her voice saccharine sweet. "But we had to finalize the guest list for the private room, which has limited seating and will be filled with the twins' friends and their parents," she said, gesturing vaguely toward the table. "There's only room for 4. I looked around. There are no staff members bringing more seats. There is no one making room, just 9 chairs are pre-arranged, similar to a wedding rehearsal supper. Ethan stood awkwardly behind me, peering up with that polite, apprehensive grin that children give when they realize something is wrong but don't want to make a fuss. John reclined back in his chair, sipping from a wine glass. "You really should have called ahead, man." I felt heat rise in my face but swallowed it. "Got it," I said quietly. I could have argued. I could have confronted them right then, but I did not. Something in the air told me it wasn't just a misunderstanding. It was a planned message. I smiled firmly, placed a hand on Ethan's shoulder, and directed him to the opposite side of the diner. The hostess, bless her heart, observed us wandering and inquired if we needed assistance. I gave her a quick summary and asked casually if there was any open sitting available, preferably private. She paused for a second before smiling and saying, "Let me check with the manager." And this is how I met Steve. Steve, the restaurant manager, was probably in his late 60s. Silver hair, a nice suit, and the type of demeanor that immediately makes you feel like you're speaking with the person in control. His brow wrinkled as I narrated what happened with no bitterness and only facts. "They didn't reserve spots for you and your son, even though you were invited?" "Apparently there's only room for 4, I remarked, using air quotes. Steve gave me a long look and nodded once. "Give me 6 minutes." 12 minutes later, Ethan and I were seated at a gorgeous booth on the opposite side of the restaurant. Plush leather chairs, a fireplace view, and a server who greeted us like we were royalty. I wasn't sure what Steve did behind the scenes, but it was evident that we were taken care of. I maintained my cool. I didn't return to Megan's table. I didn't create a disturbance. But I could see her through the glass barrier. Every time she looked up and saw me smiling, conversing with Steve, or joking with Ethan, her face clenched slightly more. Then came the moment that changed everything. The waiter returned and said, "Mr. Daniel, the manager wanted you to know that everything has been arranged as discussed." He then glanced up at me, perplexed. "What did you arrange?" I simply grinned because that's when I realized this wasn't going to end the way Megan expected. This wouldn't be another scenario in which Daniel silently accepts the blow, makes explanations, and fades into the background. No, this time I had a plan, and by the time dessert arrived, everything would fall into place. Ethan was drinking his lemonade with one of those nice metal straws when I noticed Megan bend over and mumble something to John. He stared at us, then snorted into his wine. One of the twins, James, I believe, craned his neck to gaze across at us before being gently diverted by his mother. The entire affair played out like a pantomime, nuanced enough to allow for plausible deniability while being sharp enough to sting. I did not flinch. Instead, I grinned and waved across the room, as if we were old friends reconnecting from a distance. Steve, the manager, walked by again and observed. "Everything still good here?" he inquired, casting a curious glance at the other table. "Perfect," I said. "Better than expected, honestly." Ethan smiled. "Dad, can I get the steak and mac and cheese?" I said. "Go for it." And nodded. "We're celebrating." He cocked his head. "What are we celebrating?" I simply smiled at him. "That we're not sitting over there." It would have been easy to brush it off, put it up to Megan's personality, and move on, but something had changed. Perhaps it was the way Ethan looked at me, hesitant but trying to be strong. Perhaps it was Megan's apparent ease in throwing her weight around and humiliating me in front of my child. She always understood how to tread that fine line. Just petty enough to make you question your own rage. Just subtle enough that blowing out would make you appear like the issue. But it wasn't just about me anymore. This time, she didn't just shove the chair out from beneath me. She also grabbed it out from beneath my son. And I was not going to let that go. Dinner was great. I led Ethan to order whatever he wanted. Michael, the server, kept our drinks full and our dishes warm. Halfway through our lunch, Steve stopped by again and informed me that if we wanted dessert, he had something special planned. I assured him we'd love it. Megan's table was visible via the reflection in the glass behind Ethan's seat. Their side was active, but she would check over every few minutes, most likely wondering what we were talking about, what we were laughing at, and what I had said to the manager. However, the breaking point did not occur until the cake. Megan had apparently arranged for a large shared dessert to be carried out to her table for the twins, a sparkler-topped volcano of fudge and brownies that kids would go crazy over. The children shouted and yelled when the waiter rolled it out, music blaring and fireworks fizzing. The spectacle focused the whole restaurant's attention on her table. Ethan turned to look and grinned. "That looks cool." "It does," I said. Megan lifted a champagne glass toward us and mouthed, "You missed out." Subtle, refined, and completely annoying. I nodded, not in rage or defeat, but just to acknowledge. But that's when it struck me. This wasn't a casual insult. The entire affair had been arranged. Megan never meant for us to attend the dinner. The exclusive area, the allocated seats, and the spectacle were all orchestrated. It was a statement, a flex. She wanted to show her pals that she was a star. That she could freeze out her own brother while remaining nice about it. That she could omit her family without feeling guilty. Because in her world, looks meant everything. And I knew she was going to attempt to make me appear like the ungrateful one. Steve stopped by again just as they were finished their cake. "Everything still to your liking?" he inquired. "Couldn't be better," I said. "Hey, do you guys do custom desserts for events?" He raised an eyebrow. "We do. Want me to send over a menu?" I paused. Then I leaned in little. "Actually, how hard would it be to make a duplicate of that dessert?" I covertly gestured to Megan's table. "Only bigger." Steve tilted his head. "Bigger?" "Same base but triple it. Make it theatrical. I'll cover it." He offered me a sneaky smile. "I'll see what I can do." With that, the stage was set. I assumed that was the end of it. The small finale. A small flex of mine own, offered with a grin and courteous tone. I did not need to be petty. I didn't need to raise my voice or cause a scene. I simply wanted Megan to feel the way she made us feel. But then something happened that flipped the night upside down. Ethan had excused himself to go use the bathroom, and I was looking through my phone when a shadow moved by our table. I looked up and found John standing there, wine glass in hand, a perpetual sneer on his face. "We didn't expect to see you here," he remarked. I blinked. "You mean after you told me there were no seats for us?" He laughed as if we were telling a joke. "Come on, man, it's not that deep. You know how Megan gets with party planning, she's got that whole guest list system." "It's just numbers, right?" I responded, ignoring the bait. "Just numbers. You could have said something though," he continued, tipping his drink. "Could have asked for a chair or whatever, nobody was trying to snub you." I gazed at him. "You told me I should have called ahead." John shrugged. "Well, yeah. I mean, if you really wanted to sit with us, you would have made sure, right?" I had to bite my tongue. Ethan returned to the table and paused when he noticed John standing there. "Hi, Uncle John." John gave him a nod. "Hey, kiddo." Then he returned his attention to me and dropped his voice so that only I could hear. Look, I know you don't always feel included. But it's not personal. Megan just doesn't like chaos. You and Ethan, you're kind of unpredictable. I blinked. Unpredictable? He hurried to add, not in a bad way. Just, not part of the routine. She works hard to make things nice. Maybe next time just check in before showing up. That term, check in, made me feel like an alien, a visitor who required permission to be with family. I stood slowly. Thanks for stopping by, John. I think our dessert's about to arrive. He gave me a little shrug, then returned to their table. Megan noticed him and spoke to him as he sat down. He responded with a whisper, and she laughed. And then I felt it. The deep, piercing snap of something finally breaking free. It was not about supper. It was not even about the table. It was about the years of being the forgotten brother, the spare seat that only counted if someone else canceled. I recall the holidays when our gifts were typically last-minute afterthoughts. She neglected to write Ethan's name on the birthday card. She once invited the entire family to her beach house except for us and explained that it was simply a logistical issue. I recalled everything, and for once, I wasn't going to swallow it. The waiter reappeared, wheeling in a trolley so enormous it required 2 staff members to maneuver. On top there was a 3-tiered dessert monstrosity: molten lava cake, brownie towers, ice cream scoops balanced with chocolate shards, caramel dripping, strawberries coated in gold flakes, genuine gold flakes, and a little fondant plaque that said, "To the best dad and the coolest kid." Ethan's eyes almost flew out of his head. The entire restaurant gasped audibly. Phones appeared. Everyone started clapping. The waiter lighted a line of sparklers around the base, creating a scene reminiscent of a Vegas performance. Megan's expression became frozen across the room. Steve returned as if by magic and patted my back. "Enjoy, gentlemen, it's on the house." I blinked. "Wait. What?" He grinned. "Your story kind of stuck with me, and honestly, it's nice seeing someone treat their kid right. Consider it a manager's privilege." I was astonished. Ethan dug in and giggled. Chocolate splattered on his cheek. "Dad, this is awesome." I chuckled, overwhelmed but appreciative. "Yeah, but it really is." Megan did not come over after that, but she was under no obligation to. I could see the tightness in her jaw. She grabbed her handbag a bit more tightly, the gradual terror that set in when she realized she was no longer in control of the room. But the big surprise happened when the check arrived. Not mine, hers. Because you see, Megan had no idea, and neither did anyone else at her table, that the restaurant had a policy about large private dining bookings. On Friday nights, groups using the private space must spend a minimum of $3,500. If you do not reach the minimum, they will not cancel the charge. They simply charge you regardless. And someone at that table had just ordered sparkling water and salad, but I didn't point it out. I didn't need to because the manager was already approaching their table, and her expression when she saw the quantity on the bill. Let me just say, the look she gave me from across the room was worth every sparkler. When we left the restaurant that evening, Ethan was still buzzing from the sugar and the attention. He gripped one of the gold-dusted strawberries like a prize, recounting every aspect of the dessert spectacular with the frantic delight that only a 13-year-old could muster. I smiled and nodded as he spoke, but my mind was elsewhere altogether. The rush of adrenaline from Megan's frozen expression, the manager's silent support, and the quiet power of being noticed began to wear off. And now I feel it. That strange hollow feeling in your chest when you finally stand up for yourself. That is a question you do not want to ask. Did I go too far? I didn't speak anything throughout the way home. Ethan slept out halfway through, still babbling about the lava mountain cake. But my mind was racing. Not quite guilty, but rather exhausted. Emotional hangover, perhaps. Standing up to Megan, however, did not solve the problem. It did not rewrite the past. It didn't change the reality that I was still the forgotten sister, the one who was only useful when someone needed a helping hand or a discreet favor. That night was a spark, yes, but I could feel it immediately. It would not affect how the rest of the family perceived me. If anything, it may support their silent misgivings. Daniel is emotional, overreacts, creates a scene, and maybe I overstepped. I have no regrets about treating Ethan to something wonderful, but I worried whether the special dessert, the 3-tiered extravaganza, came across as petty. Was I attempting to give my son a memory, or was I out to get even? That question remained for several weeks. Megan did not follow up after the dinner. No text, no phone call, not even a passive-aggressive group message including a link to birthday images. I didn't anticipate an apology. She'd never apologized for anything in her life, yet the stillness seemed heavy. Intentional. My mother, of course, became engaged in the way that only she could. I heard things got a little awkward at the restaurant, she stated over the phone one afternoon, stretching out the word awkward as if it were thorny. Awkward, I said, attempting to keep my voice cool. She said there was no room. We had to eat separately. Well, she began with a sigh that was deliberate. You have to understand, Megan puts a lot of effort into these events, planning for kids, making sure everything runs smoothly. Maybe you should have communicated better. I closed my eyes. There it is. Mom, I declared. She invited me. She told me the time and place. She didn't say anything about RSVPs or limited seating. I'm just saying, maybe if you'd called ahead. She told me I should have phoned ahead once we arrived. A pause. Well, maybe she was just stressed. Then I heard about an elaborate dessert. I nearly laughed. So now I'm the problem? I didn't say that, she said. But her tone conveyed just that. The conversation came to an end shortly thereafter. There is no resolution or support, it is simply more of the same. I'm tiptoeing around Megan's sentiments and minimizing mine. That was then I noticed something else. Megan's actions did not bring the situation to its lowest point. It was rock bottom because I kept expecting strangers to suddenly understand me. I'd spent the majority of my life shrinking myself to suit their comfort zones, downplaying victories, laughing off slights, and telling myself, that's just how she is. But what was I teaching Ethan if I continued doing that? I didn't want him to grow up believing that love meant condoning rudeness, or that family meant no limits. I wanted him to understand his worth, so I had to start showing him mine. So I stopped waiting for validation. I stopped responding to group conversations that were solely to commemorate Megan's achievements. I did not give gifts for her twins' upcoming occasion. I did not explain myself. I did not defend myself. I just stepped back. In the silence that followed, something unexpected occurred. I started breathing again. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't wasting energy trying to navigate family politics. I wasn't practicing comebacks or repeating disputes in my brain. I had room. And in that space, I began to focus on something I had long neglected. Myself. I had always been artistic, sketching, painting and creating. But I'd hidden that side for years, trying hard to make Ethan's life solid following the divorce. It paid the bills, yes, but it never satisfied me. One night, after Ethan had gone to bed, I took out my old sketchpad from the back of the closet and began scribbling. It was odd at first, like taking up a language you hadn't spoken in years. Then muscle memory took over. A doodle became a drawing. A single drawing became a full-page illustration. And one night I shared a handful of them anonymously on a Reddit art thread to see what others thought. The reaction stunned me. People enjoyed my work. They absolutely enjoyed it. There were several comments, inquiries, praises, and even a handful of commission requests. I hadn't even considered generating money from it, but now it didn't seem so far-fetched. I began putting in 2 hours every night after Ethan went to bed. Not laboring or hustling, simply creating. I finally felt like myself after years. And Ethan noticed. You've been in a better mood lately, he commented one morning at breakfast. I blinked. Really? Yeah, he said. You don't seem tired anymore. I smiled and ruffled his hair. That's because I've been drawing again. Cool. He smiled. Can you teach me? That moment, that one tiny statement, meant more than Megan's entire apologies. Things took a positive turn from there. I launched an Instagram art page and worked on a few minor projects, including logos, pet pictures, and even a book cover for an indie author. It wasn't a life-changing sum, but it was something. A side income, a secondary identity, and something I owned. Ethan and I started having art evenings every Friday. We'd turn on music, get some munchies, and doodle together. He would occasionally attempt to imitate my manner. Other times he'd perform bizarre, abstract things I'd never thought of. I could see how it boosted his confidence in the same manner that it restored my voice. And with each passing week, the resentment subsided. I didn't need vengeance anymore. I didn't want Megan to be harmed. I simply needed to recover. But of course, relatives will not let you leave peacefully. It began with a birthday invitation. Not Ethan's. Mine. Megan's handwritten card arrived in the mail. We're doing a little joint birthday dinner for Mom and Daniel, family only. Dress nice, RSVP. I looked at it for a long time. No call, text or apology, just a perfectly penned invitation as if nothing had occurred. And the setting, the same restaurant, private room, and Friday night. I nearly threw the card away. But something stopped me because I knew Megan. This was not an olive branch. It was a reset, an attempt to reclaim control, rewrite the story, and reintroduce me into the fold on her terms. But I was no longer the same person. I was not coming back to be silent. And if Megan wanted a supper, she was going to get more than she expected. The invitation lingered on the corner of my desk for 4 days. Not because I was considering whether or not to go. Deep down, I already knew the answer. I was going, but not as the Daniel they were expecting. Not the quiet brother who nodded along while being ignored. Not the doormat who smiled through clenched teeth and attempted to preserve the peace. Daniel was gone. This was more than simply a birthday supper. It was a test. Megan was attempting to regain control. She had picked the eatery. She included me this time, but not warmly. With calculating, she said, "See, I can be generous when I want to be, but only if you play along." Except this time, I didn't show up to play along. I came to make a statement, and I knew just how to do it. The first thing I did was phone the restaurant's manager, Steve. I did not expect him to remember me. It had been more than a month since the twins had dined. But when I announced my name and described the triple-decker dessert, he chuckled. "How could I forget?" he said. "You're the guy who made my pastry chef cry." But in a nice way. Her response was, "That was the most fun she's had plating something in years." I grinned. "Well, I've got a bit of a situation, and I think you might be the only person who can help." He listened as I described the invitation, the setup, and how Megan worked. I kept my tone casual yet honest. I did not want to lie or exaggerate. I only wanted him to understand. He did. "Let me guess," Steve said dryly. "Private room again. Limited seats. Everything perfectly orchestrated." "Exactly," I said. "Let me check the booking." He clicked in the background. "Yep. Friday night. Same table reserved for 12. That's what your mom, Megan, her husband, the twins, you and your son, and probably a +1 or 2. My chest clenched. 12 chairs. Just enough to make it feel like a family gathering, but not enough to invite anybody outside of the immediate circle. Megan had once again declared herself the gatekeeper to admittance. "I want to shake things up," I remarked. "Nothing loud, nothing petty, just something to remind her I'm not playing by her rules anymore." Steve hesitated. "Do you want a separate table again?" "No," I said. "This time, I want a seat at that table." And it was the beginning. Over the next 3 days, I began putting things into action. Step 1. Bring someone she did not anticipate. Megan had always made subtle comments about my social life. At family gatherings, she'd say things like, "Daniel's too busy to date, he's got Ethan and, well, his doodles." Or, "Some people are meant to be parents, some are meant to be single, and some are meant to be both." Passive-aggressive crap. She enjoyed playing the game in which she said I was somehow less mature because I hadn't remarried or paraded someone new around. And usually I didn't mind, but this time I had a card to play. I started talking to Samantha around a month ago. We connected through an online art community. She was a graphic artist situated in another city, with a wicked sense of humor and a calm intensity that reminded me of myself. We had only gone on 4 dates, but we clicked. She was not flamboyant. She didn't need to be the focus of attention, yet she captivated me. So I phoned her. "This might sound insane," I remarked. "But would you be willing to come to a family dinner with me this Friday?" "Dinner?" she said, doubtful. "At a restaurant where my sister once exiled me and my son to the sidelines." A pause. "Now I'm interested." "I totally understand if it's too soon or too weird, but I'll go," she told me. Just like that. Step 2. Dress the role. I do not mean fancy. Megan anticipated something special. She lived for aesthetics. I wanted something crisper, more subtle, more confident. I found a fitted blue jacket that I hadn't worn in years. I paired it with a clean white shirt, dark jeans, and boots that didn't scream trying too hard, but yet made a statement. Ethan donned a new charcoal button-down with chinos. Samantha, of course, looked effortlessly lovely in a rich burgundy gown that made Megan's pink clothing appear like wallpaper. Step 3. Control the story before she can. Megan lived on surprises. She enjoyed how people were taken off guard and rushing to react. That is how she maintained her power, by setting the pace. So I flipped it. On the morning of the meal, I uploaded a photo on my Instagram art account. It wasn't anything showy, just a snapshot of Ethan and me drawing at the park with the statement, "1 year ago, I was stuck in a place that drained me. Tonight, I celebrate not just my birthday, but the quiet wins that saved my life and the people who made it worth rebuilding." It exploded more than I imagined. A handful of my paintings had gone semi-viral in the previous month, and I suppose many had been hoping for a peek behind the curtain. Comments came in, offering support, encouragement, and cheering me on. Megan follows me on Instagram. I knew she had seen it. She loved the post within an hour but did not reply, which, in her language, was more powerful than an insult. Step 4. Arrive last. She always liked to make a great entrance. This time, I gave her the spotlight. Let her bask in it. I even contacted Steve ahead of time and requested, "If we arrive a few minutes late, can you make sure there's someone to walk us in personally?" He chuckled. "You got it." So we did. Ethan, Samantha, and I arrived exactly 9 minutes late. A well-dressed hostess greeted us and escorted us down the familiar corridor. I could immediately hear the conversation in the private dining area. Megan's voice was too loud with laughing. John interjects with one of his dull tales. My mother had questions that no one was answering. When the door opened, everything came to a standstill. Every head turned. Megan froze in mid-sentence. Her gaze moved between me, Samantha, and Ethan. Then she grinned. Too tight, and too quickly. "Oh, Daniel," she responded. "You're here. We were starting to worry. I messaged you." "We were on our way," I murmured easily, resting my hand on Samantha's back as we entered. Traffic was a nightmare. She gave Samantha a wavering grin. "This is Samantha," I said. "A good friend. She's a designer." Samantha offered her hand cordially. "Thanks for having me." Megan snatched it, then dropped it a little too hastily. "Well, we hadn't planned for, plus ones." "Good thing the reservation was for 12, I remarked, staring at the table. "And there were 12 beautiful seats. Except for 4, all are occupied." She had no way out. We sat between Samantha and I. My mother stood opposite us, looking little shocked. John lifted his glass in a half-hearted toast, mentioning that the birthday boy had finally arrived. Megan attempted to recuperate. She directed the conversation toward neutral subjects. She discussed a business trip John had done. She described the twins' current extracurricular activities. She even included a passive-aggressive joke. We all thought Daniel was keeping us in suspense. Classic artistic temperament, right? I grinned. I like to make an entrance. Guess it runs in the family. John chuckled. My mother gazed down at her menu, but the tension was palpable. Samantha handled herself like a professional. She posed meaningful inquiries. She complimented the twins' activities. She laughed at the proper moments. She did not overshare, fawn, or attempt to prove anything. Samantha wasn't trying to win, which bothered Megan more than bringing a spotlight and a marching band would have. She was simply there, relaxed and confident, and it disrupted Megan's entire performance. She was already in a downward spiral by the time the appetizers came. "You know?" she said abruptly, drinking her wine. "Daniel's always been the mysterious one. The artist. The free spirit. We never know what he's working on, do we?" I set down my fork. "Actually, I've been working on a children's book, illustrations and all. Got picked up by a publisher last month." A quiet descended across the table. My mom's eyes widened. "Really?" I nodded. "Yeah. It's about a kid who finds strength in being different. Inspired by Ethan." Samantha leaned over and softly squeezed my hand. "That's amazing," my mother responded really. Megan recovered quickly. "Well, isn't that sweet," she said, her smile too big. "Daniel always had a vivid imagination. Good thing he's finally putting it to use." Ethan, God bless him, spoke out just then. He also has over 35 commissions now, and his art was featured in an online magazine. I didn't tell him to say that. I didn't know he remembered, but the pride in his words moved me. Megan blinked. "Well, I guess we've all been busy lately." I grinned. Some of us more than others. With that, the equilibrium changed. The tables had turned. Not via screaming, not through show, but through presence and proof. I was no longer a supporting role in Megan's well-maintained family story. I rewrote the script. And yet, I wasn't finished since dessert hadn't arrived, nor had the main surprise. The clink of forks, murmurs of uncomfortable compliments, and the odd forced laugh filled the room like background noise. By the time dessert arrived, Megan's theatrical warmth had hardened into something colder. She still smiled politely and cocked her head in interest while others talked, but her gaze remained fixed on me, observing, calculating, waiting for a blunder on which she might capitalize. I did not give her one. I hadn't spoken anything since dropping the children's book bomb. Not because I didn't have anything more to say, but because the stillness was louder. My absence from the typical family conversation disturbed her. Megan flourished while handling the script. But now I was not feeding her lines. I was not going to give her a foil. I was simply sitting calm, present, and unconcerned. And it was driving her crazy. Megan perked up when the server presented the dessert menu, her opportunity to retake the situation. "Should we do a shared dessert again?" she questioned the table. "Like we did at the twins' birthday." My mother nodded graciously. John gave a non-committal shrug. The twins, who were half asleep at this point, didn't care. Megan stared at me. "What do you think, Daniel?" I drank my coffee and met her eyes. "Actually, I already arranged something." She blinked. "You did?" "I spoke with Steve last week. He's got something special lined up." Before she could react, the lights dimmed slightly, just enough to quiet the place down. Then it rolled in. A cart carried by 2 waiters and accompanied by a third carrying a tray of sparkling glasses. The cart included a big stacked dessert. Not a carbon replica of the one at the twins' party, but a perfected development. This one was exquisite and sculptural, with a tower of white chocolate mousse, caramel-drizzled profiteroles, and dark chocolate shards that span out like wings. The gold-dusted raspberries glistened in the candlelight. On the top tier, a thin slate of tempered chocolate embossed with white script. "To Daniel for rising quietly, but powerfully." The visitors let out gasps and hushed wows. Even John leaned in to get a better look. Ethan's eyes widened. Samantha grinned. "Megan?" She froze. I stood. "Thank you," I told the waiters before turning to face the table. "I hope you don't mind. I just wanted to mark this moment." Megan discovered her voice. "That's quite a gesture." I grinned. "It is." She offered a little laugh. "I mean, it's lovely, but don't you think it's a bit much? This was supposed to be a shared dinner, not just your celebration." There it was. The fracture and simmer underneath the surface. I nodded thoughtfully. "You're right. But for the past decade, every family dinner has been about someone else. Someone's promotion. Someone's kid's recital. Someone's curated perfection. And I've always sat quietly congratulating everyone, applauding the show, trying not to take up space." She opened her lips, but I continued. "This time, I wanted to try something different. Not out of spite, just to remind myself that I'm allowed to be seen. A pause to remind Ethan that being kind doesn't mean being invisible." Megan's cheeks twisted as she considered whether to double down or back off. I did not give her the chance. "Oh, and one more thing," I said, putting down my coffee. I went inside my jacket pocket and took out a folded envelope. I wasn't planning to bring this up today, but since we were all present, I passed the envelope across the table to my mother. She took it carefully. "What's this?" "A letter from Dad's lawyer," I answered calmly, referring to the trust fund. Megan paled. "What? What are you talking about?" My mother opened the envelope and started reading. Her eyes expanded. "You see," I said calmly. "Before Dad passed, he set up a trust, one for each of us, but the language was a bit particular. The terms were conditional." Megan was frozen. "Mom, he saw how things were going, the dynamics, the favoritism, the silences, and he wanted to correct that." My mother gazed up at me, shocked. "He left you a controlling interest," I told him. "In the family cabin, the one Megan's been renting out as an Airbnb for the past 2 summers. John abruptly sat up taller. "Wait, what?" I turned to face him. "Yeah, the deed's been in a trust this whole time. Megan's name is on the usage lease, but not the ownership." I returned my gaze to my sister, "And the condition states that if any beneficiary engages in exclusionary conduct against another, particularly regarding their kid, the trust may be reorganized." Megan's voice crackled. "You're bluffing." "Check with the lawyer," I said. "His number's on the back page." She took the envelope from my mother and scanned the papers like a drowning woman searching for a rope. John peered over her shoulder. "Is this real?" Megan didn't respond. I stood again. "I don't want the cabin, Megan. I don't want your parties or your spotlight. But I will protect what's mine. And I won't let my son be treated like a second-class citizen in his own family." Nobody spoke. The only sound came from a fork landing on a dish. I exhaled. "So, here's the deal. I'm going to assume control of the cabin lease starting next month. You can remove it from your Airbnb listings. I've already spoken with the management company, and I've decided Ethan and I will spend a few weeks there this summer, just the 2 of us, no drama, no performance." Megan looked like she had swallowed glass. "And going forward," I went on, "I'll decide when and if we attend family gatherings. If I'm invited, I'll assume it's sincere. If not, I'm okay with that too. I turned to my mother. No hard feelings. But I won't keep showing up to be someone's backdrop. She gave a hesitant nod, tears in her eyes. Perhaps guilt. Maybe something more, but she didn't say anything. Samantha stood alongside me and placed a hand on my back. Ethan stared up at me with astonishment. For the first time all night, I grinned sincerely. Thanks for dinner. We stepped out as dessert was served, and the door closed behind us. I could still hear the hush echoing in that exquisite small dining room. That was the last family meal I'd attended in a long time. However, that was the first night I actually felt free. Not only from Megan, but from the pressure to explain, prove and perform. I didn't need their approval anymore since I had created something greater. I had constructed myself, and I had showed my kid that quiet people do not stay quiet forever. My parents gave my tuition to my brother. His business needs it, they said. I left. Now, I'm running a $600,000 business while his is in ruins. The day my life turned upside down began with a dish of scrambled eggs and a phony grin. I vividly recall how the morning light touched the kitchen counter. How my mother's voice was just a bit too pleasant. And my father continued tapping his wedding band against his coffee mug like a metronome, as if he was practicing a speech in his thoughts. My name is Cole, and I was 20 when they sat me down that morning, 1 week before I was set to move into my college dorm room. I had spent the previous year painstakingly preparing every detail, including registering for orientation, searching for used textbooks, and working evenings at the grocery store to finance dorm decor and a quality laptop. I kept a spreadsheet for everything. I even purchased one of those little dorm-sized refrigerators because I had heard somewhere that college eating gets old quickly. For most of high school, I was the quiet, responsible one in our family. The type of child that had straight A's, avoided parties, and kept out of trouble. Not because I was afraid of the repercussions, but because I believed it would mean something. I figured if I worked hard and didn't make a fuss, someone would notice. Maybe not with grandiose praise but with small gestures like upholding their commitments, like paying for the tuition they said they'd been saving for since I was 12. So when my mother said, "Cole, sweetie, your dad and I need to talk to you about something important," I merely smiled and ate another egg. I had no reason to be skeptical or ready myself for the tremendous gut punch that was about to come. My father leaned forward with the familiar serene expression he often used when he was prepared to lecture me on life's unfairness. And then he remarked, "We gave your tuition money to your brother. His business needs it more right now." That was all. One statement. No build-up, no apology, just a cold clinical pronouncement, as if he were announcing the weather. I didn't answer at first. I blinked. I recall gazing at the salt shaker on the table because I couldn't look them in the eyes. I briefly considered if they were kidding. But as I looked up, my mother had an odd face. Not guilty or humiliated. It was closer to pride. "You should be happy," she remarked. "You're supporting the family in a big way. This is what being part of something bigger than yourself looks like." That's the moment it hit me. They didn't tell me this because they felt awful. They were telling me this because they believed I should be proud because in their opinion, I no longer had ambitions or objectives. I was simply convenient. Let me back up a little. My older brother Luke is 4 years older than me. Growing up, he was known as the golden kid. Every mistake he made was a learning opportunity. Every time I earned an A, he received a pizza party for remembering to take out the trash. When he left out of college after one semester to establish a tech firm in our garage, my parents reacted as if he had found fire. They poured money into his business like it was a trust fund, purchasing him equipment, assisting him in renting office space, and even co-signing a loan when times went tough. The firm never really took off, but Luke was constantly planning a new pivot, a fresh idea that simply needed a little more time. He wasn't lazy, I will give him that. But he acted recklessly. He borrowed as if nothing needed to be paid back. He promised things that he couldn't deliver. And somehow always managed to persuade our parents that he was on the threshold of something great. So, when I was admitted into a wonderful university, not Ivy League but very competitive, my parents informed me that they had the first year covered, and I trusted them. Why wouldn't I? I obeyed every rule. I played it safe. I remained in my lane, and in exchange, I was supposed to receive my shot. Instead, I received this. A morning lesson about making sacrifices provided with eggs and toast. I asked one question. "So, what am I supposed to do now?" My father glanced at me, as if I were being ridiculous. "Take a gap year, get a job. Plenty of kids your age need time to figure things out." "I already figured it out," I said, scarcely recognizing my own voice. I'm supposed to move in next week. We know, my mother murmured softly, as if that made everything any better. And we're really sorry about the timing. But you're smart, Cole. You'll find another way. The toughest thing wasn't the decision. They acted as if this was a chance for me to improve. It's as if losing my future was a character-building exercise. I did not shout. I did not argue. I did not weep. I just nodded. Then I excused myself from the meal and went upstairs to my room, closing the door. That was the moment everything changed, because something deep within me shattered. Not in a dramatic movie scene when I destroyed a mirror or punched a wall. It was quieter than that, more definitive, like a switch being turned off. I did not sleep that night. I laid in bed, looking at the ceiling, replaying every discussion I'd ever had with my parents, which now felt phony. Every time they told me they were proud. It was like finding your safety net was made of paper every time they stated, "We've got your back." The next morning I began packing my things, not for college but for something else completely. And it was the beginning. The start of a long year, the beginning of quiet between myself and my parents. The start of my disappearance, not literally but mentally. I left the house with 2 bags, $2,000 from my grocery store job and one rule etched in my memory. Never trust somebody who treats you like a backup plan. And while my brother's business was burning money like a blaze, I was going to launch my own, something I hadn't told anybody about, something discreet, something clever, because if they wanted me to support the family, I'd show them precisely how. But not in the way they had expected. Not even close. I did not have a plan. Certainly not a real one. But I had determination and fury. The type of calm, patient wrath that doesn't fizzle out quickly. The sort that simmers for months, eventually crystallizing into something crisp and valuable. I moved out on the same day they delivered the bombshell. I didn't even give them the opportunity to inquire where I was heading. I quickly packed my laptop, clothing, and the little money I had saved and contacted Ryan, a former co-worker at the grocery shop, who had a free room in his apartment across town. It was not glamorous. There was no air conditioning, so I had to sleep on a futon that creaked if I breathed too hard. But it was mine. Even more significantly, it was not theirs. I didn't chop them off totally. They texted a few times throughout the first week, checking in as if nothing had occurred. "How is your job search going? Let us know if you need anything." I didn't answer. I wasn't prepared. I was too busy feeling dumb to believe them. I was too preoccupied with my resentment to find an outlet for it. I spent my days alternating between Craigslist jobs and YouTube videos about digital marketing, e-commerce, coding, and anything else that may lead to anything more solid than stacking stores. At night, I worked shifts at a nearby sandwich restaurant. I told Ryan that I was simply figuring things out for a year before college. I did not tell him why. I couldn't even speak it out without feeling a strange combination of embarrassment and rage, like if I'd been duped and then supposed to thank the dealer. Meanwhile, Luke was everywhere. He was all over my parents' social media accounts. My mother uploaded photos of his workplace as if it were NASA headquarters. My father posted links to his company's website, as if he were creating the next Google. Every caption was full of pride. So proud of our oldest for pursuing his aspirations. Support small businesses. Check out Luke's latest effort. It made me nauseous. Not because he was successful, but because I was certain he wasn't. I knew Dad was losing money, straining to deliver on overpromised contracts, and striving to appear legitimate, while our parents tossed everything at him like it was monopoly money. He wasn't malicious, but privileged. The sort of person who never understood what no meant since no one ever told him. About a month after I moved out, my mother emailed me a photo of Luke standing in front of a large banner that said, "Genius Tech Solutions, Grand Opening." They had hired out a co-working space downtown. Balloons, ribbon-cutting ceremony. My folks were smirking in the backdrop, as if they'd won the jackpot. I didn't respond. I did not congratulate anyone. I just looked at that photo and realized how alone I was. And that was when things changed. I could have kept sulking. I could have waited a year and applied again for scholarships and loans, but I knew better now. If I desired a future, I realized I had to create it myself, brick by brick, if for no other reason. So I began learning feverishly. I had always been tech-savvy. In high school, I operated a little tutoring business, helped kids repair their phones, and even built a few bespoke PCs. But now I started digging deeper. I taught myself how to run Facebook advertising, discover profitable dropshipping items, and create sales content that converts. I watched 10 hours of lessons every day, attended online courses that I couldn't pay, and discovered alternative means to get them. I tried every free trial known to man. I failed a lot. We lost money on terrible product concepts. I ate way too many ramen bowls. But I kept going. 3 months later, I opened my first actual store. It wasn't fancy. It was simply a niche gadget website that sold portable humidifiers and phone holders. But I discovered a rhythm. I reinvested everything. They lived on pennies. I even canceled my Spotify subscription to save money and started listening to motivating YouTube videos instead. The grind grew intoxicating, and eventually things began to click. By the 6th month I was making more each week than I did in a month at the sandwich business. I did not inform anyone, not Ryan, not my old pals, and certainly not my family. This was not about boasting, it was about creating something that no one could take from me. Meanwhile, things at home became strange. My mother started phoning again. Initially, it was casual, a voicemail here and a message there. "Hey honey, just checking in. Hope you're doing okay." Then it became more insistent. "We haven't heard from you in a while. Can we meet up? Your dad's worried." And then one day, she emailed this. "Luke could really use your aid. You're quite skilled with computers." I reread it 3 times, laughed aloud. The arrogance. I did not react. I didn't have to react since at the time, I had something better. Leverage. But I wasn't prepared to utilize it yet. Not till the breaking point. That followed 6 months later. I received a message from my cousin Sophie. She was close to my parents. She babysat me when I was tiny, but we hadn't spoken in years. She emailed me a snapshot of a post on my mother's Facebook. "We're very proud of both our boys, Luke, who's changing local tech, and Cole, who's boldly taking a gap year to find himself. Family often entails making difficult decisions. That's what it's all about." My jaw tightened. Supporting one another. They framed it as if I had decided to forego college. As if this were some heroic self-sacrifice, as if I had willingly given up my future so Luke could play CEO. And they liked it. Cole, who said, "You raised such generous boys." Sounds like a darling. I wanted to shout, but I remained silent. I remained concentrated till the phone came. It was Tuesday. I was in the process of completing orders when my phone called. My dad. I let it go to voicemail. A minute later, he phoned again and again. Finally I responded. "Cole," he murmured, breathing heavily as if he had been sprinting. "I need to speak with you, it's about Luke." I said nothing. He paused and then sighed. "His business, it's not doing well." "Oh really?" I said. "He's behind on rent for the office space. The loan we co-signed is... well, the payments are piling up." I couldn't speak. "We were hoping," he whispered, "that you might be able to help. You've always been good with numbers. Maybe you could take a look at the books, see if there's anything we're missing." It was the right time. The exact moment I felt the crack in our family spread into a canyon. They'd stolen everything from me. My faith, my future, and tuition. They crawled back as it fell apart. But things grew worse. My mother called later that night. She spoke softly, like if she were casting a spell. "Sweetheart, we know things didn't go as planned, but Luke is your brother. He needs you. We all need you." That was my last word. "You gave him my college fund." There was a pause before a sigh. "We loaned it to him. It was a family decision." "No, it was your decision," I responded, my voice quivering. "I didn't agree to anything. We didn't think you'd be so rigid about it." Rigid, as if asking your parents to keep their promise was some kind of personality fault. "We've supported both of you in different ways," she said. "Luke just needs more right now." "And what do I need?" I was unsure. There was quiet. That was the actual answer. I was not meant to need anything. I was meant to be the stable one, the fixer, and the supporting player in Luke's startup drama. It all came to a climax a week later when I visited their home. I'm not really sure why I went. Perhaps a part of me still wanted them to own it, to accept responsibility for their actions, and to apologize. Instead, I stepped into a full-fledged intervention. Luke was there. So were my parents. The living room appeared tidy, as if they were awaiting visitors. My mother smiled the instant I walked in. "We're so glad you came. Sit down." I remained standing. Luke seemed weary. He had bags under his eyes and an open laptop in front of him. "Cole, man," he said me. "I messed up. I know I did, but I just need a little help. You're good at this online stuff. You've always been smart. My dad got involved. We're only looking for a few suggestions. Maybe you might assist him restructure the business. There's still time." I glanced at each one. Have any of you ever considered assisting me? They blinked as if I had spoken in another language. I needed help a year ago. I needed support. I needed you, but you didn't show up. My mother's grin faded. Honey, we were trying to do what's best for the family. No, I responded, my voice quiet and firm. You were trying your best for Luke. And now that everything is crashing, you see me as your safety net. Luke said again, but I interrupted him. I'm not here to mend your mess. I'm not your backup plan. I am not your backup plan. My father stood visibly annoyed. Don't be so dramatic, Cole. I chuckled. A harsh, humorless sound. I am not being theatrical. I'm done. With that, I walked out. They did not follow. But 2 hours later, my mother sent one last message. We just want our family back. I glanced at it. Heart thumping, fingers hanging over the screen because they were correct. Something had broken, but not in the way they expected. A chat or a hug would not enough to resolve the situation. Something deeper. And I knew right then that my next step would alter everything. The day I walked out of my parents' house after their small family gathering, I felt 10 feet tall. Yes, I am angry, and my emotions are still raw from betrayal, but I am finally free. It felt as if I had given up waiting for something that would never come. Their acceptance, support, and respect had always been conditional and biased in Luke's favor. But the excitement went off quickly. 2 weeks later, I was sitting in the dark at 2 a.m. I sat in the tight apartment I shared with Ryan, wondering what I was doing. The illumination from my laptop screen illuminated the flaking paint on the wall. On one tab, I had a Shopify dashboard open, and on the other, a spreadsheet with ad expenditure and conversion rates. This was the 5th day in a row. I had not broken even. No sales. My advertising account was flagged for questionable activities. My PayPal payments were placed on hold for fraud prevention. I had $450 in my bank account with no backup plan. That was the bottom. Not only monetarily, but emotionally. Because up until that point, I had this idea in the back of my mind that I would win and make it big only to prove them wrong. But when your stomach growls, your rent is due, your store's checkout is broken, and no one is answering your emails, all of your vengeance fantasies seem like pipe dreams. I did not sleep that night. The next morning, when I stood in front of the mirror brushing my teeth, I scarcely recognized the man staring back. Pale complexion. Heavy eyes. I resembled a ghost in my own existence. That same day, Ryan found me in the kitchen, huddled over my phone, reading through job advertisements. He didn't say anything, only took a Coke from the fridge and leaned against the counter. Are you okay? He questioned. Yeah, I lied. He nodded. Cool. You still doing that online business thing? I shrugged. Trying. He stopped for a second before saying something I will never forget. Well, just don't forget to eat. Even gladiators need sandwiches. I grinned for the first time in days, despite the fact that the queue was ridiculous. That afternoon I headed to the library, not a coffee shop or a co-working place, but a public library with slow Wi-Fi and fluctuating lights. I stayed there for several hours. There were no distractions or noises, just myself, a notebook and a drive to sort things out. I devised a fresh, better idea. Instead than pursuing popular things or attempting to get rich quickly, I chose to establish something small, steady, and honest. I studied SEO as if my life depended on it. I watched videos on affiliate marketing, specialized content sites, creating email lists, and optimizing landing pages. No more get-rich-quick schemes. No more dropshipping from unscrupulous vendors. Simply actual, helpful material. That's how I launched my first information website. I was truly interested in portable camping gear. I wrote each piece myself. I spent weeks collecting product evaluations, learning about keyword clustering, backlink outreach, and the dark magic of Google's algorithm. It was slow going. For the first month, the site had less than 20 visitors each day, but I persevered with it. Updated content, split-tested headlines, discovered better affiliate programs, and concentrated on trust. Meanwhile, I took on freelance work to keep the lights on. Copywriting, SEO audits, and even assisting local companies with their malfunctioning websites. I was surviving again. Not prospering, but surviving. And then there was a minor miracle. 3 months after launching the site, one of my posts, Top 5 Ultralight Camping Stoves for 2022, was picked up by a larger outdoor gear blog. They referred to it in a roundup piece. My traffic increased overnight. I earned $250 in affiliate commissions that week. That's when I realized I had something. That modest victory created a spark. I kept growing, writing more articles, reaching out to more sites, hiring a cheap editor from Upwork when I couldn't keep up, investing in a better theme, quicker hosting, creating a newsletter, and launching a second site, this time in a completely different niche. Minimalist productivity tools. By the end of that year, I was running 3 websites. One earns $1,200 per month, another makes $600, and one barely breaks even. But they all totaled up. I wasn't rich, but I didn't have to be. I was free. I had created it all myself. I have no college, no degree, no aid, and I have yet to speak to my parents. They didn't understand what I was doing. For all they knew, I was still discovering myself. Still struggling in the post-gap year days, as Luke attempted to resurrect his tech Frankenstein. But even that was unraveling through the grapevine, particularly Sophie, my cousin who remained in touch despite the difficulties. I discovered Luke's business was failing. His biggest client had backed out. His rent was overdue by 4 months. The debt that our parents co-signed was in default. There were speculations that he might be sued for undeliverable software. He had apparently begun to appear like a shadow of himself at family gatherings. His girlfriend departed. He relocated back into my parents' basement, where his business began years ago. My folks were busting up too. My mother's postings were increasingly infrequent. No more gushing subtitles praising Luke's great thinking. My father stopped responding to texts from extended relatives who were beginning to ask unpleasant questions about the money. And me. I relocated to a nicer apartment, purchased a new laptop, a standing desk, a potted plant named Gordon, and even recruited a virtual assistant to help with my 3rd website. This one focuses on home office equipment. The irony was not lost on me. Luke had a showy workplace with ribbon cuts and glass walls. I had a quiet room, a good chair, and constant revenue. I considered contacting out. I considered rubbing it in but decided not to. I wasn't there yet. Because, despite how fantastic things were going, a part of me still hurt. I couldn't explain it to anyone, including Ryan. It wasn't all about money or college. It was the betrayal. The fact that the people who reared me and professed to love me looked me in the eyes and told me my ambitions were meaningless, that my future was throwaway, and that my hard work was optional. That makes a mark. It affects how you trust. It affects the way you hope. However, even scars may harden into armor. And finally, I felt powerful again. About a year after leaving home, I received a phone call. Unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. It was Luke. His voice sounded shaky. It was quieter than I had ever heard before. "Hey Cole, I know it's been a while. I don't know, man. Things are really bad right now. I messed up. I know I did, but I could really use some help." I watched the video 6 times. Not because I was thinking about assisting him. I was not. I listened because I wanted to know what it sounded like when someone who had always been given everything suddenly ran out of hands to catch him. I never phoned him back, but I did preserve the message. It reminded me why I had done all of this in the first place. Why did I spend every night learning topics no one taught me? Why I dealt with panic episodes, 0 weeks, and landlords who didn't care whether you figured things out. Because they underestimated me, and it was going to hurt them. I was no longer a background character. I was going to become the story twist. Luke's voicemail hung in my inbox, like a lighted fuse that never quite blew. I listened to it every few days, not to remind myself of how far I'd come, but to stay grounded. It reminded me that while I had spent the previous year grinding in solitude, developing in the shadows, the individuals who dismissed me were now drowning in the mess they had made. But I wasn't in a rush to boast. Real retribution is more than simply proving someone wrong. It is about allowing people to understand it for themselves, slowly and painfully, without a lifeline. That type of calculating requires time, accuracy, a little timing, and a lot of restraint. And now I have all 3. My first significant chance came from an unexpected source, a LinkedIn message. One of the firms whose affiliate program I had been working with contacted me to see if I would be interested in consulting. Apparently, my site was generating more revenue than some of their larger partners, and they wanted to know how. At first I hesitated. I'd never done anything official like that. But when I saw their estimate of $4,500 for a 10-hour audit, I accepted. That single work covered 2 months' rent. That assignment led to 2 more. I instantly gained credibility, clients, and references. But most importantly, I had an idea. It began as a joke. Really? Ryan and I were sitting in our flat. He'd recently departed his retail job to pursue a career in app development, and I joked how amusing it would be to write a public case study of my path from betrayed to self-made. I called it. Ryan laughed. "You'd break the internet." I hesitated. No, seriously. What if I did tell my story, not in a bitter way, but educational, strategic? What if I turned everything they thought was my downfall into a blueprint for how to build something from nothing? He leaned forward. You'd get clients, sponsors, and possibly a book deal. Maybe, I said, grinning. But most importantly, I'd acquire eyeballs, because if I was going to play this game, if I was going to deconstruct their story and rewrite my own, I wanted them to see it. That night I purchased a new domain name, something clean and professional. I began writing the first installment of a multi-part blog article detailing how I established my affiliate sites, dealt with burnout, and negotiated the minefield of internet business without money or help. It was neither passionate nor bitter. It was surgical, simply the facts. Each post concluded with one line: no degree, no assistance, and no excuses. The post took off. First on Reddit, then on Hacker News, and finally, a YouTuber in the finance specialty created a reaction video titled, "The Kid Who Got Cut Off and Built an Empire." In 2 weeks, I got over 15,000 email subscribers. My website's traffic skyrocketed. A corporation offered to acquire one of them for a mid-5-figure sum. I declined since I had larger intentions. Plans that included eventually emerging from the digital shadows and entering the room where choices are made. So I started attending local meetings, SEO events, tech panels, and even a few startup expos. I was silent at first, observing and studying how others spoke when they didn't think you were worth paying attention to. But finally, I began speaking, giving views, and providing guidance. Not the showy hustle bro type of advice, but real-world wisdom. People appreciated it. Some people took notes. This is how I met Olivia. She was a UX designer who had recently departed her business and was seeking for her next project. We met for coffee after one of the meetings and got along right away. Sharp intelligence, sharp wit, and no tolerance for fluff. Within a week, we were thinking ways to combine my content approach with her design expertise. By the end of the month, we had a plan and a functioning firm. We named it Dustproof, a digital product agency that created, developed, and monetized specialized content companies from scratch. I managed traffic and monetization. She oversaw branding and user experience. We divided everything 50-50. It wasn't just about the money anymore. It was about making a message. We weren't just constructing places. We were creating leverage. And now that I had it, I began planning for the true vengeance. It began properly with Luke. Sophie, who continued to pop up in our group conversations, informed me that he was looking for a new investor. Apparently, a local business incubator was considering him for a $75,000 grant to support struggling tech startups. Luke had offered them a half-baked pivot, an AI-driven small business assistant software with a lot of buzzwords. But they were interested since he was well-connected and experienced. Olivia raised an eyebrow when I told her he was seriously pitching AI now. Oh yeah, I replied. He dropped out of college, burned through hundreds of thousands, got bailed out by his parents, and now he's selling himself as a visionary. She drank her beverage. Let's bury him. I smiled. Thought you'd never ask. First, we developed a competing notion. Same place, same market, but with a better name, branding, and, most crucially, a working MVP. We did not even try to disguise it. We gave it a name that was just one syllable different than Luke's. Similar enough to pique attention, yet distinct enough to be legal. We created a great landing page. We created demo videos. We released a blog article titled, "What Most Business Apps Get Wrong and How We Fixed It," which included screenshots, testimonials, and a live waitlist. Then we launched inexpensive advertising targeting the incubator's zip code. Within days, our version had taken over their LinkedIn feeds. I even joined the incubator's public Slack channel under an alias merely to lurk. And sure enough, 3 days later, someone wrote, "Hey, has anyone seen this new tool? Looks super clean. Might be worth looking into before we finalize the next grant." Luke never saw it coming. Sophie messaged me the next morning. "Not sure if you were involved, but Jay is freaking out." LOL. I never replied. I just put down my phone and got back to work. Because as pleasurable as it was to trip him up, he was not the intended goal. My parents were. They were the ones who wagered against me, telling me I should be proud of giving up on my future. Who cheered at Luke's big opening and then ignored me when I asked, "What am I supposed to do now?" I could have given them a letter, an invoice, or a link to my blog. But it would have been too simple. Instead, I waited for the ideal opportunity, which arrived just in time for my cousin Claire's wedding. She was being married at a nearby winery, and everyone was invited. My entire extended family, Luke, my parents, even folks I hadn't seen since middle school. Sophie gave me a screenshot of the guest list and asked whether I was attending. I nearly said no. The prospect of coming into that gathering surrounded by individuals who assumed I was a dropout floating through life made my skin crawl. But then I got an idea. A proper setup. I phoned Olivia. "How do you feel about a little show and tell?" She joked. "I love drama. What are you thinking?" "I want to arrive like a ghost-turned-millionaire." "Oh," she responded, smirking into the phone. "We're doing a reveal." So we arranged it. We got a new suit, fitted and elegant, with no logos or flash, just presence. Olivia assisted me in creating a bio card for the event, a little folded piece of paper that announced Dustproof as a sponsor of the venue's forthcoming small business retreat. I ensured that they featured our website and my name. Cole Lane, a co-founder. I didn't inform anyone I was coming. I did not RSVP. I just stepped in, and when I did, every discussion within a 10-foot radius slowed to a crawl. Because the last time they saw me, I was the kid who went missing before college, the one who waived his tuition and took a gap year to think things out. Now I resemble someone you might search up on Google, and Luke. He was at the bar, nursing a drink, and appeared to be on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Our gazes met. He blinked. I nodded. No words. My mother was halfway across the room, chatting to a great aunt I scarcely recognized. When she finally recognized me, her face went through a whole 4-stage response. Confusion, recognition, a forced grin, and something approaching terror. I strolled over calmly and civilly, as if I didn't need anything from anyone. "Cole," she said, breathless. I didn't know you were coming." "I wasn't sure either," I explained calmly. "But one of the event sponsors invited me." Her face twitched. "Oh," she said. I let it dangle in the air. My father joined her a bit later. His grin was stiffer and more forced. "Son," he replied. "It's good to see you." "Likewise." He attempted to inquire further, but I moved to welcome someone else, the event manager, and handed her my bio card to confirm my table. She took one look, smiled and said, "Oh, you're the guy from Dustproof. We've heard so much about your work." My parents became quiet. It was not about flaunting anything. It was about being there, regaining the area I had been driven out of, and compelling people to watch since the performance was just getting started. The wedding celebration played out like a stage play, and I was tired of being a supporting part. My parents sat stiffly at their table across the room, hardly sipping their beverages. Luke stayed around, visibly shaken, staring at me every few minutes as if I were a ghost he couldn't quite expel. Several of our relatives made small chat with me, polite, interested, and awkward. Devin leaned in with a sneer and asked, "Didn't you drop out or something? What are you up to now?" I said nothing. I simply pointed to the Dustproof placard on the table, where my name appeared alongside a brief description of the company I co-founded, and a subtle QR code led directly to a case study titled, "The Tuition That Wasn't, How Losing Everything at 18 Helped Me Build a $600,000 Content Portfolio Before 21. It was gentle. I had avoided naming names, rants, Reddit postings, and bitter breakdowns in favor of pure facts, impartial tone, and a recorded timetable, but anybody with half a brain could read between the lines. And, based by Luke's expression as he read the code, I watched him do it. He clearly had half a brain. The repercussions began 2 days later. My dad sent me an SMS. "We need to talk face to face." I didn't respond, and neither did my mom. "Your post. People are asking questions. Please take it down." I laughed. Take it down. After they presented me as the unselfish younger brother who just stepped aside for the family's future entrepreneur. No. This was the reckoning. And it was no longer personal. It was structural, tidy, and inescapable. Because as soon as the case study got viral, people began connecting the links. Sophie informed me that Luke's previous contractor, whom he abandoned after promising stock options, posted the link on Twitter with the description, "Oh, so this is why he never paid me." A day later, the local startup incubator that had been evaluating Luke for a second round of funding issued a modest update on their website, putting a halt to external investments pending internal review. Luke not only removed himself from the list, but he also destroyed it. Meanwhile, a handful of Luke's early investors, mostly local dentists and real estate agents with whom my father played poker, were unhappy. The case study did not identify them, but it traced the flow of funds using ambiguous terms such as family-backed firms with no KPIs, and early investors promising huge profits with minimal monitoring. Everyone involved knew who it was about. One of them, Dr. Richards, supposedly grabbed my father at a neighborhood barbecue and asked him directly, "Did you give your kids tuition to Luke's startup?" My father did not respond, but silence in such circles says loudly. I began hearing from individuals, including former professors, a handful of my high school friends, and even one of Luke's ex-partners. They all responded with some form of, "I read your article." I had no clue since that was the force of truth. Not yelled, not exaggerated, but just documented, calm, measured and unapologetic. And that calm, more than anything else, was what brought them down. Luke attempted to answer with, sort of. He wrote his own blog post, a half-hearted, jargon-filled jumble headlined, "Entrepreneurship is Messy. Lessons from a startup that didn't go as planned." It was full of vague apologies and terms like pushing limits, building under pressure, and learning from setbacks. No one purchased it. In fact, the responses were harsh. This is what happens when you play with other people's money. Your brother had every right to speak up. You owe him more than an apology. You didn't fail because you took risks. You failed because you took people. My parents, however, did not reply publicly. It was not their style, but they felt it. The call ended. The text has dried up. My mom unfriended half of our extended relatives on Facebook. My father took down his LinkedIn profile. At first I assumed it was shame, but it wasn't. Control was slipping through their fingers, softly and mercilessly, and as they shrank inward, my universe grew. I accepted an invitation to speak at a digital entrepreneurship conference in Austin. I shared the stage with entrepreneurs who were twice my age, dinners, panels and interviews, all weird and earned. Olivia and I expanded Dustproof into a full-fledged enterprise. We recruited 2 writers, a project manager, and a sales lead. By my 21st birthday, our monthly income had surpassed $75,000, excluding affiliate commissions and license arrangements. The nicest thing was that I never told my parents directly. I never phoned them to gloat. Never texted, "Told you so." Never dumped bank statements in group chats because quiet was louder, distance was louder, and dignity yelled. One more thing happened, and I realized the tale had come full circle. I spotted the listing on a Saturday morning. Luke's startup, what remained of it, was being liquidated. Office equipment, monitors, and a few standing desks were all listed on Facebook Marketplace using a burner account with no profile picture. I purchased one of the desks and had it delivered to the Dustproof office. Olivia felt it was an odd decision, but I informed her that certain things just belong where they're most helpful. And now, every time I sit at it, this sleek, slightly scuffed $1,200 ergonomic remnant of his failing enterprise, I smile, knowing that this was my payback. No pomp or show, just quiet, unmistakable success. The type they couldn't avoid. The type they couldn't touch. My brother said, "I can't heal if you're happy." So my parents banned me from gaming. Then I caught him taking cash from kids playing my PS5. My foster brother believed that I was humiliating him for his difficult background by playing video games, and our parents agreed. Travis spent the first 12 years of his life in one of the city's deadliest crack houses. Despite this, he said that it did not cause him any trauma or PTSD. He was proud of his ability to remain unaffected until one year, when he discovered that my Christmas present was worth $15 more than his own. Suddenly he was a devastated victim suffering from profound PTSD. And witnessing younger children get good things triggered his buried memories. When my 9-year-old cousin received LED lights for her birthday, he destroyed the controller since he grew up without light. He also urged my aunt to cease buying Christmas presents for her children, and then insisted that our parents pay him with monthly surprise gifts. And when I bought a PS5 with my own money, he said it was emotional violence. I first informed him that he too could play. Even offered to purchase him a bespoke controller. But he declined. My parents only allowed me to play while he wasn't in the living room, per his request. I even tried headphones, but they weren't enough. Travis didn't feel secure strolling around the home while his suppressed trauma was pushed in his face. Within a week, I had relocated the PS5 to my bedroom, where the display was running at 25 frames per second. That pleased Travis for 3 days. I arrived home from school to find Mom clutching him on the bathroom floor. He was shivering, and tears streamed down his face. When he noticed me, he began to back away, like a mouse sighting a cat. After 15 minutes of sobbing, he told me how he saw the PS5 menu while strolling past my room. "All those other kids," he cried. "They had bedrooms and games. I had nothing." Mom chose a side. She stared at me as if I were the one who had reared him in the crack house. The new guidelines were implemented immediately. Travis retires to his room at 10 p.m., thus just 2 hours of PS5 are allowed after that time. Minimum TV brightness to prevent the light from shining through beneath the door for him to see. When I attempted to object, Dad answered, "He's never had what you have." Are games worth ruining his recovery? They made me feel like the evil guy. So for the following 3 weeks, I worked really hard. I obeyed all the rules and concentrated solely on having fun while playing. But then Travis began documenting my transgressions. He took photos of the light under my door, stating it provided him with glimpses of what he had missed, recordings of forceful clicking on my controller from the hallway. After enough of these transgressions, my parents gave me a choice. Give up the PlayStation 5 or relocate it to the basement. I selected the basement. There was no warmth, and spiders dropped from the ceiling onto my head. The old TV only had about 3 functional pixels, but I could turn up the volume and play for as long as I wanted. That was what they told Travis until he failed his midterm. He'd been skipping class to hang out with college students and use weed. However, failure was still my responsibility. He told our parents that he could hear the PS5 through the floor during his study sessions but chose not to say anything, so I got to experience what he never had. My folks viewed him as a martyr. The next day, they carried my PlayStation 5 into our garage, which had not been utilized in years. This way, Travis couldn't hear. The garage was packed with open paint cans from the 1980s, dead wasps, cockroaches, ants, and creatures that science had yet to find. That's where I spent my Saturdays, as gaming was once again prohibited on weekdays. It remained like way for 4 months. Nobody complained. But Travis needed something from the garage. When he walked in, he experienced full-body shakes. He slumped on the floor and required assistance. That's when my parents decided they were finished. The only viable option was to sell the PlayStation 5. "He can play mobile games," Travis said, still acting like Mother Teresa. "That's what poor children did." "That is what I did." My parents nodded. Mom started browsing for used PlayStation 5s on eBay. That was when I snapped. "Shut up." The words erupted. I offered to share. "I did all you requested." Travis reprised his role as the victim. "I am sorry I was poor, okay? It is my fault that I am traumatized and that my parents have beaten me. I am such a failure." "It's okay, Travis," Mom said, hugging him. His expression turned to a grin. "He's going to sell that console, honey. Do not worry, I could not handle it anymore." "I'm done," I shouted. "Do you want to see what your precious traumatized sweetie actually does?" I took out my phone and linked it to the TV in the living room. I put up a camera after my controller went lost 4 weeks ago. Travis's face became white. He marched towards me, but his unexpected behavior drew my parents' attention. "What is going on, Travis?" Dad said. "Nothing. Every Sunday," I said. "When we're at church, Travis has been charging neighborhood kids $8 an hour to play my PS5. The footage began playing. Travis was collecting money from the 2 Miller brothers just across the corner. Mom's jaw dropped open. "I'm not done." I scanned through Travis's text messages. "Don't worry. My foster parents believe anything if I cry." Dad walked forward. "Travis, isn't it such a coincidence," I interrupted, "that the exact day these kids said they couldn't afford to pay him anymore, he demanded I sell the PlayStation 5 completely?" The room became quiet. Travis was about to weep. This time there were real tears. My folks were staring. The hush lasted as long as if the entire world had been paused. Travis's face kept changing emotions, as if he were scrolling between filters, looking for the one that would save him. First came bewilderment, then hurt, and finally that injured puppy face that typically worked with Mom. The TV screen behind us still displayed his text messages, including the one about my foster parents believing anything if he wept. Mom's gaze shifted between the screen and Travis, her mouth still wide as if she was unable to grasp what she was witnessing. Dad stood there with his arms crossed, the vein in his forehead beginning to show, like it did when he was very angry. Finally, Dad cleared his throat and pointed to the TV. "Travis, explain the money." His voice was soft yet strong, as if he was attempting to conceal something greater. Travis instantly stood up and put on a concerned expression. "I was creating a safe space for those kids whose parents couldn't afford gaming systems," he explained, looking directly at Mom. "You know how hard it is for poor families." Mom's shoulders sank slightly, and I could tell she was already buying it. "So you were aiding them?" she inquired, her voice gentle again. Travis nodded swiftly. "They needed somewhere to play where they wouldn't feel judged." While they argued about Travis's alleged charitable activities, I stepped over to the TV stand and disconnected my PS5. The power cord sprang out with a nice snap. Travis's gaze followed my movement, but when he began to speak, Dad raised his hand. "We need to pause everything and have a proper family discussion." I slipped the console under my arm and took out my phone, resetting all of my PlayStation passwords right in front of them. Travis made a step toward me, but Dad stopped him. "Give him space, Travis." Mom stared at all of us and said in her teacher voice that no one would be playing games until we resolved this as a family. The injustice of it seared in my breast, but I knew protesting would only make matters worse. I nodded and went up the stairs with my PS5. "This isn't over," Travis shouted after me. In my room, I quickly opened my laptop and began downloading everything. The video files were initially saved to Google Drive, then Dropbox, and finally OneDrive. My hands trembled slightly as I created folder after folder labeled with dates and descriptions. Travis's text screenshots now have their own folder. The footage of him collecting money received another. I even forwarded copies to Dad's email with the subject "Evidence, do not delete." An hour later, Travis knocked on my door with the false soft knock he used while Mom was listening. "Can we talk?" he inquired through the door. I opened it but did not let him in. He was wearing his sorrowful expression again. I was actually monitoring those kids to make sure they played age-appropriate games. His voice sounded calm, as if he had practiced it. "I was planning to tell Mom and Dad about the money and donate it all to charity for underprivileged youth." I just gazed at him, and he shuffled uneasily. "You don't believe me," he stated. I continued gazing. "Fine, be that way," he said before walking away. Later that evening, I overheard Dad on the phone in his office. He was phoning the parents of the two Miller brothers from our block and inquired about Travis's gaming activities. His speech was professional, but I could detect discomfort underlying. I sat at the top of the steps, listening but unable to understand the replies. No response came that night, which made my stomach churn. At supper, Mom made no mention of the money or the exploitation. Instead, she complained about how I had invaded Travis's privacy by installing a concealed camera. "Privacy is sacred in this house," she explained, passing the mashed potatoes. "We don't spy on family members." I wanted to inform her about Travis's images of light beneath my door and recordings of my controller clicking. But instead I pushed food around my plate. Travis sat there, appearing victimized, and sighing loudly. Dad remained silent, chopping his chicken into ever smaller pieces. "You could have just talked to us," Mom said, "instead of this ambush." The term ambush made my jaw clench, but I continued eating in quiet. After supper, I returned to my room and texted my school friend about what had transpired. I needed someone outside this place to reassure me that I wasn't insane. Their answer was quick, with a flurry of startled emoticons followed by actual words about how twisted up the scenario was. "Travis is playing a very good game here, isn't he? Those cries over seeing all those other kids with bedrooms sound staged, especially when he's charging those same kids money to play the PS5, which he claims he can't stand to watch. They offered to let me stay at their apartment if things went worse. Just knowing I had somewhere to go made the walls feel less confining." The next morning, I awoke to my phone vibrating with alerts. Travis had commented on social media about being ambushed and deceived by family members who were supposed to assist one another during difficult times. The post has already received dozens of responses from students and members of Mom's Reading Club, all of whom offered their support and praised him for his strength. My stomach fell as I read through the answers, seeing him control the entire narrative before I could defend myself. I grabbed my backpack and proceeded to school, my stomach churning as I passed through the main door. Kids were already chatting and pointing, their gazes following me down the corridor. Someone had posted Travis's message in the group chat, so everyone knew something was going on at my place. I kept my head down and made it to first period, where my friend looked at me with pity and interest. The teacher began discussing the Revolutionary War, but I couldn't concentrate on anything but the buzzing phones around me. The second period had hardly begun when the office assistant knocked on the door and handed my instructor a pink slip with my name on it. The trek to the counselor's office seemed to take forever, with my sneakers squeaking on the glossy floor. Maya Collins was waiting for me with her door open, indicating toward the chair across from her desk. She closed the door and sat down, pushing a box of tissues toward me despite the fact that I was not sobbing. She claimed she heard there was something going on at home and wanted to check in. I began telling her everything, from the crack house narrative to the PS5 in the garage to the video I had shown my parents. She listened without interrupting, simply nodding and taking notes on her yellow notebook. When I was finished, she leaned back and assured me I had done nothing wrong by safeguarding my property and documenting the incident. She took out a folder and began laying up a plan for me to follow. Document everything, including dates and times. Set specific boundaries for what you will and will not discuss with Travis. Don't respond when he attempts to provoke you. Keep copies of everything in several locations, including the cloud drive she assisted me in setting up right there. For the first time in days, I felt in control of the situation. When I went home that evening, Dad was in my room, putting up the PlayStation 5 on my desk. He didn't say anything, save that it would be staying in my room from now on. There are no common areas at all. He plugged everything in, checked that everything was working, and then squeezed my shoulder before departing. It was hardly an apology, but the gesture was meaningful. I spent an hour sorting my games and configuring the system just how I wanted it. Travis arrived on my door at 8 o'clock that night, wearing a studied, sorrowful expression. He apologized for any misunderstanding and hoped we could share the game system like brothers should. I told him no thank you and began closing the door. He quickly raised his voice so that our parents could hear him say he attempted to make amends, but I refused to forgive him. Mom called to find out what was going on, and Travis said he had apologized. But I wouldn't take it. Travis gave me the quiet treatment for 3 days, which was really pleasant. Then, Saturday morning, someone knocked on our front door while I was having breakfast. Mom responded, and I heard Patricia Owen's voice inquiring about the money her boys had given Travis for 8 hours' work. Mom's face became absolutely white when she realized the neighbors were aware of the entire situation. Dad seemed glad to have someone else validate what I had been saying. Patricia was there with her arms crossed, stating her boys had paid a total of $60 and she wanted it back. I remained in the hallway, listening as Mom tried to explain. It was all a misunderstanding. Dad withdrew into his office and returned with his laptop, which displayed our home security system. He began reviewing the tape from all of the Sundays we'd attended to church, his expression becoming more serious with each video. There was obvious proof of children arriving and departing from our garage, with timestamps that matched exactly when we were at service. He turned the laptop toward Mom, showing her the kids who had entered our garage while we were gone. Mom kept looking for an answer, but she couldn't dispute with the video proof. That evening, we all gathered around the dining room table for a family meeting. Dad said Travis needed to repay the money, and we needed to set new limitations for the gaming system. Mom quickly shifted the conversation to whether I had violated Travis's privacy by filming him without permission. She went on to discuss the ethics of monitoring and how I had damaged the family's trust. I was too exhausted to protest anymore and simply sat there while she spoke. Travis sat there looking triumphant while Mom defended him. The next day, I went to the electronics store and purchased a tiny lockbox for my controllers and connections. I gave the combination to Dad but no one else, and I put it in my closet so I could lock everything away. Travis noticed me hauling it upstairs and labeled it hostile conduct. I merely shrugged and continued heading towards my room. That night, my phone vibrated with a lengthy text from Travis about how I was killing the family. He told me to erase all the recordings for everyone's sake and quit attempting to turn our parents against him. I did not answer, but I did take a screenshot of his message and saved it in my evidence folder, as Maya had instructed. When you examined it closely, the tampering was clear. Sandra Keller approached Mom as we were in the foyer after church service on Sunday. She inquired about all of the children she had observed entering and exiting our garage while walking her dog the previous week. Mom's cheeks flushed as she realized the entire church may know about this. I felt horrible watching her ashamed, but also furious that public humiliation was more important to her than Travis's real actions. The next week, Elise Parker came up for Travis's routine social services check-in. She carried a big folder with Travis's name on it and a clipboard full of forms. Dad cleared his throat when she asked if there were any problems to address. He brought up the PS5 scenario, which made Travis' face become pale. I sat on the couch, watching Elise jot down everything Dad said regarding the garage rental plan and the money Travis had gathered from the neighborhood kids. Her pen ran quickly over the paper, and Travis kept attempting to interrupt, but she held out her hand to stop him. Mom sat there, uneasy, while Dad detailed how Travis had been manipulating the issue for months. Elise took out a separate paper and began drafting what she termed a behavioral contract. She outlined precise guidelines for respecting other people's property and not stealing money from youngsters. The bit about Travis needing to repay the $50 to each youngster was highlighted twice. Travis nodded while she was around, but I could see his jaw tightening. She made him sign the contract and handed copies to both of my parents. Mom hardly glanced at hers before folding it up. Travis began making excuses about not having any money as soon as Elise departed. Dad suggested he take a part-time work at the grocery shop, which was hiring. Travis placed his palm on his chest and stated that working would interfere with his trauma healing process. The excuses kept flowing, like a busted faucet that wouldn't stop leaking. Chloe texted me that afternoon, asking if I wanted to bring my PlayStation 5 to her place. Her parents had a beautiful basement with a big TV and invited me to come play whenever I wanted. It pained to have to remove my own belongings from my house, but the thought of not battling over it every day made the decision simpler. I put the system and all of the games into a duffel bag. Mrs. Reynolds lifted me up and helped me take everything inside. Their basement featured nice carpet and a sectional couch, which was far superior to our spider-infested garage. I linked everything up to their television, and Chloe's little brother was overjoyed to see me play. For the first time in months, I was able to enjoy gaming without fear of Travis's imminent tantrum. When I arrived home that evening, Travis was pacing the living room. He saw the PS5 was missing from my room and began ranting that I was concealing family property. He used the identical phrases, as if my gaming system belonged to everyone. He said I was denying him the opportunity to make atonement by sharing it with him. Mom questioned where it went, with a concerned expression on her face. When I informed them it was at a friend's house, Travis's face got scarlet. He accused me of hoarding resources and acting selfishly with things that should be shared. The next day, I returned home from school to discover my bedroom door open and my lockbox on my bed. Mom had gone through it while I was away, hunting for the PlayStation 5. She confronted me in the kitchen about lying and concealing information from the family. I took out my phone and showed her the text thread with Chloe from the day before, confirming that I had been open about relocating it. The fact that she searched through my private belongings without my permission did not appear to concern her at all. She just kept stressing that families shouldn't keep secrets from each other. Dad arrived home that night with his phone in hand, looking serious. The neighbor had eventually contacted him back, confirming that their children had given Travis $50 apiece over several weeks. When he showed Mom the text messages, she stopped talking for a moment. Travis instantly stated that the neighbors had exaggerated just once or twice. Dad opened his banking app and saw a deposit of $100 from 4 weeks ago that matched the timetable. Travis's tale continued shifting as Dad offered additional facts. Why did Travis believe that declaring it family property would work when everyone knew the PS5 belonged to his foster brother? The way he changes his tale every time fresh evidence appears makes me wonder how he recalls all of his numerous falsehoods. Mom said grown-ups would handle adult conversations and instructed me to go to my room. I sat at the top of the steps, listening to them speak in circles below. Travis constantly referring back to his trauma and how difficult his childhood was. Every time Dad sought to focus on the money, Mom softened and said, "Maybe we should focus on healing instead of punishment." Dad's voice sounded weary as he tried to redirect the subject back to the compensation Elise had requested. The meeting lasted almost an hour, and nothing was settled. The next day at school, I told Maya everything around lunchtime. She advised that I explore setting limits with Travis. We spent the remainder of lunch role-playing various situations in which Travis attempted to engage me with the PS5. She helped me practice reciting a short statement repeatedly. By the conclusion of lunch, I felt comfortable repeating my boundary declaration regardless of what Travis said. That evening, Travis began his lecture about forgiveness and moving on as a family. I looked him in the eye and calmly spoke my practice line about the console being at a friend's house and not discussing it further. He kept talking about mending and second chances, but I just repeated the statement once more. Then I rose up and left the room without looking back. Mom called after me for being nasty, but Dad thought I handled it nicely. 3 days had passed before I discovered my gaming headset was missing from my desk, where I usually kept it. I checked my entire room twice, below the bed and behind my dresser. When I confronted Travis about it over dinner, he simply shrugged and said, "Maybe I lost it somewhere." His voice had that faux innocent tone that made my stomach flip. Dad stared between us but said nothing. Mom switched the discussion to schoolwork. Without proof, all I could do was add the headset to my expanding list of lost items. The following morning, Dad had a family meeting in the kitchen before school. He took out a piece of paper with a timetable scribbled on it. The plan was straightforward. Travis and I would practically live like roommates who never interacted, with distinct mealtimes, TV schedules, and everything. Mom's face became tense as she read it. She kept screaming it would harm our fraternity, but Dad remained adamant. After a week of negotiating, she eventually consented. A magnet was used to attach the schedule to the fridge. 3 days later, Elise arrived for her follow-up appointment with a hefty folder of paperwork. She arranged them on the dining room table as if she were organizing a war. There were behavior records, boundary lists, and a payment schedule for Travis to repay his neighbors. Her voice became serious as she warned Mom that additional difficulties may entail Travis being relocated. Mom's hands shook as she signed the paperwork. That weekend I heard Travis stumble up the stairs at 2 a.m. His eyes were red and glassy as he walked by my door. The odor of marijuana followed him down the corridor. Dad wanted to drug test him straight away, but Mom started weeping because Travis was so stressed. She remarked that testing him would mean kicking him when he was down. I returned to my room and put in my earplugs. Dad's phone rang at supper on Monday afternoon, indicating a text message from Patricia. She stated that if she did not receive her money by Friday, she would take us to small claims court. Mom's fork dropped on her dish with a loud clatter. Her face became white as she asked what the neighbors would say. Travis went back into his victim mode, claiming that everyone was out to get him. His false tears streamed down his cheeks. Dad scratched his temples before standing up from the table. Thursday night, Dad drafted a check from our family funds to repay all of the neighbors Travis stole from, a total of $900, money that was intended to go toward our vacation. He promised Travis that he'd work it off with chores, but we all knew it wouldn't happen. The injustice made my chest feel crushed. I had to exit the room before saying anything I would regret. Travis phoned our aunt on Friday evening, when Mom was preparing dinner. I could hear him through the wall, wailing about how cruel everyone was to him. 15 minutes later, our aunt contacted Mom and screamed about causing harm to a foster child. Mom spent more than an hour attempting to explain and defend Travis. I heard her minimize everything, claiming it was all a mistake. She repeatedly apologized to our aunt for offending her. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, Mom knocked on my door. She sat on my bed and asked if I could apologize to Travis for the camera situation. Her voice was quiet and exhausted. I told her I would not apologize for safeguarding my own belongings. She was disappointed but did not press it. Perhaps she was now realizing that forced apologies wouldn't solve the problem. The next day at school, Maya advised that I store my gaming supplies in a locker. I emphasized that a full console would not fit into those little metal cabinets. We sat in the cafe, contemplating alternative ways to keep my belongings secure. She claimed it was unfair that I had to hide my own stuff in my own home. We both decided that Chloe's house was still the best option for now. Her folks were cool with it. That afternoon I made the choice to keep the PlayStation 5 at Chloe's house permanently. I would only bring it home on exceptional occasions when Travis was away. Chloe's parents invited me to come over whenever I wanted to play. They even prepared a space in their basement just for my setup. It wasn't ideal, but at least I could play in peace. Chloe helped me put everything up, and we played for 3 hours straight. Her mother offered us refreshments and did not complain about the loudness once. Walking home that night I felt lighter knowing that my PlayStation 5 was secure. Travis couldn't take it, break it or deceive our parents anymore. The timetable Dad created was also effective. Travis and I seldom saw each other, save for passing in the corridor. He began spending more time in his room or hanging out with his questionable acquaintances. Mom still seemed sorry over our broken brotherhood, but she stopped attempting to force us together. Even Dad appeared more peaceful now that the regular conflicts had subsided. The home seemed different, quieter, yet less tense. A week passed by with this strange quiet, and I was actually beginning to relax until I walked down to the basement to get my old PS4 controller, which I had left on the shelf. The gadget had been shattered to bits on the concrete floor, with the plastic case ripped open and buttons thrown all around. Travis was upstairs watching TV when I carried up the pieces, and he hardly looked up to inform me he had trodden on it in the dark. His mouth twitched into a little grin, indicating he had done it on purpose. But I merely snapped images of the broken controller and returned to my room. Dad got home from work and noticed the images on my phone while I was showing him something else. And, for once, Dad was angry with Travis rather than me. He gave Travis 2 options: pay me $50 for a new controller or perform additional duties around the house for the next month to work it off. Travis spent the next hour arguing about how unjust this was, how accidents happen, and how I should not have put it in the basement in the first place. But Dad did not move. Mom stayed on the couch the entire time, saying nothing, which seemed like progress, even if she kept giving Travis those sorrowful looks. Travis eventually went off to his room, slamming the door so violently that a painting fell off the corridor wall. That night, at 11 p.m., I heard yelling below, followed by a loud smash that shook my entire apartment. I sneaked to the top of the stairs and noticed a fist-sized hole in the hallway wall, with drywall dust all over the floor. Travis was sitting on the ground, with Mom holding him and caressing his back while he pretended to cry about how no one understood him and how the tasks were triggering his trauma. Dad stood there looking forlorn, and I could see he had given up on getting Travis do anything. The next morning, Dad got up early to fill the hole with spackle, but Travis slept in until noon. I spent most of the day in my room, happy for the lock I'd put myself after Travis kept barging in without knocking. Elise arrived on Tuesday after Mom contacted her about the wall incident and had a lengthy conversation with my dad in the living room. While Travis sulked in the kitchen, she determined he required anger management sessions 3 times a week, beginning right away, and he threw another rage about how treatment was making him worse, not better. The first appointment was on Wednesday, and he came back telling everyone that the therapist was an idiot who didn't comprehend true trauma. By the second appointment on Friday, the therapist had phoned my parents, concerned about Travis's reluctance to therapy, but they agreed to keep trying. Sunday we went to church as usual, and Sandra approached Dad afterward to tell him she had seen Travis using pot outside the grocery store on Thursday afternoon with 3 high school guys who were known troublemakers. When she informed him, Dad's face went utterly motionless, and I could see him finally realizing the Travis problem was much more than simply the PS5 predicament. On the way home, no one spoke, and Travis continued asking what Sandra wanted, but Dad refused to say. My parents sat us both together on Monday morning to go over new home rules, but they only applied to Travis. No phones after 10 p.m., no going out without informing them where you were going, no inviting people over without permission, and Mom would search his room every day for contraband. Travis raged about prejudice and how they treated him like a criminal, but the restrictions remained. Mom began her regular room inspections the same day and kept discovering things like empty beer cans and cigarette packs, which she discarded without saying anything. Travis's claim that he walked on it in the dark, despite the fact that the controller was plainly crushed on purpose, tells me all I need to know about what transpired in that basement. Mrs. Reynolds phoned me on Tuesday afternoon, anxious about keeping my PS5 at their home for an extended period of time due to liability concerns. She gave me 2 weeks to find another answer, and the continual need to safeguard my own stuff was wearing me down. I spent hours investigating storage spaces and safe deposit boxes, but they all required money that I did not have. Wednesday night, I seriously considered selling the PS5 to end this drama once and for all. Part of me knew it would mean letting Travis win, but I was so tired of battling for something I had paid for myself. Dad discovered me looking at resale prices online and sat next to me without saying anything for long. Then he assured me he understood whatever decision I made, and that sometimes serenity was more important than being correct. Something about what he said inspired me to keep fighting for my property, since giving up seemed like betraying myself. Thursday passed without any serious events. However, on Friday afternoon, Dad instructed me not to play any games for the rest of the weekend in order to calm things down. I agreed, even though it wasn't fair, because I could tell he was attempting to handle an impossible situation, with Travis deteriorating by the day. Travis was listening from the doorway, and I noticed him smirking when Dad told me I couldn't game, as if he'd gained some kind of triumph. Saturday morning, I awoke to the sound of crashing coming from the garage and hurried outside to see Travis rummaging through boxes and old furniture in search of my PS5. He had convinced himself that I was concealing it there and was throwing things around, making a great mess. When he couldn't locate anything, he went directly to Elise, who was making a house inspection, and informed her I must have sold the PlayStation 5 and pocketed the entire profit for myself. She asked for proof of sale, or any evidence that I had sold it, but he obviously couldn't produce anything because that wasn't the case. That Sunday afternoon, Elise showed up unexpectedly for another house visit, and I felt this was my opportunity to straighten things up. I took out my phone and scrolled through all of my texts with Chloe, demonstrating how we'd planned for the PS5 to stay at her apartment temporarily. Then I showed her the images Chloe had provided me of the console safely stored in her room next to her desk. I opened my banking app and read through months of statements, which revealed no large deposits that would suggest I had sold anything. Elise made notes on her iPad while going over everything, and I saw her writing about a pattern of false allegations. Travis watched from the doorway, becoming increasingly enraged as everyone believed falsehoods about him, and went out to his room, slamming the door so hard that a picture fell off the wall. Elise attempted to talk to him about the false claims, but the moment she knocked on his door, he began hyperventilating and gasping as if he couldn't breathe. Mom raced over to assist, but Elise simply remained there, making notes about his behavior into her iPad rather than reacting to his performance. She informed Mom professionally that she needed to establish boundaries throughout the exam, and Mom backed away, puzzled. I observed from the kitchen doorway, as someone finally refused to fall for his theatrical play, and it was like witnessing a magic trick get uncovered. The following week, Dad shocked everyone by organizing an intake appointment for family therapy, which Mom grudgingly consented to when he reminded her of Elise's warning. Travis pretended not to care when they informed him, but later, I noticed him hunkered over his phone, Google stuff like, how to manipulate therapists and what to say in family therapy to win. He left his phone unsecured on the counter while he went to the restroom, so I quickly snapped pictures of his search history before he returned. At our first therapy appointment, the therapist was an elderly man who didn't respond to Travis's bewildered demeanor when he gave homework, which included having separate rooms in the house and recording reparation progress. Travis kept questioning why all of this was required and pretending as if he didn't understand, but the therapist simply repeated the tasks without responding to his deflections. The new house rule they made was that my PS5 had to be kept off-site, and Travis couldn't contact any neighborhood kids under the age of 16, which wasn't ideal but was legally documented. Mom signed the agreement as if someone had died, but Travis made a huge show of signing with dramatic hesitation and deep sighs. Travis breached the restriction after 3 days by messaging the Miller brothers about hanging together, and Dad really followed through by confiscating his phone for 10 days. Mom protested, claiming it was too harsh, but Dad reminded her of Elisa's warning that Travis would be relocated to a new placement if things didn't change. Travis became utterly silent and frigid after that, which was scarier than his typical theatrical performances because you had no idea what he was plotting. He used his laptop to vent on social media about his terrible home and how his foster family treated him like a prisoner. However, the comments section devolved into a scathing discussion. Kids at the school who knew the true situation began remarking on how he had been charging money for the PS5 and lying about everything. The public humiliation appeared to hurt him more than any other punishment we'd tried, as he removed the post within an hour, but screenshots were already being circulated in group conversations. Travis came into my room one evening while I was completing my schoolwork and made what appeared to be a sincere apology, claiming he was sorry for being tough. I thanked him but kept my distance and didn't say anything since I wasn't sure whether this was genuine or just another ruse to acquire something. He appeared wounded when I did not quickly forgive and trust him again. But after what had occurred, I couldn't afford to let my guard down. That weekend I packed up the PS5 and took it to Chloe's place for a gaming night with pals, and it felt great to play regularly without any fuss. We played for 3 hours straight without regard for loudness, time constraints, or someone having a tantrum over childhood trauma. I understood this could be the way things had to be going forward, and strangely, I was fine with keeping my gaming away from my house if it meant avoiding the regular battles. When Elise arrived for her monthly evaluation, she noticed that Travis was mostly complying with the new regulations but cautioned that any further concerns may result in his being sent to a different placement. Mom and Dad ultimately realized that this wasn't just about video games, but about Travis's whole habit of manipulating and lying to achieve what he wanted. Travis continued to play victim, but now more softly, as if he was testing boundaries to see what he could get away with before facing actual repercussions. The following 4 weeks passed slowly, with everyone treading carefully around one another. Travis had stopped doing large dramatic performances, but I'd find him eyeing me from doorways when he thought I wasn't looking. Mom and Dad kept the PS5 in Dad's office, so I could only play it on Saturday mornings before his weekend shift began. I'd get up at 6 a.m. and cycle 3 miles in the dark, simply to get 3 hours of gaming done before he wanted his desk back. Travis began spending more time in his room, but I could hear him on the phone late at night, discussing new prospects and better bargains. My parents appeared exhausted all the time now, as if they had aged 5 years in 1 month. Dad began securing his home office when he went for work, and Mom installed a padlock on the garage after Travis attempted to sell our old lawnmower to someone on Craigslist. I obtained a job bagging groceries at a grocery shop for 15 hours a week and began depositing every dollar into a savings account that my parents were unaware of. Since I was 16, the bank teller assisted me in setting it up without the necessity for a parent's signature. Every shift I worked, I estimated how many more bags of groceries I needed to cover the first month's rent and deposit for my own home. Travis attempted to follow me to work once, but my boss tossed him out for bothering customers about contributions for foster children. I concealed my work schedule and began taking alternate routes home so he couldn't track my hours or calculate how much money I was earning. What an incredible ride. I'm intrigued what kinds of inquiries you'll end up asking on your own journeys. I cannot wait to do this again soon. Like the video, it is more helpful than you realize. My sister's fiance belittled me at dinner. Everyone laughed. I didn't snap back. Instead, I calmly pulled out my phone. His grin faded immediately. My name is James. I'm 29. And if I were to sum up my family in one statement, I would say that image is more important than honesty. That seems theatrical, I know. But if you've ever had a mother who was more concerned with what the neighbors thought than with your mental health, or a sister who could do no wrong despite doing everything wrong, you'd understand. My family isn't necessarily abusive, they are only there to perform. Polished grins, well-selected phrases, Christmas cards that seem like Hallmark vomited up, but dig just under the surface, and it's all about ego, judgment, and image. I have always been the odd one out. I was the quiet kid with a lot of ideas, who preferred making websites or modifying Python scripts to chatting at church brunch. I received a full scholarship for computer science and spent 5 years discreetly working on a side project that I never informed anyone about. Long story short, that project blew up after graduation. Consider a software license arrangement, a small exit, and reasonable investments. Nothing wild. There were no yachts or Teslas, but enough to allow me to freelance when I wanted, travel sometimes, and live quietly, which was exactly how I loved it. My family, however, believed I was still figuring things out. Even after I had purchased a property outright, my mother would make statements like, "You'll find your calling soon." My sister, don't get me started. Sophia is a 31-year-old beauty pageant graduate who studied communications and married her college love at the age of 26. That marriage ended last year due to irreconcilable ambition conflicts. According to her words, she returned home for a time. That's when things got strange. Sophia became this maelstrom of self-reinvention. New hair, new outfit, new Instagram style, and finally, a new relationship. His name was Chad, of course. He resembled someone named Chad. Tall, tanned, with a groomed beard. Probably uses the word alpha energy in earnest. But here's the kicker. My family adored him. My mother raved over him as if she were auditioning to be his publicist. "He's quite successful in finance," she replied, drinking her wine one night, as if she knew what he meant. My father, who typically doesn't get involved, simply nodded and added, "He conducts himself well." I met him briefly at my parents' house. Just a handshake and a, "Yo man, what's up?" But I kept my distance. Something about him didn't seem right. Too polished, too scripted. Sophia gazed at him, not with love, but with performance, as if she wanted us to watch her leveling up. I kept my lips shut, smiled nicely, and returned to my station. I assumed he'd fade away soon, like all of her previous passion projects. I was mistaken. A week ago I received a text message from my mother. "Sunday night's family supper is at 7 p.m. Be there. Sophia is bringing Chad." No emojis? No thanks. Just a commandment. Typical. I considered skipping. It's not like I'd be missed, but something about the way she stated it bothered me. Like it wasn't a request, but a duty. My duty was to show their smile and make them feel good about being the perfect family. Despite my better judgment, I went. On Sunday, I arrived 10 minutes late simply to play with the mood. My mother answered the door, nicely lipsticked, and gave me the look of someone who had just strolled in wearing rags. "James," she sighed. We were about to start. No hug or greeting. I simply nodded and stepped inside. The table was already set. Crystal glasses, cloth napkins, my mother's classic overdone roast, and everyone else was seated. Dad sits at the head, sipping scotch. Sophia dressed up. And then Chad sat back like he owned the place. "Yo, what's up, bro?" he asked with a punchable grin. "Nice of you to finally show up." I smiled weakly. "Traffic," he snorted. "Right in this town." My mother cleared her throat and motioned for me to take my seat, as if she were a stage director pushing the last performer on stage. We made small chat for a while. "How is work going?" "The weather." Some updates about a relative I hardly remembered. And for a time, I hoped it wouldn't be that horrible. Then the joke began. Chad started into a story about a co-worker who attempted to start a side venture. Dude imagined he would be the next Zuckerberg. He smiled, made around $7, and dubbed himself an entrepreneur. Everyone chuckled. My mother laughed the loudest. Sophia even wiped a false tear. I didn't say anything, but Chad stared at me, as if he wanted to see whether I'd take the bait. "Have you ever tried anything like that, James? I hear you're into technology?" I shrugged slightly. He grinned. "You should speak with this man I know. He teaches coding to high school students. Pretty good work for people who can't get into genuine development employment." Real laughed. "Ouch, brat." But she did not protect me. She simply sipped her wine. I looked at my mother. Nothing. Not even a twitch. So I grinned. "This sounds like an excellent backup plan for someone like you." His smirk twitched, but he brushed it off. "Nah, I'm okay. I'm in finance. You know, real-world things." My father chuckled. "We could use some more of that around here." That hurt. It shouldn't have. Yet it happened. I helped him set up a budgeting software last year. He literally automated 50% of his finances. But yes, Chad and Mr. the finance man was the real thing. I remained silent for the rest of the lunch. Allow them to luxuriate in their smug little echo bubble. But inside, my mind was racing. I knew something that others didn't. Something Chad clearly did not want them to know. Because I Googled him earlier that week out of sheer instinct. Just one of those hunches I couldn't shake. And what I discovered, well, let's just say his notion of finance was a little broader than most. But I said nothing. Not yet. I waited. I let them chat. And then, just after dessert, Chad opened his lips again, and everything changed. But I'll get to that. You know how it feels when you're seated at a table and everyone else is laughing at something that you don't find humorous at all. It's not just that you don't understand the joke, you are the joke, and everyone knows it, and is happy with it. That was me sitting there, nibbling at a piece of dry roast beef as Chad pretended to be a motivational speaker presenting a family TED presentation, and everyone went crazy. Sophia clung to every word as if he were reciting stock recommendations straight from heaven. My father leaned in every time Chad talked, nodding like a bobblehead. And my mother had that glassy-eyed expression she used to save for country club ladies with doctor husbands. I just sat there, relatively silent, watching it all happen like a witness to my own shame. So, Chad remarked, stroking his tummy and pushed his plate forward like a happy monarch. Our business will launch a new algorithmic fund next quarter. This is real cutting-edge stuff. You would not believe how much back-end work I've had to manage. Back-end work? I asked gently, twirling my fork between my fingers. He looked at me. Yes, quantitative models, predictive analytics, and other finance-related topics. He chuckled as if he had just delivered a funny joke. Oh, certainly, I said. It sounds complicated. It is, he stated. Have you ever considered getting into actual business, or do you still fantasize about coding in your jammies and sipping Red Bull at 2 a.m.? Sophia laughed as if that was the funniest thing she had ever heard. She told Chad to stop, even though she plainly did not want him to. James has always been more of a passion project person. My mother did not laugh this time. She gave me the tight-lipped, passive-aggressive parent stare that could take the breath out of a room. She told James, "We've spoken about it. You have to let people tease you occasionally. It's how we connect." I blinked. Tease or belittle. Her tone hardened. Don't cause a scene. So there it was. I had heard this sentence 1,000 times growing up. Don't cause a scene. Translation. Do not make us appear terrible. Do not make us uncomfortable. Do not shatter the illusion. I slumped back in my chair. I didn't realize being ridiculed during dinner was considered bonding. Chad lifted his eyebrow. It's all in good fun, buddy. There's no need to act defensive. I did not react. I merely gazed at him long enough to have his cocky smirk slip for a single second. Then my father broke the tension. All right. All right. Let us go forward. James, are you doing anything fascinating these days? I knew he didn't really care. It was a lifeline disguised as light conversation, a technique to diffuse the situation. I loosely stated that I am working on a couple projects. Staying occupied. Chad snorted again, which appears to be his default setting. What kind of projects? Is that top secret? I looked at him. He did not blink. He was attempting to embarrass me again. Before I could say anything, my mother sighed loudly, as if I were the issue. Please, James, she begged in her sad teacher voice. Can we not do this tonight? You are making things awkward. I froze. Everyone turned their gaze to me. I was making things awkward, not Chad, who had been goading me non-stop, and not Sophia, who smiled through every jab like it was open mic night at a comedy club. I felt something in my chest twist, something familiar, heavy, and bitter, the same feeling I used to get in high school when Sophia would throw a tantrum over something she did wrong and I'd get grounded for not being the bigger person, the same feeling I had when I received a full scholarship to a school 4 states away and my mother said, "You will change your mind, sweetheart. You don't want to leave your family, right?" I felt selfish for seeking my own life. I tightened my jaw. Sure, I murmured. Let's not make things awkward. The discussion moved on, and they laughed about common acquaintances, vacations, and a neighbor's dog. I was barely listening, nodding when necessary, sipping my water, and keeping my expression bland. But within, a storm was brewing. Because it wasn't just a statement or two, it was years of silent hatred cloaked in phony smiles and forced laughter boiling up in the open, every time I was neglected, rejected, urged to be quieter, smaller, and more acceptable, and now there was a sparkling new golden boy at the table, one who could say whatever he wanted as long as he looked good doing it. Then came the moment. Dessert had been cleared, store-bought cheesecake. My mom pretended she baked, and the wine had done its work. My father leaned back with a satisfied grunt, and Sophia was scrolling through her phone, showing Chad something on Instagram. "So," Chad remarked abruptly, glancing up from her computer. "I actually gave a talk on fintech disruption last week. My team's been working with this new predictive analytics firm, Upstream, or something like that. They're a tiny little development company that no one's heard of, but they've got good technology. We're probably going to buy their platform outright in a few months." I carefully laid my drink down, asking, "Upstream? Calm even." "Yes," Chad answered. "Have you heard of them before?" I said, "What precisely is your involvement?" He smiled. "I'm kind of the guy who does the talking, front-facing. I smooth the transactions, make sure the figures match. Some of the executives don't like dealing directly with the coders, becomes too technical." "The code people," I said flatly. "Yeah," he responded, apparently not understanding the tone. "No disrespect, but those folks aren't exactly business-minded. They're brilliant in their own way, but not made out for the big table." "The large table," I echoed, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze on me now. Sophia smiled nervously as she watched. My father looked bewildered, my mother frowned, and Chad continued on. "Anyway, we'll definitely integrate their tools into our infrastructure and perhaps recruit a couple of their developers if they can keep up. It's a win-win." I didn't say anything for a moment, but reached carefully into my pocket and pulled out my phone. "What are you doing?" my mother questioned suddenly, her tone already accusing. I ignored her, opened my email, scrolled for a bit, and found the one I was searching for. "Upstream," I continued. "That predictive analytics startup. The one your company is planning to purchase." Chad furrowed his eyebrows. "Yeah, nice," I replied, holding up the screen. "I own it. Quiet. Dead. Heavy. Total quiet." The room stopped, as if someone had pressed the pause button on a remote. Chad's grin turned to uncertainty, then to terror. My mother blinked. "What exactly are you talking about?" I rose up gently, not increasing my voice or altering my tone. Upstream is my firm, and I founded it. Last year, I leased our main product to 5 hedge funds, one of which being the firm you work for. I met with your department directors 5 times, but I didn't know your name because you weren't in any of them." Chad was pale now, his mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. Sophia appeared to have just witnessed a car collision in real time, and my father sat up taller. "Wait, what?" I didn't mention anything because I knew how it would go. I said I knew no one would believe me since every time I attempted to share something serious, you guys viewed it as a phase, a joke, something to roll your eyes at. My mother finally found her voice. "You're telling me you own a tech company? Since when?" I gazed at her. "Since 4 years ago you haven't spoken anything." Would it have mattered if I had? I wondered. "You made your decision a long time ago." Chad stood up too, his confident energy replaced by something twitchy and uneasy. "Look, guy, I didn't know, right?" I cut in. "Because if you had, you wouldn't have said half of what you said tonight. You probably wouldn't have said anything." He looked at Sophia as if she was meant to help him, and she simply gazed at the table. I took one final glance around the room, at the individuals who were meant to be my family. When people discover that the image of you they created in their minds does not match reality, they experience a unique type of quiet. The startled, gaping calm of ego being rewired in real time is what I observed at that table, not the quiet of thought or sorrow. Chad's jaw clenched, and my mother blinked, as if she had been disconnected and rebooted. Sophia stared at me with a strange combination of surprise, embarrassment, and something perilously near to shame. And my father just sat back like a man, watching his house wobble on its foundation. And I was standing there, phone in hand, pulse thudding, heart pounding, not out of pride or vengeance, but from years of pent-up words finally bursting out, from the sheer exhaustion of playing small for people who had never once asked what I was up to when I disappeared into my room for hours. They always saw a child with a laptop, never a man with a plan. I could have dropped everything right then and gone for the throat, explaining in agonizing detail how much Chad didn't know, how his firm had been underbidding us for weeks, and how he hadn't even been in the meeting loop. But I didn't because something inside me, perhaps the last splinter of the boy who once sought to please everyone, told me it wasn't worth it right now, so I simply said it. The one statement that caused the room to implode. I'm selling Startup Stream, and the transaction will close on Friday. My mom let out a gasp. You are what? It has been in the works for months. I signed the paperwork last week. Sophia blinked. Wait, like selling? For how much? I took a good look at her, and that was enough. Chad made a choking noise. To whom? I looked at him to make sure it wasn't yours, and then I went out without waiting for dessert or saying goodbye. They were just left sitting in the dining room like mannequins in the middle of a conversation. I didn't get much sleep that night. You'd think walking out like that would be therapeutic, and it was. But there was also something other. Something heavier. I kept repeating their expressions, their silence, and the weight of the years I spent concealing my accomplishment because I didn't want to be that person. The arrogant tech bro. The, I made it and now I'm better than you. Man. I never wanted to rub anything in anyone's face, but they had no issue putting me in the dirt, and now I had nothing else to prove to them. But here's the truth. Walking away doesn't mean you don't have the bruises. There were no texts, calls, or even a passive-aggressive, let's talk from my mother in the days after the meal. I half anticipated a guilt trip or a sudden torrent of texts pretending it never happened, but there was only silence, which was good at first, but loneliness has a way of repeating louder after disappointment, and I wasn't immune to it. I didn't spiral. I'm not going to say I fell into a pit of despair, but I felt a hollow drift, as if I'd snapped a rubber band that had been stretched too much and now didn't know what to do with the slack. Even with attorneys and advisors, selling a firm you developed from the bottom up is like stripping your own house, tearing out flooring, inspecting every nook, and ensuring that no decaying timbers remain. But it gave me structure and purpose. And then Friday arrived. Signed the last document at 9:42 a.m. and received a confirmation ping a minute later. Just like that, it was done. I gazed at my laptop screen for a long time. My bank account represented a figure that didn't feel real. There were enough zeros to make my high school economics instructor pleased, enough to transform my life tenfold. Instead of rejoicing, I closed my laptop and went for a walk. I ended myself in a little coffee shop downtown where I used to work in college. They still served burned espresso and had the same shaky table by the window. I stayed there for about an hour, watching folks stroll by and wondering what would happen next. Sophia then sent the text. Hey, are you around? I gazed at it and pondered deleting it, but something in me, curiosity or ignorance, typed back, yeah, and she gave an address, not our parents' house, but her place, the apartment she'd been sleeping in since the divorce. I pondered it for a while before paying for my coffee, standing up and walking there. She answered the door in sweatpants and a hoodie, no makeup, no performance, just Sophia, the version I hadn't seen since we were kids sharing cereal before school. She said nothing for a second, then softly. Do you want to come in? I agreed. Her house was small and cluttered, with half-unpacked boxes in the corner and a neglected wine glass on the counter. She motioned to the couch, and we sat. Look, her voice began. I didn't know about the company, about anything. I kept silent while she fidgeted with the zipper of her sweatshirt. Chad is doing great. You saw what he's like. After the divorce I felt he was this steady, confident person, and I needed someone to get me. You know, I said, raising an eyebrow. So, you brought him to dinner to parade him around. Her cheeks reddened. I hadn't expected him to be so awful. And I didn't expect you to launch a nuclear like that. I didn't plan to, I said. But he kept pushing and no one stopped him. Sophia exhaled. That's kind of how we are, huh? We perform. We keep up appearances. We don't rock the boat. I nodded. Yeah. And the boat's been sinking for years. She did not answer for a while. He said, Mom's freaking out. Not just about what happened, about what she missed. She called me yesterday crying, saying she failed you somehow. I nearly laughed. Now she notices. She's not great at saying sorry, Sophia said. She thinks if she ignores it long enough, it resets. Yeah, that's familiar. I'm not asking you to forgive her, she explained. But maybe just talk to her. She's not sleeping. Dad's pretending everything's fine. But I heard him telling Uncle Ray, you embarrassed the family. I gazed at her. I embarrassed the family. She nodded while wincing. That's the story they're telling themselves. Yeah, figures. We spoke for a little longer. She apologized again, but this time not as a performance. It seemed authentic, genuine, and vulnerable, and I found myself melting somewhat because, despite everything, she was my sister. And, just maybe, she was beginning to view me as more than the family's punching bag. I went without making any promises. I did not text mom. I did not call dad. Instead, I scheduled a trip. 2 weeks with no laptop, no work, no family, just myself, a cottage on the seaside, and plenty of free time to find out what I wanted. And you know what? It was the finest thing I've ever done. I went hiking, I read books, I cooked for myself. I sat on the porch at night, listening to the wind. There is no judgment or expectation, only silence. And slowly, piece by piece, something inside me began to rebuild. Not with big statements or Instagram quotations. In solitude, I began to consider my future moves. Not for money or prestige, but for myself. I'd already won the game, and my family had no idea I was playing. It was time to cease playing for them completely. By the time I returned, I had a plan. Not for vengeance or to prove them wrong, but for freedom. But of course, nothing remains quiet for long. Because when I returned, a letter was waiting for me. There's no return address. The inside has a wedding invitation, Sophia and Chad, and a handwritten message from my mother. We hope you'll come. Family is everything. Let's not let one dinner ruin that. I must have read the message 5 times. Let's not let one dinner ruin that. As if it were a minor hiccup. Like it was a bit awkward time to sweep under the rug among all the other things they'd neatly forgotten. I clutched the invitation in one hand and the message in the other, and for a few while, I stood in my hallway, surrounded by stillness. This type of stillness shouts. I was not furious. Not immediately. What I felt was colder, clearer, a stark, piercing realization that the people who should have known me best yet didn't. Family is everything. That was profound. Because if family meant everything, maybe they should have begun treating me like something. I sat down at the kitchen counter, opened the invitation again, and studied the information. The wedding was 3 months away, with a garden ceremony, formal attire, supper, and dancing at a boutique hotel approximately 1.5 hours outside of the city. RSVP before the end of this month. My name was scrawled on the envelope in my mother's looping cursive. It felt more intimate. As if she hadn't ignored me for weeks following that supper, only to reappear now that there were flower arrangements and guest lists to finish. I set down the invitation and glanced at the ceiling. Then I grinned. I smiled quietly, not smugly, since for the first time in a long time, I sensed something fresh. Nor bitterness, nor grief, but leverage. They really wanted me to attend the wedding. Not because they missed me, or because they had a sudden realization about how poorly they had treated me. No, they wanted the picture, or illusion. They wanted to be able to inform their church friends. Oh yes, the whole family was there. James too. They wanted me to act the part, wear the suit, shake hands, and pretend everything was normal so that their house of cards would not collapse. I had no intention of giving them that. Not for free. The next few days were productive in ways I hadn't experienced since the early startup stream days. I'm not sure if it was the spite or the clarity, but I awoke each morning with a feeling of purpose. I wasn't just responding anymore. I was moving, planning, situating, and gathering preliminary information. I didn't trust Chad. That was a given. But something about the way he fumbled during dinner, and how he tried to spin his affiliation with Startup Stream, didn't set well with me. So I started digging. At first I kept it on the surface. LinkedIn, Twitter, old corporate websites and the like. But Chad was smarter than I had previously thought. His digital imprint was meticulously kept, polished, and curated. On paper he appeared to be the ideal prospect. But I'd been in tech long enough to understand how simple it is to fake it if you know which buzzwords to use. I phoned a pal. Not so much a buddy as an old acquaintance. Max, a cybersecurity specialist I'd worked with on a project 2 years ago. He owes me a favor. You want me to background a finance bro? He said, amused. I want to know who I'm dealing with, I said. And I want it off the books. 2 days later, he emailed me a file. It was not incriminating. Not in a criminal sense, but it was informative. Chad had changed jobs more than anyone in my family noticed. He'd moved between companies, advisory roles, and sporadic consulting engagements that never seemed to last longer than 6 months. He had failed upward due to charisma and connections. He was not in senior management at his current fintech startup. He worked in sales, not strategy or analytics, which isn't necessarily unethical, but it made everything he said at dinner sound a lot hollower. More crucially, he had a history of poor investments. Real estate, cryptocurrency, and a few e-commerce enterprises that never went beyond the initial stage. He wasn't broke, but he also wasn't the powerful CEO he seemed to be. That explains a lot. I saved that information for later. Step 2. Allies. I wasn't intending on going nuclear. Not yet. But I wanted alternatives. So I phoned up Lily. Lily was my ex. Okay, sort of. We dated informally in the early startup stream years. They remained friends afterward, and she had always had a keen sense of people. More significantly, she'd been to that dinner a year before when Sophia brought her last lover to test the waters. Lily noticed the same trends I did. The performative charm and fragile ego. She had even predicted that the relationship would not continue, and she was correct. When I told her what happened to Chad, she didn't hesitate. "I'm in," she said. "Whatever you need." "You might regret that," I warned. "I won't," she answered. "Besides, I owe your sister for that passive-aggressive meltdown. She pulled on me at brunch." "Fair enough." Later that week, we got together at a coffee shop to play some games. "So, what's the plan?" she said, sipping her iced latte. "Expose him at the altar." Dramatic speech. "Hidden camera," I said. "Nothing that flashy yet. I want to see how deep this goes. I think he's using my sister. Maybe for money, maybe for clout. I don't know, but something's off." Lily nodded. "You think she knows?" "She's too wrapped up in the idea of winning to notice." "And your mom," I said with a grin. "She'll ignore anything that threatens the aesthetic." Lily leaned forwards. "Then let's give them exactly what they want. A perfect, peaceful wedding with you front and center." I halted. "You think I should go?" "I think you should RSVP." "Yes," she answered. "And while you're smiling for the cameras, we start laying the groundwork quietly, surgically. If Chad's hiding something, we'll find it. And if he's not, well, we'll be polite. But if he is..." She left the phrase hanging. I nodded. "Okay," I responded. "Let's play." That night, I RSVP'd as a +1. No one texted me to confirm, but I knew they had seen it. The next 3 weeks were all about preparation. I linked with individuals, spoke with common acquaintances, faded into the background of Chad's digital world, and began observing. Lily assisted me in going through his social media and identifying trends. Weird anomalies and time frames, trip dates that didn't make up, and statements from pals implying side projects no one knew about. Then one night, Lily messaged me and said she'd found something. I clicked the link she gave. It was a forum topic on a specialist financial board, hidden under layers of SEO fog. Chad is blogging behind a pseudonym, but not very cleverly. He was promoting some type of crypto-based investing platform that was half-baked, lots of jargon, and blatantly illegal. The discussion was filled with red flags, claims of guaranteed returns, pushy methods, and a few replies from dissatisfied individuals who claimed they never received their money back. It wasn't a smoking gun, but there was clearly smoke, and smoke indicates fire. I emailed the thread to Max. 2 days later, he affirmed. Chad had discreetly set up a shell corporation 6 months earlier. He'd been funneling money into it from personal accounts and potentially from friends and relatives, most likely promising them a high return on a non-existent product. That's when I realized it wasn't simply about revenge anymore. This was about protection. My sister was about to marry a man who may be a con artist. She had no idea. My parents were planning a wedding that may end with litigation, debt collectors, or worse. And no one had the fortitude to see it save me. So I made a choice. I would not cancel the wedding. Not yet. But I'd be prepared, because when they asked me to smile for the cameras, I'd grin with everything in place. The wedding day arrived like the last act in a play that everyone had prepared but didn't fully comprehend. The place was precisely what I expected. Tastefully lavish. White flowers adorned archways, and gold-trimmed invites were given out to visitors by adolescent relatives dressed in stiff suits. A jazz trio performed quietly at the garden entrance as people walked around holding champagne flutes. Their talks were as shallow as the ornamental koi pond next to the buffet table. I arrived in a matte charcoal rental, sleek, modest, and professional. Ava strolled out alongside me, wearing a deep green dress that caused at least 3 of my mother's acquaintances to pause in mid-sentence. She put her arm around mine and said, "Are you ready?" I did not respond straight away. I just looked across the lawn to see Chad shaking hands and smiling for practice. My mother was giving last-minute instructions to the wedding coordinator, like a commander directing a battlefront. Sophia, exquisite in a lace ivory gown, immaculate makeup, and her distinctive pageant grin, stood in the center of it all, like a porcelain doll no one dared to touch. Then I nodded. "Yeah, let's finish this." The ceremony was supposed to begin at 4 p.m., just when the sun had sunk low enough to make everything appear golden in photographs. Everyone dressed to impress, and for the most part they did. I recognized several familiar faces, including old neighbors, family friends, and a few distant cousins who merely came for free food and talk. During the pre-ceremony, I kept my distance and mingled while nursing a glass of water and observing Chad. He was in full political gear. Charming, joking and bragging just enough to make others feel special without disclosing anything significant. If you didn't know better, you'd believe he was the groom of the century. But I knew better. So did Ava. She prodded me around 3:30. He's still working the room. You sure we wait until after? Yes, I answered. Let the illusion complete itself. We grabbed seats in the front second row, behind the close family. My mother saw me and offered me a brittle grin. Dad nodded stiffly. Sophia didn't look at me once as she walked down the aisle, hand clutching a flower and gaze fixed on the altar. I saw a stiffness in her jaw, not from nervousness, but from restriction. Chad, to his credit, looked every bit the charming groom, with his clean-cut tuxedo, modest cufflinks and unwavering confidence. The ceremony was brief, with largely fluff, a few tears from my aunt, and some excessively long personal vows that sounded suspiciously like they were AI-generated. Next came the reception. That was the actual performance. Tables arranged with personalized place cards, a choreographed first dance, and a menu that mentioned the farm where the chickens were grown. My mother offered a toast about love, perseverance, and creating a future together. My father proceeded with a little uncomfortable but emotional statement about welcome Chad into the family. I waited. I was watching. And then, just as dessert was being served, when the wine had settled and the guests were relaxed and smiling, I stood up. May I say a few words? I said, tapping a spoon on my glass. The room turned. The MC halted and looked at my mother, who appeared stuck in place. Chad grinned hard. Of course, man. Go ahead. I went up to the microphone. Thanks, I said. I'll keep this short. I just wanted to say how happy I am for my sister. Sophia, you look beautiful. I may not say it enough, but you've always been the strongest person I know. She blinked, taken off guard, and nodded hesitantly, uncertain where this was heading. I turned to face Chad. And Chad, I have to admit, I wasn't sure about you at first, but over the past few weeks, I've done some homework. Dug into your background, your investments, your side projects. It's enlightening. The atmosphere moved, laughing faded, heads tilted, and Chad straightened. What are you? I raised a hand. It's okay. I'm not here to ruin anything. I'm just here to tell the truth. I took out my phone and linked it to the projector that the venue had put up for the photo presentation. The screen blinked, revealing a web browser. I opened a PDF labeled Investor Communication Records Credence Coin 2021 to 2023. Another file contained screenshots of Chad's forum postings under his alias. Next, a brief video clip of a recorded Zoom pitch in which Chad offered assured profits to a group of naive investors. His expression, voice, breaths, and quiet. I let it play for 20 seconds before halting it. Chad has been conducting a low-level Ponzi scam for the past 2 years, I said patiently. It isn't huge enough to make headlines, but it's enough to devastate people, friends, family, and anybody who believed in the idea. People turned, their faces twisted. My uncle muttered something to my father, who turned the sheets white. Sophia stood there, gripping her bouquet like a weapon. James, what is this? It's what I tried to tell you, I muttered. Softer now. He's not who he says he is. I wanted to warn you sooner, but I needed proof. Chad approached me. You little… I said, bringing out another sheet of paper. I've already submitted this to the SEC. This is just a courtesy. His face had lost its color. But do you know what's really sad? I asked, turning back to face the audience. It's not just the fraud. It's that no one in this family wanted to believe I could be right. That I could have value beyond being the quiet one. I was told to stop making the family look bad. To be courteous and let things go. I looked at my mother. Her hands shook around the champagne glass. But today, I chose not to be quiet. Today, I chose truth over comfort, and I think you all needed to see it. I moved away from the microphone. Chad was frozen. Sophia seems to have had the earth wrenched from beneath her. The wedding coordinator stood at the side of the room, pallid and twitching. Then came the repercussions. My mother stood up. James, we need to talk. I'm done talking, I said. You only listen when it's convenient. Sophia whispered. James? Wait. Her voice cracked. Why now? I turned to face her. Because you deserve better, even if you couldn't see it. Then I walked out. Ava followed, her heels clicking beside mine. We did not speak till we got to the car. She eventually asked, "Do you feel better?" I took a long breath. The air out here was colder and quieter. "I feel free." We drove away. Later, I learned that Chad was held for interrogation that same week. The SEC had allegedly been circling for some months. My paperwork provided them with the last piece. Sophia terminated the marriage in less than a month. My folks were radio silent for a time, but then a card arrived in the mail. There is no note, only a blank card inside. I threw it. Some endings might not require closure. Some endings are just clean, like the sound of a door finally shutting behind you. Sometimes quiet is the loudest victory of all. "You're just a backup plan," Dad toasted on my birthday and opened a credit line without my knowledge. So, I filed a fraud case and left him struggling. If I had to pinpoint the precise moment I understood I wasn't truly a member of my family, but rather a tool, a background fixture, something helpful but ultimately disposable, it would be the night of my 28th birthday. The night my father lifted a glass, laughed in my face and said, "You're not family, Ethan. You're just our safety net." The worst thing was that everyone else laughed with him. But let me back up a bit since the narrative does not begin there. Not really. My name is Ethan, and I am 28 years old. I've always been the quiet one in the family, the dependable one who didn't make a fuss, paid his bills on time, fixed the broken faucet, helped move furniture, and earned decent grades without being asked. I am not theatrical, I do not yell or bang doors. But I notice everything, every slight, every casual remark, every eye roll, each muttered remark behind my back, and I have been observing them since I was a youngster. I grew up in a suburban 3-bedroom house with my mother, father, and younger brother Liam. Liam is the golden child. He was the loudest, funniest, and most irresponsible person. He may crash the family car and then spin the narrative such that I offered to help pay for the repairs. He was jailed at 17 for stealing, and my parents pulled every string they could to make it go away, then scolded at me for not picking him up quickly enough. My parents, Rachel and John, were a peculiar but superficially typical couple. Dad worked in insurance. Mom remained home. They were the type of individuals that gave to the church and enjoyed discussing traditional family values. But behind closed doors, they were always a little too preoccupied with appearances, not true well-being, but simply how things seemed. They didn't mind if Liam blew through their savings as long as he appeared to have promise. But I was a different type of asset. A quiet, industrious backup plan. I started working when I was 18. First at a grocery shop, then part-time IT jobs, before transitioning into data analytics and landing a respectable career with reasonable income. I've never asked my folks for anything. Not during college. Not when I returned home momentarily after college to save money for a car. Not when my manager cheated me out of a promotion and I spent 3 weeks on rice and eggs. Despite the fact that I was paying rent, they continued to treat me as if I owed them something. As if I should be happy simply to be under their roof. When Liam came back home after losing yet another job, guess who had to relocate to the smaller room so he could start over? When my mother decided to renovate the kitchen, guess whose rent payments were suddenly applied to new countertops rather than groceries? Still, I stayed, largely out of habit, and partly out of shame. Perhaps I was waiting for anything to change, for someone to recognize how much I was doing and how much they relied on me. But it never happened. Things began to change around my birthday. It had been a hard few months. Liam had broken his car again, and instead of helping him restore it, my father offered him mine. "Only temporarily," he said. "You don't drive very often, right?" It was a lie. I commuted to work every day, but Liam had a job interview that he could not miss, so I gave in. One day grew into 3, a week, and then 2. When I eventually asked for it back, Liam reacted angrily, accusing me of being selfish and ungrateful. My father truly sided with him. "You're going to deny your brother an opportunity to change his life." I ended up hiring a car simply to get to work. And then there was the electricity bill. I'd been paying it for over a year, silently and without complaint, after my father lost a large sum of money in some cryptocurrency scheme and asked if I could take care of a few things for him. Even once circumstances settled, no one volunteered to take it back. I mentioned it once, and my mother simply blinked at me and said, "Oh, I thought you liked having control over that stuff." I guess I did. I enjoyed knowing that the lights will remain on. My birthday fell on a Thursday. I wasn't anticipating anything major. I seldom do, but they offered to host a modest supper. It's just the family. I assumed everything was okay. Maybe some steak, maybe a cake, or simply a night off from asking for anything. When I went home, I found the house spotless. That was new. Liam was wearing a real collared shirt, which seemed more like a red sign than anything else. There were beverages, music, and some decorations. My mother prepared my favorite dish, lasagna, and Liam handed me a cheap-looking gift bag with a half-hearted happy birthday guy. Inside was a mug that said, "World's okay, brother." I mustered a smile and chuckled. This is what I do. Then came the toast. My father rose up, whirling a glass of whiskey and tapping it with a spoon, as if he were at a wedding. He addressed Ethan in a suave, dramatic tone. The man of the hour, our rock, our trusty one, always available when we needed him. Everyone clinked their glasses. I smiled sweetly. But, let's be honest, he added, chuckling. You are not actually family, Ethan. You are merely our safety net. He chuckled as if he had just told the greatest joke of his life. Mom giggled. Liam almost spit out his drink. Even my aunt, who I hadn't realized was there until then, let out a strange snort chuckle. I sat there paralyzed, still smiling, for what else could I do? My father wiped a tear from his eye. Come on, it is true. You're like an emergency fund. We never need to replenish. The background person, the unsung hero, like the guy in the movie who keeps the lights on while the stars receive all the attention. Jason added, "You should put that on your resume." I excused myself and went to the toilet, shut and closed the door, and gazed at myself in the mirror for quite some time. My hands were shaking. I was not furious. Not precisely. Not yet. It was as if a switch had switched. Something inside me had become motionless. Quiet, like a radio cutting off mid-song. That night, I waited until everyone fell asleep. I packed everything I needed. I canceled everything I was paying for, including electricity, gas, Wi-Fi, streaming accounts, and lawn service. I did not bang doors. I did not leave a note. I just walked out, leaving them to wake up in a house they could no longer afford. But I'm getting ahead of myself because before all of that, there were more signals, more breaches in the mask, more times when they stopped lying and I saw the reality. And the fact was that I had never been a part of their image, not the way I expected. And the next significant indication arrived the next morning, when the call began. I didn't respond to Jason, Mom, or Dad, not yet. When I didn't return their calls the next morning, I anticipated some backlash. I expected Jason to whine. I anticipated Mom to send passive-aggressive texts. I even anticipated Dad to attempt guilt-tripping me with a spiel about family responsibility. But what I didn't anticipate, and couldn't have foreseen, was how quickly their masks would fall off once they knew I wasn't coming back. It began with the texts. Initially the shorts were clipped. "Where are you now? Call your mom. You cannot just leave like that." I disregarded them all. I needed some room. I had booked into a low-cost hotel for a few days simply to breathe. The walls were thin, the air conditioner shook, and the water smelt somewhat metallic, yet it was silent. Nobody required me to mend a broken cabinet or pay a payment. Nobody interrupted me with a small request that escalated into a whole day of physical labor. It felt very peaceful, but it didn't stay long. The tone had altered by day 2. Mom texted a photograph of the home in the dark. "The electricity is out. I assumed you were paying for that." There was no greeting or care, only a strong edge of entitlement, as if I had broken an unsaid law by setting any form of limit. By day 3, Jason had left a 2-minute voicemail. I didn't listen to it all, but I did get the bit when he said, "You think you're punishing us? You're just screwing yourself, dude. You'll come crawling back." Spoiler. I didn't. Instead, I secured a modest studio apartment with a work buddy. It wasn't much, simply a 1-bedroom with creaking flooring and an alley-facing window, but it belonged to me. For the first time in years, I felt free to live my life as I saw fit. But that's when everything began to disintegrate at home. Apparently no one in my family had thought to move any of the accounts I was managing. The electricity is still in my name. The same applies to Wi-Fi, water, garbage pickup, and even streaming subscriptions. I hadn't simply been helping out. I had been the single person keeping the house running. When I yanked the plug, they were literally left scrambling. Mom phoned again. This time her voice was trembling and dramatic. "Ethan, honey, we're not mad. We simply need you to be sensible. Your father's blood pressure has been elevated. Liam struggles with interviews. Can't you simply give us a little help till things settle down?" I didn't respond. They did not want me. They want the services I offered, the stability I delivered, and the comfort blanket they had wrapped themselves in for years. and now that everything was gone, they were in disarray. However, the true breaking point occurred a week later. I had been fully ignoring them by then. No texting, calling, or emailing. I'd even banned Liam after he sent me a series of messages calling me a selfish little worm and emotionally manipulative. I suppose saying no for the first time in a decade seemed like manipulation to him. Then out of nowhere, I received a text from my aunt, who had been laughing at my birthday dinner. "Hey Ethan. Your mother indicated that you left due to something your father said. I hope you're okay. I am sure he did not intend it." That message sparked something in me because I knew they still didn't grasp it. They assumed this was about one joke, one poor night, and one slightly incorrect statement. They had no clue how deep the rot was. I did not react to her either. Next came the betrayal. It was Thursday afternoon. I was halfway through a report from my new residence when my phone alerted me to a bank notice. Withdrawal, $1,400. My stomach sank. Another one. Withdrawal, $700. I instantly entered into my account and noticed the damage. Over $2,500 was gone in less than 6 minutes, and all of the transactions were made to a shared emergency account that I had forgotten existed. One of my dads suggested that we keep it open in case something happened. I have added them as beneficiaries. They were not supposed to touch it until I told them to. I phoned the bank. They stated that the transactions were conducted in person and approved by the account holder. When I explained that I hadn't touched that account in months, the representative seemed compassionate but stern. "Technically, your father's name appears on the account. I apologize, Mr. Dawson." That was when I lost it. I did not yell. I did not weep. But something chilly and quiet came over me. The type of serenity that comes after you've overcome shock, betrayal, and hurt. There was no way to repair this. There was no discussion about it. This was not a misunderstanding. This was stealing. And the saddest thing was that I knew they didn't even realize it was wrong. I texted Liam, "You or Dad emptied my emergency fund." He responded immediately, "Relax, it was a family emergency. Mom needed her meds and the car battery died. We'll pay you back." There was no apology, warning, or acknowledgement that what they did was unlawful. Just the same nonchalant idea that I would always be available to catch them. I did not react. An hour later, I received a voicemail from my father. "Ethan, I'm not sure what you're so unhappy about. That money was intended for the family. You are a member of this family, right? Or are you seriously going to turn your back on your own blood for a few $1,000s? That sentence stayed with me. You are a member of this family, right? Funny, considering I was very sure he stated the exact opposite only a week before, as everyone was toasting my lasagna. I did not sleep that night. I remained awake, pacing my small flat and looking at the wall as if it contained answers. My heart raced, but my thoughts were sluggish and meticulous. I went over every discussion from the previous year. Every favor I had done, every time I drove Mom to an appointment, every time I'd bailed out Liam, every birthday they forgot. Every time I was urged to be patient or stop making a fuss. It wasn't only about the money. It was about the pattern. They kept taking. And I continued giving because I believed that was what love looked like. I thought family meant making sacrifices. But to them, it only meant free labor and an ATM. The next morning, I contacted the bank again, terminated the joint account, froze my credit, and created new passwords and PINs. I investigated every internet subscription, every app, and every remaining danger of access they could have. And then I did something I never imagined I would do. I returned to the house, not to chat or reconcile, but simply to view it. It was worse than I had expected. The yard had not been mowed, the trash cans were overflowing. There was an orange notice on the front door concerning outstanding utility bills. There was a cracked window near the porch. The home appeared worn, drooping from neglect. I did not knock. I just stood there, staring at the house where I'd spent the most of my life, wondering how it had fallen apart so rapidly without me. Or perhaps it was always like this, and I simply kept it together long enough to make it appear normal. And then I noticed them through the glass. Liam laid on the sofa, shirtless, playing video games. Dad is sitting in his recliner, ranting at the television. Mom is in the kitchen, pacing with her phone. None of them noticed me. That's when the last puzzle piece fit into place. I had never been part of their image. I was the frame. And the image was coming apart without me. I turned and went away. And then my phone rang. Unknown number. I responded without thinking. "Hello, Ethan," a woman's voice spoke. "This is Megan. I work with your father. I realize this is strange, but I believe we need to discuss. My breath caught. Megan, why would one of Dad's coworkers be contacting me? She continued, her voice low and anxious. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but I overheard something in the office. Your father has been saying stuff about your money. Regarding how he exploited your information too. I paused in the center of the sidewalk. Use my information? No. No, he would not. But the uneasiness had already settled in my belly. Cold and heavy. What did he do? I asked, unable to get the words out. Megan hesitated for a while before saying something that caused the ground beneath my feet to move. Megan's voice was trembling as she uttered it. I believe your father created a credit line in your name. I didn't answer immediately. Couldn't. My mouth became dry. As her words resonated in my brain, the line became silent with a steady ringing. I opened a credit line in my name. He has been boasting at work. She continued, just above a whisper. Something about getting ahead of a tight financial flow. He said he utilized your credit score since his own was in disarray. I felt like the air had been knocked out of me. You are sure? I did not want to get involved, Ethan. But I felt you should know. She hung up. I remained stuck on the sidewalk for a long time. I held my phone in my hand. Scream diminishing. The final call is still burning faintly. People went by me. Cars drove past. The world continued to move, but everything inside me came to a standstill. I believed I'd already reached my limit. I believed the stolen emergency fund, the years of emotional manipulation, and the birthday humiliation were the betrayal. But this was different. This was computed. It wasn't a slip, an argument, or a heated exchange. It was fraud, a complete breach of trust, and for a brief moment, I wondered whether I had dreamed everything positive about my family. I took the remainder of the day off, phoned in sick, closed the blinds in my apartment, and perched on the side of my bed, scrolling through every credit monitoring app I could find. I signed up for each of them. The notifications came in one by one. A new credit card was established 3 months ago. There is a $4,300 balance. A $2,000 personal loan sought an address change that was related to my identity but not their residence. My stomach churned. They had not merely grabbed my money. They were creating a second life using my identity. And if Megan hadn't told me, I could have discovered out when my credit score dropped, or when a collections collector came on my door. That night, I did not sleep again. But this time, I wasn't pacing in terror. I was planning. I submitted a fraud complaint, froze my credit, and spoke with a credit bureau person who was kind, informative, and very helpful. My account was flagged for questionable conduct. I filed a police complaint, phoned my bank again, and explained the entire issue. I was afraid they wouldn't believe me, that they'd think I was simply an entitled youngster attempting to blame his family for his own obligations. They took it seriously, which surprised me. A fraud investigator has been assigned to the case. That was the beginning of the repercussions. The beginning of autumn. For weeks I was buried in papers. I had to validate each account, confirm my residence and submit ID copies, affidavits and notarized declarations. It was exhausting and costly. But I did it quietly and meticulously. I told no one in my family what I knew. Let them twist in the darkness. Even as I fought back, I felt like I was sliding. The stress was tremendous. I began missing work deadlines. My boss called me in for a performance review. I couldn't concentrate on anything for longer than 12 minutes. My hunger disappeared. Some nights I sat in the shower until the water ran cold, hoping to feel something other than rage, remorse, or the crushing numbness that had crept into the corners of my mind. I wasn't fine. And for the first time, I allowed myself to confess it. One night, around 2 or 3 a.m., I found myself looking at an old photo of my family saved on a hard drive that I hadn't seen in months. It was my high school graduation. I was standing in the center, grinning, arms around both of my parents. Liam had also wrapped an arm over my shoulders. Everyone appeared proud, pleased, and unified. That was a lie. I sat down on the floor for a long time, staring at it. I eventually moved the picture to the trash bin and erased it. Not in fury, but in acceptance. That was the bottom for me. But here's the issue about rock bottom. When you reach that frigid hollow region when there is nothing left to lose, you get clarity. And clarity brings power. The first thing I did was regain control of my time. I wanted remote employment for several weeks. My manager was apprehensive, but he said yes. That allowed me the opportunity to focus on both recuperation and reconstruction. I started waking up at 6 a.m. Not because I had to, but because I required structure. I prepared coffee, went on walks, and joined a gym, despite the fact that I had never been a fitness fan. I did not go to get buff. I attended because no one could bother me for an hour each day. I could sweat, breathe, and exist. I began recording my expenditures, created a new bank account, transferred to a credit union, and received a new phone number. I erased every shared family calendar and account that I was still connected to. Even my Spotify was still on a shared plan. Liam had added all of his playlists under my login. Gone. I was reconstructing brick by brick. Small victories also occurred. The fraud investigation continued forward. After 3 months, the credit card was revoked, and my credit score began to improve. The loan request was refused. Thankfully, the bank had identified it before dispersing monies. I received a letter verifying that my father had been informed about the inquiry. I'm not sure what he told them. I didn't care. The damage was being corrected. I've also begun treatment. It was not something I ever expected to do. My family trained me to believe that therapy was for those who couldn't deal with their own problems. But one day, as I went past a clinic near my apartment, I noticed a sign that said, "You deserve peace." And something inside me shattered. My therapist, Julia, did not tell me anything groundbreaking. She was just listening. Really listened. And then she assisted me in saying things aloud that I had previously only pondered in the dark. Like how I always felt like a ghost in my own home. Like how being dependable became a prison I didn't design yet couldn't escape. I wasn't upset because they had used me. I was outraged because I had allowed them to do so. That one struck hard. But she was correct. And week by week, the fog began to dissipate. I laughed again. Made small chat with coworkers, started cooking, not simply freezing meals. I learned I enjoy stir-fry. Purchased authentic ingredients. Went to a farmer's market. I became acquainted with a woman who sold handmade soap. I know it seems insignificant, but it was important. It demonstrated that I could have a life outside of damage control. My world remained tiny, but it was mine. And then, one afternoon, I received a message from an old college acquaintance named Eli. We hadn't spoken for years. We used to collaborate on university technology initiatives, and he always had crazy ideas that somehow worked out. He was now working on a logistics business and wanted to know if I was interested in helping out with analytics. At first, I hesitated. I was still weak and recuperating, but I said yes, although part-time. That part-time position evolved into contract labor. That contract job led to a full-time offer. It paid more than my previous employment, included equity, and provided total remote freedom. I took it. It seemed as if the cosmos was finally breathing alongside me rather than against me. I sat on my balcony one night, nearly 4 months after leaving my family's house. It wasn't extravagant, simply a little concrete slab facing an alley. But I had a cheap lawn chair, a cool drink, and a string of dollar shop fairy lights that I had set up just because I liked the way they looked. The city hummed below, softly and distantly. I gazed around my flat. The laundry was finished. The dishes were clean. There was food in the refrigerator, a plant on the windowsill, and serenity in my heart. Then my phone buzzed. A text from Liam. He was served today. You really went that far? I looked at it for a long time. No background, just instant outrage. I understood precisely what he was talking about. The fraud case. It had progressed to the next step. And if they believed it was the end, they had no clue what was following. Liam's text caused the initial wave. He was served today. You really went that far? There's no question mark at the end. There was no hint of genuine interest, only the accusing, passive-aggressive tone he had honed over the years. The sort that made everything seem like my fault. As if I had decided to create an issue rather than simply accepting one more insult, theft or betrayal. I didn't respond. I didn't need to, since by the time that communication arrived, I was no longer merely healing. I was ready. After suffering betrayal, you have an unusual sense of focus. Once the fog clears, the shaking stops, and the world no longer feels like it's spinning off its axis, you're left with this calm intensity, a clarity that burns hot yet is cold, sharp, and exact. It's no longer about fury. It's all about balance. And the balance, in my situation, was long overdue. So I began planning, not with fire, but with ice. The first thing I did was research. I didn't only seek justice. I desired judicial justice, something straightforward and undeniable, since if I had learnt anything, it was that my family only recognized repercussions when they appeared in the form of papers, invoices or legal threats. I reviewed the fraud case files. The bank validated the reversal charges, but I still had open police files for the credit line and address change. I started putting together a case file, printing everything, arranging it in a binder, labeling evidence with tabs, bank statements, account openings, Megan's tip-off, text threads, and my father's voicemail. I even printed a transcript for that one. Are you part of this family? Or are you seriously going to turn your back on your own blood for a few $1,000s? I produced copies and saved backups on an encrypted device. If they attempted to refute any of it, I'd have receipts in stereo. Then began the study of financial recovery. My therapist, Julia, advised that I speak with a lawyer called Malcolm, who is soft-spoken. He specialized in family financial deception. At first I was skeptical. I imagined that attorneys were just for those with large finances and plenty of free time. But Malcolm was different. He listened and asked crisp, insightful questions. Then he said something that I will never forget. You aren't being vengeful. You're setting limits with your teeth. This is what repercussions are. He assisted me in drafting a formal letter of intent, which said that if the damages were not recovered within 35 days, I would pursue charges. There was no demand or tantrum, it was just business. I didn't email it straight away since there was more to accomplish. Next, I cleaned the home. Emotionally, I sought out to old pals, not to rant but to reconnect. People I ghosted or pushed aside throughout the years because I was always too preoccupied with my family's troubles. I sent basic messages. Hey, I realize it has been a while. I would love to catch up sometime. Some never responded. Others did. I met Sarah, an old college lab colleague, for coffee. She said she had always thought my family sounded a little intense. I laughed. She was not mistaken. We spoke for hours. It is not about retribution or suffering, but about life and the future. It was the first time I felt like Ethan again, rather than the damage control professional I had become. Then there was Eli, the company founder who had offered me my new position. After a few months of part-time employment, he offered me a more strategic post as head of analytics, with full benefits and an equity plan. I accepted. Suddenly, I had leverage. A real career, a real salary, and a future that did not involve becoming someone else's safety net. That altered everything. With my finances stabilized and the fraud case underway, I moved on to the next phase in the plan. Information control. My family has always lived in a world of appearances. Maintaining the appearance was more crucial than repairing anything underlying. If something appeared broken, it was disregarded. If anything sounded disagreeable, it was rejected. That was their playbook. So I switched the script. I started capturing everything, not just for the legal case but also for personal use. A digital notebook, timelines, copies of every email, voicemail, missed call, and conversation notes. I kept everything structured like a war file. Then I went one step farther. I established a secret and encrypted Google Drive folder. I labeled it Family Receipts. Inside I uploaded everything. The communication from Liam in which he admits to utilizing my emergency fund. The call logs reveal when my father accessed the joint account. The credit bureau sent a notice on the fraudulent address change. Even screenshots of my mother's Facebook postings claiming that everything was okay at home. I didn't intend to reveal it, but I could, and the potential was enough. Then came the most surgical aspect of the arrangement. I phoned Megan. She had been silent since our last conversation, but when I clarified that I was not expecting her to participate, but only to check dates and information, she agreed to cooperate. She verified what she'd heard. My father brags at the office about straightening up Ethan's finances to make way for more family chances. He referred to it as a collective investment, although there was no group. It was only stealing that sealed it. In the end, I opted to call Liam rather than my parents. I knew he was the weakest link. I built a message using the mouth and the reactor. Polite, cool, and professional. Liam, I have sent legal paperwork on the bogus accounts established in my name. If you or Dad want to address this quietly, I recommend starting payments by the 35-day period indicated in the accompanying notification. Any efforts to contact me directly will be noted and reported to the case handler. Further identity abuse will result in an urgent escalation. He responded within minutes. Are you really doing this? You're going to sue Dad for what? A few thousand. I did not react. 10 minutes later. You do not comprehend what you are doing. Do you believe the court will side with you over your own father? I did not react. Another hour has passed. Fine. Do you desire war? Let's go. War. No, Liam. I want freedom. But if war was the only language he knew, I could speak it fluently. The next morning, I went to the courts. I filed the small claims lawsuit myself. Official, marked, authentic. I sent an official notification to their address. certified mail, tracking number, and signature required. I imagined my father's expression when he signed for it. The way his brows would come together. My mother would try to console me with, "We can fix this, Mark." As Liam paced in the background, shouting curses and blaming everyone but himself. Let them panic. Allow them to scurry because, for once, I had the upper hand, and while they were figuring out how to deal with the consequences, I was already starting on the last act. They believe that retribution is best served cold. But I didn't want the cold. I want quiet. I wanted it to feel like a light switch was turned. 1 second on, then off. There was no yelling or tantrums, simply quiet where there had previously been commotion. Where entitlement previously was, there is now emptiness. Most importantly, I wanted them to feel my absence, not only in unpaid bills or disconnected services, but in the fundamental fabric of their existence, since I was no longer their safety net. I was their reckoning. The court date arrived on a sweltering Tuesday morning. I dressed professionally in a blue button-down shirt, no tie, clean slacks, and combed hair. I brought my binders. Yes, that binder, with each receipt, report, and transcript properly categorized. Malcolm, the lawyer I had hired, greeted me at the door with a nod and a manila packet in hand. We did not chat much. We did not need to. Inside, the courtroom was modest, resembling a conference room rather than a courtroom. Only a judge, a clerk, and a few chairs for the parties concerned. My father arrived 5 minutes late, looking as if someone had dragged him through 3 meetings and a horrible night's sleep. Liam followed, wearing a wrinkled t-shirt and sunglasses on his head as if it were cool. My mother wasn't present. I was told she had a migraine and couldn't handle seeing the family like way. Of course, the hearing was straightforward. The judge read the complaint. My father attempted to interject twice, but Malcolm gently motioned for silence. Then it was my time. I opened the binder and gave them copies of credit applications, address change notifications, voicemails, screenshots of text conversations, and Megan's signed declaration verifying what she had heard in the office. Each piece sat perfectly on the judge's desk, like bricks in a wall. My father's expression altered with every page, from mild displeasure to perplexity and anxiety. Liam sank in his seat, arms folded and grumbling beneath his breath. The judge inquired whether they had an answer. My father said it was all a misunderstanding. Malcolm inquired, "Did you or did you not open a credit card using Ethan Dawson's name, social security number and address?" There was silence. Then I did what I needed to do for my family. The room became silent. Even the cashier paused typing. The judge scrawled something on her paper before looking up and saying, "That's not a legal justification, Mr. Dawson." It was finished 30 minutes later. Judgment in my favor. Full return of the stolen monies, plus damages. The sum was not tremendous, but that wasn't the objective. It was official, public, and genuine, a legal blemish on my father's record, and it provided me justification to accelerate the fraud case with the credit agencies, which I did the next day. But I wasn't finished yet. Not even close. 3 days later, I politely emailed Megan to thank her for her assistance. She responded with a quick letter. "You might want to check into this." My father's company's HR department sent me an email with an attachment. It was brief, formal, and frigid. "We are initiating an internal investigation into the unlawful use of personal financial information by an employee. John Dawson has been placed on administrative leave while the case is being handled." I looked at it for a long time. I then forwarded it to my personal email address and preserved it. I did not celebrate. There was no music or champagne, only a long, deep breath. The dominoes were falling. Then came the backlash at home. Liam was the first to crack. He sent me a series of frenzied texts that ranged from angry to desperate. "You've wrecked us. Do you understand how this looks? Mom isn't talking to anyone. Can we just chat, man? Please." I disregarded them all. However, I preserved the screenshots because I wasn't playing defense anymore. A week later, I received a message from a number I did not know. This was a voicemail. My mother sounded exhausted and worn. "Ethan, I'm not sure what occurred. This was not meant to go this far. We are your family." I removed it. And then a notion came to me. They had never apologized. Not once. Not for money. Not for credit fraud. Not for the birthday humiliation or the years of using me like a tool. Not even now. They did not wish to set things right. They wanted me to reset, to go back to being their band-aid, fixer, and backup plan. That version of myself was no longer present. My ultimate act of vengeance was not overtly dramatic. It was surgical. I issued a stop and desist letter through Malcolm. A official notification that any additional contact from my relatives, whether direct or indirect, will be logged as harassment and reported to law authorities. Then I changed my phone number, moved my mailing address to a P.O. box, set up a new emergency contact at work, switched banks, and even opened a new Spotify account. Perhaps it was petty, but it seemed symbolic. I wiped the slate clean. I did not glance back. 6 months later, my startup boss, Eli, called me. The firm had recently raised Series B investment, and they were moving me to VP of Analytics. The offer included a raise, stock options, and the opportunity to head a team. I accepted. That night, I was sitting on the balcony of my new apartment. Yes, I had moved again and poured myself a drink. A genuine one. Not your typical gas station beer, but something creamy and flavorful. I watched the sun sink behind the skyline, sending gold across everything. I didn't think about my father, Liam, or our house. I thought of serenity, stillness, and how lovely it sounded. My father lost his job according to the most recent information I received. He attempted to portray it as early retirement, but information spread. Megan informed me that he had been discreetly banned. No firm wanted to work with someone who had a financial fraud verdict on their record. Liam alternated between warehouse work and retail positions. Still stayed at home and blamed everyone but himself. My mother continued to hold church potlucks as if nothing had happened. But there was one difference. I was no longer part of the image. I was not the safety net. I wasn't the backup. I was not theirs. They lost me. And I did not raise my voice. Did not throw any punches. We didn't shatter any windows. I just quietly reclaimed every piece of myself they had stolen. And when the dust settled, they had nothing left to stand on. They smiled at my birthday and clinked their glasses, believing I'd never go. However, they forgot that safety nets do not break when you fall. They break when you do.